Chapter 1. I lay on top of the covers of my neatly made bed, gazing at the ceiling of my room in deep thought. There are patterns and clouds my mother painted onto my ceiling as a child, and I never really paid much attention to them before. Staring at the intricate designs that cover the entire roof, I am genuinely amazed by my mother's artistic skills, one of the characteristics I'm proud that my mother and I share. However, she has now stopped painting as she is much older. I wish she hadn't. The clouds above remind me of my childhood and growing up, and how every day was a new day. The world was my limit. There wasn't anything to be scared of. I glance at the clock on my nightstand and sigh, knowing I have to leave soon. University. A new beginning. The word itself scares me, reminding me that I'm leaving behind everything and everyone I know. This is good, I keep reminding myself. I also already put down my first deposit, I think with a slight eye roll. I get off my bed and flatten out the creases my body made on top of the blanket. Turning around, I hesitantly grab my suitcase off the ground and start to exit my room. Ultimately, I end up standing on our porch outside looking at my car. Why is this so hard for me? All of my other belongings and essentials are already packed away into my car, ready for the adventure that awaits. Am I ready? I'm so accustomed to my small life here with my parents. Everything has already changed, though. As I get older, I know it is time to branch off onto my own. Adina, I have something for you, my mother says from behind me. I jump slightly, not expecting her to sneak up on me like that. I sheepishly look at her with a slight grin that mirrors her own. What is it? I say with a small voice. A necklace. It was your grandmother's, and she got it from your great-grandfather. I know she wanted you to have it, and I do too, she says softly while passing me a small blue box. I open it carefully and immediately recognize the small stone. It was a beautiful opal rock, and my grandmother always wore it. It shone in green and blue, all highlighted and morphed into one fantastically. My mother knew I had always loved this necklace. My eyes started to tear up as I gazed at her. Thank you, I breathe. This necklace meant a lot to my family, having been passed down through the generations, and it was the perfect parting gift my mother could give me until I see her next. I look down at the necklace and smile. Could you help me put it on? I ask my mother gingerly. Of course, she says while gently retrieving the necklace and clasping it around my neck. I grasp it and turn to face my mother. Thank you again. This really means so much to me, I tell her. I know your grandmother would be so happy to see you wearing it, my mother said, tears unshed in her eyes. Please wear it always and think of me. I miss her too, Mom. And of course I will, I say while gently holding her arm. I'm also really going to miss you guys while I'm gone, but I'm always a FaceTime away, I say teasingly. After hugging my mother goodbye and giving my dad a small kiss on the cheek, I was on the road. The drive was taking a long time, as I was already a couple of hours away from my parents' house. I had already finished snacking on a whole bag of Cheetos, the puffy kind, of course, and I really just wanted to stretch my legs. I saw a nearby convenience store and decided to stop there. Pulling into the parking lot, I turned my car off and stepped out. Ugh, I thought. My back is killing me. I walk into the store, hearing the bell chime above me, and decide to buy a drink, grabbing one from the nearest fridge. Once I was at the counter, I almost dropped the blue Pepsi can right onto the ground. Standing in front of me is seriously one of the cutest guys I have ever seen. He looks to be about my age, maybe a couple of years older. I'm guessing he's about 24 or so. He has a head full of blonde hair, full lips, and piercing blue eyes. My eyes trail down to his body quickly, and I notice that he is incredibly fit. Whoa. He gazes at me and slightly cocks his head to the side. I haven't seen you around here before, he says while almost narrowing his eyes accusingly. Do you know every single person who walks into this store? I jokingly say, trying to make this interaction less uncomfortable. Yes. Oh, I say while pressing my lips together. This blondie is super weird, I think to myself. What are you doing out here? This town never sees new folk, Blondie says. I'm actually going to school here. It starts in a few days, so I trail off. Can I just buy this Pepsi? Wow. Well, you must be a smart cookie to get into Myersdale University. They don't usually let in the Outlanders, Blondie replies with a coy wink. I smile in return while looking down so he doesn't see my face turn a slight shade of pink. I hand him the Pepsi, and then he hands it back to me. No charge, you're new around here. Consider this your welcome gift to Myersdale, he says teasingly. Thanks. I smile gratefully and turn around to leave. As I open the door to leave, he jogs over to me and gently grabs my arm. Now facing him, my eyebrows draw together in confusion. He opens his mouth to say something, then shuts it again. Heir, by the way, I'm Isaiah. What did you say your name was again? I didn't, I say with a smile, and I wink his way. Although, if you really must know, my name is Adina. Everyone just calls me Addie though, I say with a slight shrug and smile. Well, it's nice to meet you, Addie, Isaiah replies with a slight chuckle. He then looks me square in the eyes and says, be careful out here though, some of us bite. Finally leaving the store, I get back in my car and start driving down the road. Turns out, the heart of the town of Myersdale was only a couple of minutes away from the store I had just been at. I pass by a giant wooden sign that looks like it's slowly deteriorating, which reads Myersdale EST 1888. Wow, I think. This place is so small and beautiful. I'm suddenly surrounded by heavy forestry and greenery all around me. Opening my car window, I slowly inhale and exhale the fresh air. This is nothing like the city. It's perfect. Eventually, I make it to my new home. My parents helped me purchase a small apartment, which is only a 10-minute drive from Myersdale University. Unloading everything from my car to the apartment took a solid 30 minutes, and I'm grateful a lot of the furniture came alongside the apartment, so I didn't have much to set up. Slowly putting things in place around the small apartment, I look out the window. Surely enough, the view is gorgeous. From where I'm standing, I can see miles of trees and forestry. I mentally take notes to go exploring in the near future. For now, I want to take a nap. It really has been a long day. I begin to change into an oversized t-shirt. It's old and worn, but incredibly comfortable. I crawl into the bed, under my new duvet covers, and close my eyes. I suddenly peel my eyes open and stare at the ceiling above me. Maybe I can get used to a ceiling without clouds. Chapter 2. Just like the ceiling of my apartment, there is a lack of clouds in the sky the next morning. I sigh as I look up from my crumpled map. I try smoothing it against my pants. God, it sure is hot here. I instantly regretted wearing jeans. My anxiety mixed with the humid air makes sweat pool in the small of my back. There are supposed to be campus tours today, but ironically, I couldn't find the meeting place. The campus is spread out like a tiny city. An apartment-style building lies to my left, and some pub to my right. I debate going in and asking someone for help, but I don't want to embarrass myself before classes even start. I glance down at my map again and try to make sense of the intertwined roads. I determine that continuing to walk forward is probably my best option. The time on my phone indicates that I am going to miss the last tour, and I groan lowly. I guess this walk will be self-guided. The odd person passes me as I trek forward. The campus is quiet because classes don't start until tomorrow. I notice a pattern of beautiful faces that makes me lower my head, trying to conceal myself. Instant regret strikes through me as I crash into an unseen body. Shoot! I mutter under my breath as I am launched backwards by the force of hitting someone. I'm on the ground for less than a second before a hand pulls me up. I am so sorry, I exclaim as I brush myself off. I bring my head up and take a step back. It's the guy from the convenience store. His name has been washed out of my brain, and I just let my mouth hang open. Would you like to join the tour, Addie? My face drops as I see the group of people standing behind him. You definitely could use the direction, he smirks. I nod as I quickly let myself fade to the back of the group. Faces stare at me, and I really don't think it's because I fell. Clearly, I'm the outsider here. The sea of faces blends into one, everyone with different hair and eye colors, yet sharing the same sharp features and athletic builds. Darting my eyes around, my slightly fuller shape and rosy cheeks leave me feeling worse than before. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not in the worst shape. However, it looks like these people have nothing better to do than work out all day, every day. While I sulk at the back of the group, I suddenly remember his name, Isaiah. I snap my head up as his voice fills my ears. He was talking about the library. Get used to seeing this building. Seriously, this is where most first years spend all of their time. The old structure sits on a hill, and the group turns to look at the building that will practically be a second home for the next 8 months. The rest of the tour involves Isaiah discussing the university's history. I tune most of it out as I take in the buildings, trying to figure out where all my classes will be held. He catches my attention when he announces, "This is the last stop, everyone, where we will be ending our tour." Behind us is the observatory. It is affectionately known as the zoo by students here because of rumors that the university used to lock creatures up in the basement for experiments. Rolling his eyes at his previous statement, Isaiah continues. It's now used mostly as a hangout spot. A chuckle runs through the group, and a guy in front of me turns to the girl beside him and says, "I went in there yesterday, and there isn't even a basement." Everyone starts to disperse, and I take my phone out of my pocket to check when the next bus is coming. Isaiah approaches me when there are only a few people left in the crowd. "It was nice seeing you again, Addie. I hope we get to see each other again soon." He flashes me a dazzling smile before his eyes catch on my neck. His smile falters only for a moment before it returns equally as bright as before. I convince myself I somehow imagined it. "Nice necklace," he says before quickly stalking away. I instantly frown at the quick departure and whisper a mere "thank you" under my breath while unconsciously touching the stone meekly pressed against my skin. The bus stop is only a couple of 100 yards away, and I make my way over to where some of the other people are waiting. I almost fell asleep on the bus, lulled by the soft vibrations against the window, before making it back to my apartment. I'm tired and honestly still embarrassed when I think about the events earlier in the day. Once in the safety of my apartment, I go to take off my jeans and notice the scrapes on my knees. I am such a klutz. I sigh and clean the scrapes, changing into shorts so the cuts can breathe. My laptop is humming away on the table as I snack on some French fries. I shove them into my mouth hurriedly, burning my mouth, but I'm so hungry I don't even care at this point. Grabbing my laptop, I pull up my weekly schedule and try to decide what class I should take to fill the last spot on my course list. I dash through a page of options. Why do these all seem like the strangest courses ever? This list has everything from Wiccan studies to advanced sociology and even the study of creatures and folklore. Can you even get a degree in that? I wonder as I shake my head and scroll to the bottom of the page. There's only one way to decide. I scroll back up to the top of the page and close my eyes. I press the down key and randomly stop at a point on the page. Peeling my eyes open, I notice the course in the middle of the page is ancient history. I added it to my schedule without a second thought because my brain was starting to hurt from reading all of those course descriptions. I sit on the couch when I hear the knock at my door. I jump as the loud sound echoes through the room. I pad across the floor and stand on my tippy toes to see into the small peephole. A girl stands there, about my age. I open the door, but use it to kind of shield myself. She smiles and shoots out her arm. "Hi, I'm your neighbor Lenore." I feel my body relax, and I open the door wider to make it feel more inviting. I shake her hand and gesture for her to step inside. "I'm Addie. It's really nice to meet you," I say with a casual smile that matches hers. I can see Lenore examining my apartment as she walks inside. I continue our introductory conversation by asking whether she also attends Myersdale University. "Yeah, of course." "And are you going to the party tonight?" She asks so naturally, as if everyone knows about the party. I shake my head at her. I didn't even know there was one. Lenore's mouth hangs open for a second before she smiles with an almost mischievous grin. I can see the excitement in her eyes. This is the first party of the year, and it might be the biggest. All of the first years are invited, she says. With a slightly grim expression, I shake my head. I'm not sure about this. I mean, classes start tomorrow. Why would anyone want to be exhausted for the first day? The first day of classes are all syllabus review anyway, Lenore explains with a shrug. If you want, we can go together and look out for each other. I shake my head again immediately. I don't think that's a very good. Suddenly, I'm cut off by Lenore grabbing my hand and pulling me to her apartment, which is directly across the hall. "Don't worry, this is going to be so much fun," she says with a wink. Oh boy. Chapter 3. I grimace at the reflection back at me in the mirror. Big yikes, I think to myself wryly. I gaze up and down at myself, looking at the black pencil skirt I borrowed from Lenore. It paired admittedly well with a cute silver tank top that glittered in the right lighting. Once Lenore had dragged me into her apartment, which was pretty much identical to mine, we started getting ready for the party. Lenore exclaimed that this outfit would look good on me, flowing well with my blonde hair and hazel eyes. Still standing in front of the mirror, I turn around and examine the rest of me. "Are you sure I look okay?" I timidly ask Lenore, who is behind me, applying her mascara. Glancing at her through the mirror, I have to admit, she truly is gorgeous. Even as she sits behind me doing her makeup, I can't help but admire her beauty. She has long, sleek, brown hair, brown eyes, and a dazzling smile. Pairing that with a fit physique, it's no wonder she's so confident. "Girl, yes. I mean, if I was a lesbian," she replies and winks with a low whistle, which makes me laugh out loud. I can tell we're going to be good friends. While getting ready for the party, Lenore and I get to know each other a bit better. She tells me all about her life and family, and about how she grew up in Myersdale and couldn't see anywhere else as a home. I equally share about my life, and instantly, Lenore and I become closer. As we inevitably finished getting ready, I turned to face her once we were completely satisfied with our appearances. "Did you already order a ride, or should I?" I say while applying the last layer of lip gloss on my face. Lenore casts a sideways glance at me. "Are you serious?" she says with a deadpan look. What? "We're in Myersdale. Like, first of all, we don't get rideshare apps out here. And secondly, we're in Myersdale," she repeats with emphasis. "Literally everything is in walking distance," she says with a small laugh. "I'm supposed to walk in these booths?" "It's not that far," she waves off dismissively while smiling and shaking her head at me. We exit her apartment and begin to walk to the party, leaving our apartment building behind. So, I begin, whose house are we even going to? Lenore looks at me and smiles. As she was about to open her mouth and reply, someone to our left suddenly shouted at us. "Addie, baby, we gotta stop meeting like this." Is this fate? Isaiah. We all walk inside the house together, or in better terms, the mansion. Seriously, this place was huge. Music was blasting all around us, and there were so many people that it was almost hard to move around. Isaiah lazily has his arms slung across my shoulder as if we've known each other for years, whilst chatting away with Lenore, whom he actually has known for years. Turns out, pretty much everyone knew everyone in this town except me. I glance around the enormous place we entered and admire the marvelousness of it all. This place looked expensive, and as I skim my eyes across the walls, I see numerous photographs of wolves. What the hell? My thoughts are instantly cut off as someone suddenly shoves a red Solo cup into my hand, filled to the brim. I glance at the stranger standing before me, and I know immediately I'm not familiar with this person at all. I stare at the man and begin to check him out slyly. He has a short buzz cut and brown hair, paired with an incredibly athletic build. Before he notices me checking him out, I extend my hand to him. "Addie," I tell the stranger with a small smile. "Hollis," he says while shaking my hand. "Is Addie short for something? I've never heard of it before." "It's beautiful," he continues while bringing his lips to my hand. I push down the urge to giggle. "It's Adina." Seems too formal to me, I reply with a shrug while bringing my hand back down to my side. Isaiah quickly interrupts our conversation and jokingly tells Hollis to stop flirting with me because he has dibs. I laugh and tell them I'm going to get a new drink, as I had already finished the first one I was given. Once I return, I turn to talk to Hollis as I notice Lenore and Isaiah are in a separate conversation and laughing. "So, Hollis, do you live here? Or do you know who does?" "This place is pretty amazing," I say while peering my eyes around the place again. Hollis looks at me and smiles. "Actually, I do. Well, me and a bunch of people. This is our pack house." "Like a frat house?" That's cool. I was thinking about joining a sorority too, I say. How is the Greek life on campus? Hollis suddenly looks uncomfortable, like he regrets what he said. Looking around uneasily, Hollis almost seems to squirm on the spot. He starts. Hey guys. What are you doing? Isaiah suddenly says between the two of us. It was like he knew precisely when to come. Huh. Nothing. Let's play beer pong. Hollis says while looking at me hopefully. I turn to him, smiling, and while shaking my head, I let him know how horrible a beer pong player I really am. He waves me off and says, I'm sure you're not that bad. I really am. Let's find out. After a few rounds of beer pong, I'm pretty out of it. Lenore and I have already taken 50 different selfies, and I've had a few drinks. Amidst my fog, I turn to Lenore, who is texting one of her exes. I need some fresh air, I say while slowly examining the front and back of my hand. Why are hands attached to our bodies? I swear I'm tripping out right now. Lenore basically completely ignores me, and she's suddenly venting on her phone to one of the poor gentlemen she had been texting. I quickly stand and begin swaying as I walk toward the front door of the mansion we are currently in. I notice many people have dispersed, though there are still quite a few couples dancing to the music. Get a room. I shout hazily towards one of the couples whilst giggling and exiting the house. I stumble down the driveway and start walking down the dimly lit road. I can barely keep my eyes open before I literally smack right into someone or a few someones. The person in front of me suddenly grows 3 more heads, and I have to blink to adjust. Okay, there is only one head now. Sorry about that, I say with a slight frown. I'm pretty messed up right now. Don't touch me, human, the person in front of me snaps venomously. I try to make out the rest of their face, but it's too dark and I'm too disoriented. Human? What? Yeah, you heard me. Now back away before I make you. They shout at me. My jaw dropped as I realized I had said my thoughts aloud, and without a second thought, I turned around and walked away. That was so weird. Right before I entered the house again, I turned to look down the street where the stranger had just been. I squint my eyes as I can see the figure walk even further down, although it looks more like a giant dog now. I shrug it off and blame it all on the alcohol I've consumed. Walking into the house, I quickly find my new friends and see that Lenore has fallen asleep on one of the couches. Isaiah picks her up gently and turns to me, telling me he is going to take her back to her apartment and that I should come too. Glancing at the clock, I see that it's getting late and ultimately decide to join him. On the short walk back to our apartments, I chose not to tell Isaiah about the stranger I had encountered down the street. Bidding Isaiah and Lenora goodnight, I enter my apartment, and they both go into hers. I thought nothing of it, as I knew they were good friends and decided to drink some water before getting ready to go to sleep. Once I was settled into my bed, wearing just a large t-shirt, I didn't realize how thin the walls between all of us are, and how good friends they were. Currently, I can clearly hear Lenore through the walls. Although there was a hallway between us, it was pretty evident what was happening inside her apartment. I grabbed 2 pillows on my bed and shoved them against my face and ears, aiming to drown out the noise that was happening inside her bedroom and now inside my head. It didn't do much to muffle the sounds coming through the walls. After another few minutes had gone by, I decided to go outside to settle my raging headache. Everything is heightened right now, and even the slightest sound isn't helping. I lazily climb out of bed and leave my apartment in the same attire I was going to fall asleep in. I didn't want to interrupt whatever was going on inside between Lenore and Isaiah. Locking my apartment, I started softly padding down the hallways of our apartment building. As I drift farther down, it becomes a lot harder to hear them. I instantly relax once I step outside into the fresh air. This is much better. It was quiet, and all I could hear were soft cricket noises. I close my eyes and inhale. This was a lot different from the noise I was unintentionally listening to, which admittedly left me quite flustered. All too suddenly, I'm still slightly swaying. When my eyes close, I feel like I'm on a rocking boat. Yep, I'm still spinning. I quickly open my eyes and adjust to the lights around me. I need to walk so I can sober up. I walk along a small path that I only just noticed now, located not too far from my apartment building. As I'm slowly walking and trying to steady myself, I instantly know there is someone near me. My heart begins racing in my chest as I felt safe enough to walk along this path moments ago. I lowered myself down to pick up a stick, clutching it to my chest and peering around the forest I was in. This is what I will use to protect myself. I confidently stand, clear my throat, and begin to announce my presence. I know you're here. I have a weapon on me, and I suggest you leave me alone, I say with a slightly shaky voice. Almost instantaneously, someone clears their throat behind me. I jump slightly and turn around. The man grabs my stick as I turn around and snaps it in two. I'm too stunned to muster a sentence, and the stranger in front of me cocks a slight eyebrow. And how is a stick going to protect you? The man says with a slight chuckle at the end. We hadn't made any skin contact, but the way he was looking at me certainly made it feel like we did. Before I could reply, I was starstruck by whoever was in front of me. Out of every single person I have encountered in Myersdale, this is by far the most attractive man I have ever seen. In fact, this man is the most attractive person I have ever met. My eyes skim over his entire face, starting from his jet black hair to sparkling brown eyes, then his perfect nose and lips. At this point, it's obvious I'm checking him out, but I'm so distracted I could hardly care. I continue gazing at his face, and I'm pretty sure my jaw actually dropped once I saw his body, which God himself must have sculpted. He was the most muscular man I have ever seen, alongside tall legs that stretched farther than mine ever could. I meekly gaze back up at him and notice his expression is almost as awestruck and mirrored as mine. Without warning or hesitation, the man in front of me mutters something along the lines of mate, but I wasn't quite sure, as suddenly I was doubled over and vomiting all over his shoes. Chapter 4. I woke with a start. I was back in bed and in my apartment. What happened? Was that man a dream? The small amount of remaining vomit that was crusted onto my discarded shirt said otherwise. I feel like crying. I turn to my phone and groan when the red battery sign appears. I find my charger and struggle to get it into the outlet. I wait for it to charge, and my head pounds from the illumination of my phone finally turning back on in my hands. The light makes me squint and hold the phone away. 6:45 a.m. flashes across the screen. Shoot. How is the morning already? I saunter to the kitchen when I suddenly realize I have class in a couple of hours. I replay the events of last night in my head. It's like an investigation as I try to piece everything together. Okay. Firstly, I went for a walk and I met that man. That beautiful man. And then I vomited on his shoes. The next moments are where my memory fails. I vaguely remember Isaiah appearing from almost out of nowhere and dragging me home. Did he know that man? I think to myself as I sit with my hands in my lap. He and Lenore must have finished soon after I left, to have been walking past. Lenore. I exit my apartment after grabbing a quick robe. I knock on her door to make sure she is okay, and of course, I'm greeted with a bright smile. I'm completely astounded by her ability not to be hungover. She assures me she's fine and that she and Isaiah were having fun. Yeah, it sounded like you were having a lot of fun. I giggle at her. She instantly starts gushing at me. It was so much fun. Just wait until you have sex with a WER. With a what? I ask, as she had stopped her sentence suddenly. A football player, she snaps quickly. They have amazing stamina from all that practice. She laughs before claiming she has to get ready and turning back into her apartment. I shrug it off and return to my apartment to do the same thing. The hot water runs down my back as I stand in the shower. I hope I never have to see that man again, despite his attractiveness. Embarrassment courses through me. My cheeks heat up even though there is no one there to witness this horror. I quickly step out of the shower by turning the handle. I would do anything to remove all traces of last night from my mind. The kettle rings in my ear, and I snap it off. I really don't have the capacity to listen to that annoying ringing. I sit down with my fresh cup of green tea after I have managed to shower. Even after I gulp down the cup, my throat feels coarse from throwing up. Yuck. The clock indicates it's 8:47 a.m. Shoot. I was in the shower for way longer than I thought. I have ancient history at 9:15 a.m. I curse myself for choosing an elective with such an early start time. I trudge to campus in sweats because I have no time to change. Lenore was right when she said everything is within walking distance, so I don't even bother taking the bus. Finding my class takes a lot of concentration. The sea of people quickly becomes disorienting, and I pass what seems like hundreds of doors before I find room 103A. Finally, I chose a seat near the front of the class, as I always have been a bit of a teacher's pet, and that wasn't going to stop now, just because I was in university. Someone abruptly sits down beside me, and I'm a little shocked by the room's emptiness. They could have chosen to sit anywhere else. They turn to face me. Hi, I'm Myra. I smile, glad someone is already being friendly. Myra has the same sharp features as many people in this small town. Addie, I retort casually. Her eyes scan my face and quickly drop to my chest. She looks at the pendant on my neck and lowly questions me. Are you one of them? I blink, unknowing how to respond. My eyebrows furrow together in confusion. I try to wipe the stupid look off my face. I'm sorry, one of what? Never mind. Myra quickly dismisses and then picks up her stuff, moving to the back of the classroom. For some reason, tears threaten to spill out of my eyes. I am reminded of last night when someone called me a human. I shiver and try to choke my feelings down. I convince myself that it's because this town isn't used to newcomers. I flip through my laptop. I read the syllabus online and found out this course is taught by Professor Allan, the university's youngest teacher. As the classroom fills, everyone chats and is distracted until a sudden silence falls. From the back door, in walks the professor. His presence almost has an aura of power. Everyone in the class almost seems to bow their heads to him before continuing on with their conversations in a more hushed manner. I shake it off and blame it on the slightly blurry vision my hangover has given me. When Professor Allan turns around, I almost choke on my own spit. It's the same man from last night. Horror strikes me. I cower into my seat. Why did I choose to sit in the front? I curse myself under my breath. I need to apologize. I stand up, my legs shaking. I have to wipe the sweat from my hands onto my pants. I tuck my hair behind my ears as I approach him. He sees me as soon as I stand up. His eyes pierce into me. He looked almost as shell-shocked as I was, although he quickly hid it. I get close enough so that no one else in the room could hear my sob apology. I open my mouth and I am cut off. Glad to see you're dressed appropriately today. My mouth gapes open. I am so sorry, I flush anxiously. The heat travels from my cheeks to my entire body. I have never been more ashamed in my whole life. I had almost forgotten that last night I only had a t-shirt barely covering me. The alcohol had made me feel warm. I was at a party, sir, and I just needed fresh air. I didn't know where I was going. I ramble until a hand comes up, indicating that I be silent. It is time for class to begin, Miss Hayes. I sit back down in my seat like a robot. He knew my name. I don't remember telling him my name last night, but a lot of last night is blurry. I hardly listen to anything he says in class because I am more mesmerized by the way his lips move when he speaks. The odd time our eyes meet, and it feels like time has stopped. I only catch the last bit of the lecture when he's talking about an assignment. The slide on the board reads, 1,500-word essay on lycanthrope local history. Due, September 14th. My first assignment is due a week from today. I guess I really did pick a hell of an elective. I run through the syllabus as Professor Allan talks about the specifics of the assignment. No unit on mythical creatures is mentioned. The class is dismissed, and I get the courage to go up to him again. Professor? It is the quickest moment, but I see the slightest hint of annoyance on his face caused by what I have said. You can call me Klayden, he replies. I squirm a little bit, as I feel a bit uncomfortable. I don't like to refer to teachers by their first names, but I guess he is awfully young to be a professor. Maybe he doesn't like being so formal. I really am sorry about last night. And I also have a question about the assignment, I say with as much confidence as I could muster in our awkward and particular situation. His silence is taken as an indication that I should continue. He is packing his things while I talk. I looked through the syllabus, and there is no unit on mythical creatures, so I was just wondering what the relevance this assignment has to an ancient history class. I stop talking when his head snaps up at my words. He walks towards me but abruptly stops. His face grimaces as if he is restraining himself. His face then turns hard, impassive. Werewolves have much more to do with history than you think. Just do the assignment and don't question me again. He starts to leave, and right before the door closes behind him, he stops it with his hand and turns back. Miss Hayes, I wouldn't get drunk like that again if I were you. His face is soft, but none of that softness can be detected in his voice. His tone is complex and almost threatening. I am left alone in the classroom, stunned. It is only when other kids start filling in for the next class that I realize I hadn't moved. I grab my stuff and walk out, my brain going 1,000 miles per hour. Chapter 5. A few days had passed since I had seen Klayden Allan. Or Professor Allan. Or Klayden. Shoot. I didn't know what to call him. The first class I had with him had been on Monday, and today was Wednesday. I was looking forward to today. I was itching to talk to him again. His voice was stuck in my mind like a melody, and his face plagued all of my dreams. All I could think about was his jet black hair and his lips kissing me all the way from my neck to my. Okay. I need to focus and get a handle on myself. I have his class twice a week, and finally, as today rolled around, I would be able to see him again. Although the content he was teaching was boring, the view certainly was not. Gross. I sound like a giddy schoolgirl with a crush. But maybe I was. I saunter into the classroom with newly acquired confidence and take a seat in the middle of the room. This felt like a safe enough distance from him where I couldn't embarrass myself, but I still could enjoy the view that was him. Most of the student body arrived around the same time I did, so I was stuck sitting next to a random boy and, unexpectedly, Myra once again. Although our last meeting was rough and confusing, she had made her way over to me. We began talking as if our previous encounter didn't end so strangely, and suddenly, any doubt I had about her evaporated from my mind. She seems like a really down-to-earth girl, with her red hair as bouncy and as light as her personality. Small talk came easily between us, and I couldn't stop laughing at the small jokes she made. As last time, the conversation throughout the class died down immediately when a strong presence entered our classroom. I didn't have to glance up to know what caused it, yet I felt almost compelled to do so. Almost instantly, our eyes meet. His gaze almost darkens under my heated gaze, and I have to tear my eyes away from his. I glance down at my laptop and pretend to be doing something on it. Be still, my beating heart. My heart was racing, and I had no idea why he made me feel the strangest of ways. I look up again, and to my relief, he is starting his lecture. Throughout the 3-hour lecture, I couldn't help but be interested in everything he was saying. The words he spoke, with such riveting passion, were exciting. I looked around and saw a few of the females around me wistfully eyeing him, probably thinking the same thing I did. I frowned, but it wasn't my place to say anything. I mean, he wasn't mine. However, I found myself fiddling with my fingers whenever his eyes quickly glanced towards mine. Whenever they did, he would soon look in any direction but mine. Is he avoiding me? I thought with a sudden dread. Once he had announced that the lecture was over, the crowd began to leave the room. As I was hastily packing things up, he suddenly asked a student to stay behind to discuss something. That student is me. I begrudgingly trekked over to him, and he gestured for me to take a seat beside his desk. Complying, I took the seat next to him while he mirrored my actions. May I ask what this is about? I said as softly as I could. I really just wanted to get out of here, away from his heated gaze. Well, this isn't my first year teaching at Myersdale University, and I've lived in this town for a very long time. I wanted to see how the new girl was doing. How are you settling? No one comes to Myersdale without me knowing about it, he says in a teasing manner. I couldn't help but think there was a slight truth to his words, as I noticed many people slightly cowering around him. I mean, the way this man is built is intimidating enough as is. I'm doing great, actually. I've already met a couple of people that I can see myself being friends with for a long time, and I'm super happy about that, I say to him while biting my lip. His eyes zero in on my lips, and his eyes slightly darken. I gulp, and his eyes follow the slow movement all the way down my throat. Abruptly standing, he turns around and inhales deeply. I cast his back a sideways glance, not knowing what to do within this moment. Almost as if he feels my eyes boring into his muscled back, he turns around with a smile. That's really great to hear. Well, if you need someone to talk to or anything, I'm just an email away. What, I can't get your number? I said teasingly. Instantly, our atmosphere changes. I try not to cringe at my own stupidity. This isn't some stranger to hit on. This is my teacher. Heir, he looks like he's stumbling to find the right words. That wouldn't be appropriate at all, Adina. I'm your teacher. He looks almost pained to say it. I frown and apologize profusely, understanding completely and aiming to ensure he knew I was joking. Not looking impressed, he stalks away and bids me a good day, but not before reminding me to do my homework on lycanthropy. This is the second time he has left me standing alone in his classroom, with my brain filled with a million things. The one that stuck out in my mind was how melodic my name came, brushing off his tongue as if he was made to say it. I quickly shake the thoughts from my mind and decide to call up Lenore to hang out. Exiting the classroom, I reach into my jeans pockets and grab my phone. I quickly pull up Lenore's contact and call her. She answers after 2 rings. What's up, she says while I can hear her noisily chewing on some food. I'm bored and just finished class for the rest of the day. Let's go do something? Maybe you can show me around Myersdale, I ask with a casual shrug. It was no big deal if she had other plans. Yes! She instantly perks up. Come over right now and we can go. We hang up the phone, and I begin my walk over to her place. Once I get to our apartment building, I put my things in my apartment, then walk over to hers. As I'm about to knock on her door, she opens it before my hand even makes contact. It's like she could almost hear me coming. We smile brightly at each other, and then we both make our way outside the building. We begin walking at a brisk pace, and I'm slightly pacing to keep up. Lenore chuckles at my movements as she slows her stepping down. Sorry about that, she tells me while glancing at me through her peripheral vision. I'm not used to having to slow down to keep up with people. I lightly laugh at her small confession, and then I almost freeze when I see where she is taking me. To the path I met him on. Are you okay? Lenore looks at me worriedly. Like, you look like you've literally seen a ghost. It kind of feels that way, I say with a slightly grim expression. She narrows her eyes at my answer, but seemingly decides not to press me on the subject. We begin walking down the path, and I glance around. Some of the forestry looks vaguely familiar, before I puked and passed out. We continue walking silently for a few minutes until Lenore completely cuts off my thinking with her hasty questioning. Okay, you've got to tell me. The anticipation is killing me. You've been here for less than a week. What could have happened? I sigh, knowing I have to answer Lenore's dreaded and incessant questioning. I go on to tell her all about Klayden, from the way he looks to the way he acts. I decided to leave out his name and the part that he was my teacher, and once I had finished, she looked more than excited. Wow! Tell me you're going to go for it, Lenore says while waving her eyebrows suggestively. I mean, I'm no prude or anything. But I literally just moved here. Plus, he's my teacher, which is a big no. No matter how badly I would enjoy entertaining the idea of me and me, I know it could never happen. I decide only to tell Lenore that it could never happen between me and him, and she replies with a small sigh. As we were on the topic of relationships, I felt now was as good a time as any to ask her about Isaiah. So, I begin. You and Isaiah, huh? I feel like that could have been mentioned between us. Oh, girl. You got it all wrong. Isaiah is just a friend. A friend who gives you benefits? I say with a chuckle. She instantly blushes. Well, it's not what you think. He and I like to have casual fun, but we don't make it into a thing. We have a lot of pent-up energy, okay? And we're both waiting for the right person, Lenore says with an almost wistful sigh. She turns to face me. Oh my goddess. You and him should totally hook up. It would take all your energy away from the tall, dark stranger. Oh my goddess? I furrow my eyebrows together in confusion. Who said God wasn't a woman? Lenore replies with one eyebrow cocked. I shrug, as I have no retort. She isn't wrong. Thinking back to what she had just previously stated, I instantly began shaking my head. No, Lenore. Isaiah is my friend. Plus, he's hooking up with you. That's kind of weird. I wouldn't feel weird about it, but I understand how you feel. Just knowing Isaiah wasn't meant for me wouldn't make me jealous of you and him, she exclaims. I shrug at her reasoning. Meant for her? I decide not to delve into it, and we continue on the path. Once we make it into the small town and heart of Myersdale, my breath is once again taken away by the sight before me. The way the people are all walking around, and how cute this village really was. Lenore had shown me around for quite a while. She pointed out regular bars, stores, and even the local library. I paid full attention to her, wanting to get to know my new home for the next few years. The tour wasn't too long, as Myersdale wasn't made up of too much. After it all, we decided to stop by the local bar and have a couple of drinks. Walking into the bar, which Lenore says is also favorably known as Claws, the bell chimes. It doesn't look too crowded, but I do notice that Isaiah and Hollis are actually here. They are both lounging near a pool table with a drink in their hands. Lenore and I instantly begin to walk over. Well. Look what the dog dragged in, Isaiah jokes while shooting both me and Lenore a smile. I smile back at him and our eyes meet. I feel awkward, but don't show it. My smile doesn't falter one bit. Almost as if he can hear my thoughts, Isaiah shoots me a wink and offers to buy me a drink. I gratefully accept, and we all start playing pool together. As we are all joking about, I 100% know I wouldn't want anything more than a friendship with Isaiah. I'm new here, and I'm not about to ruin any of my budding friendships. Isaiah and Hollis introduce me to a few of their friends, and I learn that they all live together in the pack house. Apparently, it's just a fancy word for the mansion we partied at, although I'm not entirely convinced it's not really a fraternity house. I meet a handful of people. Most of us introduce ourselves and shake hands. A lot of the guys stare at my neck as if looking for something. I don't think they were looking for anything specific, but I couldn't be sure. I even asked one of them, named Cade, what they were looking at. He merely chuckled and told me they were looking to see if I was taken. I'm not sure how my neck would let them know, but I laugh at his reply. He's gotta be joking. Some of the men had girls almost glued to their sides, both looking attached at the hip and utterly infatuated with each other. I had to look away, fearing that the jealousy I had would be noticeable on my face. Isaiah came up to me later through the night and put his arms around my waist. He leaned in beside me and whispered in my ear. Want something like that? He wagged his eyebrows suggestively. I scrunched up my nose in disgust. That's a gross way to put it. I turned around to face him, effectively getting him out of my grasp. You're so gross, I say with a smile and a slight shake of my head. But you love it. Okay, come on, he says while tugging me toward the single group of men now playing another round of pool. He pushes me in their direction, and a couple stare at me. I decided right there that I should have fun too. I mean, this is university and I'm an adult now. I'm going to let loose for the night. I stare at a few of the guys and quickly make eye contact with Cade. He's smirking in my direction and is not hiding the fact that he's blatantly checking me out. Here goes nothing. Cade and I are in the bathroom. I'm pushed up against the wall. His hands are at my waist and he's kissing me from my face to my neck. My weak spot? He travels upward, nibbling on my ear. I bring his face toward mine, crushing our lips together. He kisses me aggressively, and I begin to recoil. Just as I'm about to push him away, suddenly someone barges into the bathroom. I swear the door almost broke open, with the amount of force used to open it. Breathing almost as heavily as I was, I turned to face the one person I had least expected to be at Claws. Professor Klayden Allan. And if looks could kill, I would be 6 feet under. Chapter 6. It feels like less than a second before I lie on the floor, my head harshly slamming against the nearest stall. Cade is across the bathroom with a man, who I have assumed is Klayden, looming over him. I could feel a pain in the back of my head. Ouch! My hand instinctively reaches up and touches where I can feel the source of pain. Blood drips from my fingers as I pull my arm in front of my face to examine. I shudder at the sight before coming to my senses. I can hear Klayden yelling at Cade. Most of it is coming in cut-off sentences as I'm still adjusting to everything around me. The shouting hasn't stopped. I hear a multitude of things. Don't you ever. My head pounds. How dare you? I feel fuzzy. She's mine. My hearing is also fuzzy, but I swear I can hear the sound of bones crunching as Klayden hits a submissive-looking Cade. I flinch hard every time I hear his fists slamming down. I begin to crawl towards them, and I cry out, "Stop. Klayden, please." I reach out to grab Klayden's shoulder in an attempt to stop his next swing, and as soon as my hand makes contact with his skin, he recoils and stops almost instantaneously, as if I have shocked him. His dark eyes reach mine, and it's like he forgets that Cade is in the room. Concern and worry flash across his face when he realizes that I'm hurt, although right now I'm caught up in his beauty for a fleeting moment, and he reaches out for my face. "Adina," he whispers. I shake myself out of this trance and push past him. I hover over Cade, unsure of how to help. He is unconscious and blood covers most of his face, but I'm hopeful when I see the shallow rise and fall of his chest. The tip of his nose is turned to the side, and his eye is starting to swell, turning a dark shade of purple. I avoid touching him, as I don't want to cause more pain. A hand grabs my wrist, and I turn back to see Klayden looking deadly in more ways than one. Isaiah bursts in and seems not surprised by the lack of a door, which now barely hangs on its hinges. Isaiah briefly locks eyes with Klayden before turning to Cade. "Poor bastard," he mutters as he drags Cade's limp body out of the room. My wrist is still being tightly held, and I try to shake it off. Oh my God, where is he taking him? You almost killed him. What is wrong with you? My protests stop when I am lifted into the air, my breath catches, and I'm immediately knocked out when I'm pushed down onto a counter. "Adina, calm down, I need to see your head." Klayden's voice almost demands my silence as I let him part my hair at the back of my head. "Shit, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to push you that hard, I just couldn't stand the sight of him touching what is mine," he says as he gently prods at the cut. "Yours? You have got to be kidding me." Unexplained anger pushes through me, and I slap his hands away from my head. I jump off the counter but recognize my mistake. I have to steady myself using the side of a sink. A part of me feels violated. I don't belong to anyone, but another part of me welcomes the idea of being wanted by him. I finally get a good look at my professor as I hold myself up while refusing his hand. His casual dress attire suddenly takes me aback. Joggers hang from his hip, and a tight t-shirt hugs every dip in his muscles. His chest puffs out like a born leader. His hair sticks up as he seems to have run his hands through it many times anxiously. It makes it look like he had just gotten out of bed. I drag my eyes down his body one more time. Not a bad look on him, and I wouldn't mind seeing him in bed. I curse myself silently. How do I let myself think about these things? How do you not feel it? He retaliates, taking a step towards me. I counter by taking a step backwards, still wary of how possessive he seems to be over me. Feel what? I glance up when I notice I have been staring at his feet. He reaches out for my face, and this time I let him touch me. The back of his hand gently stroked my cheek. This. He leans down, gently caressing the side of my face. While he touches me, he looks down at my lips. My breathing quickens as I can't believe I'm really in this situation. Cade has completely left my mind, and I now stand with my teacher in a bar bathroom. I bite my lip, self-conscious of his gaze. His eyes watch my every move like a hawk about to pounce on its prey. By the goddess Adina, don't do that. I'm already struggling to restrain myself, he says with a strained expression on his face. My eyes must give away my confusion. Klayden's words are swimming in my head, and I'm struggling to make sense of anything. His hand snaps away from me, and his face becomes terrifying swiftly. His eyes have darkened, and he gets that same look that says, "I could destroy you." I know what's coming. He is going to leave me here again with no explanation, like always. I refuse to look like a fool for the third time. I take my chance and I start backing towards the non-existent door. I see his expression change to something I have never seen. Surprise. I turn and run. I slide against my apartment door after slamming it shut. I'm tired from running, and my quick breathing suddenly turns into deep sobs. I'm not thinking straight, and my head hurts. I do what any college student would do. I grab my laptop. The time clock glows 4:27 a.m. I find myself on the drop classes page, and I hover my mouse over ancient history as I blow my nose into a tissue. Seeing the description bar with the professor's name makes me almost burst into tears again. My professor saw me intimately with a boy in a bar bathroom. That has got to be a new one. How on earth am I supposed to face this man for the rest of the year? I think that maybe I'm not built for university, or perhaps I'm not built for Myersdale. I decided to write an email to Clay. No. Professor Allan. It explains why I'm going to drop his class, because I feel as if I owe him at least that much. Dear Professor Allan, I regret to inform you that I have taken a further look at the course syllabus and have deemed that I really have no interest in any aspect of history. Also, I still do not understand the homework assignment about werewolves. I have decided to drop your class, and I am sorry for any inconvenience I have caused. Sincerely, Adina Hayes. I type in frustration, unable to understand my own feelings. As soon as I hit send, I hear a knock on my door. I jumped at the sound. Whoever was there was completely unexpected. Addie, are you home? It's me, Lenore. I scrunch my face up in silent irritation and debate actually answering the door this late. I decide that I need some space from everyone, which unfortunately includes my best friend across the hall. Lenore goes away after a minute of waiting, and then I hear a familiar ping on my laptop. I have an email from Klayden. What is he doing up so late? I do not think dropping my class is wise, Miss Hayes. I would reconsider in the morning. Instead of complaining about the assignment, maybe you should take this time to do it. K. P.S. Go to bed. I groan at his response, almost glaring at the words glowing from my laptop. Who does he think he is? I go back to the drop classes page and click unenroll. Perfect. I smile in satisfaction before it is quickly wiped from my face. Request denied pops up on my screen. What could give this man so much power that he could block me from dropping his class? It had to be him. This new mystery and sudden confusion make me change my plan of attack. I want to know more. I type into the search bar. Lichens. Chapter 7. After successfully researching a ton of information about lycanthropy, I feel absolutely unconfident in my knowledge about them. This is because the information regarding it all was kind of contradictory. It just didn't make sense. I was surprised by the lack of information, and I decided to go to sleep. I'm planning to visit the library Lenore showed me on our previous tour in the morning. Changing into something more comfortable to sleep in, I jump into my bed under the duvet and close my eyes. The last thing I hear before I fall asleep is the faint sound of sorrowful howling. Peeling my eyes open in the morning, I sit up and stretch out the length of my body. The clock read 10:37 a.m., so I quickly hopped into the shower to begin the rest of my day. Once I am completely ready, after struggling to get the few knots out of my hair, I exit my apartment. As I am locking my door, a small tapping on my shoulder has me jumping. Oh shoot! I lightly screech. My heart pumps rapidly in my chest at the intrusion. Relax, it's just me. My heart stops pounding in my chest, and slowly the rhythm returns to normal once I turn around. Lenore is facing me with a warm smile that is always so contagious. I instantly smile back, although it drops as I soon recall last night's events at Claw's. Is Kate okay? What the hell happened? I ask Lenore, trying to make sense of it all. Her eyebrows raise, and she's standing in front of me as if I'm a crazy person. Girl, Kate is like, fine. She lightly gives my shoulder a slight squeeze. Just a few scrapes and bruises, that's all. You know how guys can be, she shrugs nonchalantly. Right away, I begin shaking my head. No, Lenore. I watched it all happen last night. He had broken bones, and he should be being treated in a hospital right now. I couldn't believe what Lenore was saying. I had seen him myself. Klayden had really done quite the number on him, although I still couldn't make sense of why. Lenore dismissed my claims and told me she had to get going to class. Even though I wasn't getting the answers I wanted from her, I let her go and decided I should probably get the research on local lycanthropes done now too. Saying goodbye, I exited our apartment building and ventured off to the Myersdale Library. Once I had arrived, I briskly walked up to the old lady sitting at the desk located in the front of the small building. Slightly clearing my throat to capture her attention, I began to smile at her. The short, gray-haired, plump woman had her attention almost completely enthralled by a book in her hand. Once I successfully had her attention, she briefly glanced up in my direction. She then looked down at the book again, as if deciding whether to continue reading or to help me was more important to her. Fortunately, she chose the latter. "What can I do for ya, honey?" The older woman had a minor southern accent, which I had not heard from anyone since arriving in Myersdale. She narrowed her eyes at me, almost assessing me. Honestly, I was beginning to feel a bit uncomfortable. "I need to research a few sources you have on a specific subject. My professor is making us do a paper on local lycanthropy," I said with a half smile and a roll of my eyes. The older woman, whose name I now know as Mara from the name tag on her shirt, instantly perked up at my sentence. "Lycanthropy, you say?" She narrowly questioned whilst giving my entire body a once-over. I started to squirm under her judgmental gaze. "Well then, right this way," she bellows and starts to walk in the direction of some bookshelves near the back of the building. As I was following her, I couldn't help but be amazed at all of the books around me. There must have been thousands of books of all colors and sizes, just stacked side by side. I run my finger along a few of the book spines I see on a shelf that we pass by. After the short walk, we arrive at a massive section of books. An entire section of the library seems to be dedicated to this subject, and I was shocked. "What is so vital about werewolves in this small town?" Mara turns to me. "Don't break anything. Don't make noise. Good luck." The older woman finishes her sentences cheerfully. Can someone say passive-aggressive much? I shrug at my own thoughts. Grabbing the nearest book I found, titled Myersdale Lycans, I decided to open it up. Much to my own surprise, this book about lycanthropy was based on encounters people made with werewolves in the early 1900s. Apparently, this town was full of werewolves. I look at books with similar colors and see that they date all the way back to the late 1700s, when Myersdale was an even smaller, more remote village that hadn't yet been settled. They must live in the woods. I shuddered at the thought of ever encountering such a serious beast. In some of the books, there are small drawings and scribbles of what they look like. Giant. Scary. Deadly. I begin to jot down some quick notes, in case this information could be helpful in my 1,500-word paper on local lycanthropy. I open book after book, reading about the dangers of being around a lycan, and to never run from one because they won't stop chasing you until they pounce. I stand up, aiming to find more books that could potentially yield even better information for someone like me, who literally knows nothing of the subject. I brush my hands off my pants, and my eyes start to scan the enormous amounts of books on lycanthropy in front of my face. A specific small, red book captures my attention. I frown, noticing how high up it is on the shelves. My eyes dart around me to use something as a stepping stool. Not seeing anything, I decided to take my chances and climb up. It wasn't too far up, but as I'm only around 5 feet 1 inch, it is definitely a struggle for me. I place my leg on the shelf in front of me, hoisting myself up a bit higher. My fingers reach out as far as they can to grab the dusty old book. The tips of my fingers easily brush against the spine of it, and I growl in slight frustration. Jesus Christ. I lean a bit more, and I push the book right off the shelf. It goes flying to the ground. I casually hop off the shelf and look around, hoping Mara hadn't seen or heard anything. That would not have been good. The small, red book lies on the ground upside down. It had opened because of the fall. My eyebrows furrow together as I crouch down to pick it off the floor. I gently pick it up and turn it over. What I see next causes my hands to tremble slightly, and all the blood drains from my face. It's a picture of Klayden from 1773. I gasp lightly, which then turns into a slight chuckle. If anyone had seen or heard me at this moment, they would unquestionably believe I am crazy. There is no way this is him. However, this person could be considered his doppelganger most easily. It wasn't really a picture of him, as this book is much too old to include real photographs. This was a very intricate drawing that showed every detail of his face. It was uncanny, from his jet black hair to his deadly dark eyes, the sharp jawline and light stubble. My eyes followed every stroke of the pencil in the pages, which carved his delicious body perfectly as well. The man in this drawing was wearing attire typical of the late 1700s, including a formal suit. It was worn with a waistcoat, which flattered his silhouette. It seemed to be embroidered, demonstrating the luxury of the outfit he wore. My eyes blinked as I turned the pages slowly, one by one. In all of these pages, Klayden's doppelganger was scribbled hastily in different poses. This book seemed more like a personal diary or journal. There were lots of those sitting around here, but this one was different. The man inside this journal would be looking away in some pages, crouched down in others, and walking away even in one of them. The last one I saw made my blood run cold. There was a picture of him on one page, with an arrow pointing to the next. A bunch of question marks had been written under both erratically. It was a drawing of a lycanthrope. My brain was firing away, and the thoughts that were running through my mind were outrageous. What was this person insinuating? Needing to know more, I grabbed more books from the top shelf. I had to hop onto the shelf and stretch as far as I possibly could to reach them again, and I did so without thinking. About 4 of them ended up landing on the ground aggressively, but that wasn't my biggest concern right now. I delved deep into the information in front of me with the numerous books in my lap. I must have been there for hours. I was reading about stories of men turning into beasts. The scribbles in these books described the process of agony, which had bones breaking and men screaming in pain. My fingers brushed against the drawing of a man wailing in pain upon a forest ground. The pain etched onto his face had me almost blinking away unshed tears. Was this what local lycanthropy entailed? So far, I had read all about men changing into beasts. From the numerous journals I had read, the process seemed anything but graceful. I wonder who could write about such a process. I then opened a light purple book titled The Moon Goddess. Chapter 8. My printer hummed, and I could hear the pages of my essay being ejected from it. My brain was swimming with images of werewolves, and I felt like I was suffocating. Words seemed to float behind my eyes. All this research almost had me convinced that these creatures existed at one point. Something nags at me, and images of Klayden continuously pop up in my mind. I go over to my backpack and pull out the small red book inside. I wasn't allowed to check it out. In fact, most items from that section of the library were private and prohibited from being taken outside the library's walls. So I did what anyone would do in that scenario. I had to pretend to be using the washroom to sneak it into my bag. I'm only borrowing it. I begin to feel the soft edges of the cover and look for any indication of the artist's name on it. I place it down on the kitchen table with a sigh, unable to find anything. My room suddenly became silent as the printer stopped whirring. I organized the papers. The top page read, Myersdale, the theorized home of the moon goddess and creation site of the lycanthrope species. At the sight of the paper, a surge of anger went through me. I wanted to tear it to pieces. Hours of my hard work that now seem worthless. I really should have been researching Klayden. God, why does he intrigue me so much? My actual research was beginning. I pull the ancient history syllabus up on my laptop. Office hours are listed at the top. Fridays, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Guess I'll have to pay him a visit tomorrow. I sit in bed with a red book and I examine each page one by one. Eventually, I find one drawing that seems to be signed. On the corner of the thick parchment page, there is a small set of initials. A.T. I don't know what to make of it, but I mark the page with a small fold in the corner. Later on that night, I fell asleep with the small red book tucked in my arms, after looking into the eyes of my professor scattered throughout the many pages. I dream about the moon goddess. I had done so much reading about her that I felt I would recognize her, but I'd been shocked by her appearance in my dream. However, the aura she gives off is unmistakable. I knew it was her. She appears to me as a mighty hunter, with a bow and arrow slung across her back. We sit together in a meadow, the moonlight our only light. We sit in silence. She doesn't speak until I ask her my most pressing question. Why did you create these monsters? I say softly, still entranced by her powerful aura. These werewolves. I am a slave to the moon, and it can be so lonely at night. She speaks as if picking each word carefully before speaking. I'm mesmerized with every word. Her voice makes my insides warm, as if the words are drenched in liquid gold. As if I snapped out of a trance, her ringing words finally resonated through me. Her answer actually catches me by surprise. She continues. The first one I made was my favorite, but his fate is not with me. It's with you, she whispers hoarsely. My brain swims. How can I get a headache in my own dream? I know what you are thinking, but I assure you that they aren't as bad as you think, Adina. I can feel myself starting to wake up as the edges of the meadow are shrouded in a bright white light. The goddess takes my hand. I cannot come with you. I have to stay here for now. A single tear rolls down her cheek as she glances at the moon. I'll see you again, Adina. This I can promise. She kisses my forehead. I wake up without an alarm clock. My dream, unlike others, is fresh in my mind. This town is turning my world into make-believe, werewolves and goddesses. I really am going crazy here. I'm feeling very anxious as I shower and lightly brush on my makeup. I try to calm my nerves as I pour coffee into my travel mug. I'm dressed nicer today. I unconsciously seem to be trying to impress my professor. I mentally scold myself. I remember to shove the small red book into my backpack at the last second, before exiting my apartment. Lenore is waiting at the bottom of my apartment building when the elevator slides open. This girl seems to be everywhere. However, I would rather do like her comforting appearance. Hey, I say as I try to catch her attention. Where are you going, girl? Lenore reaches down to hug me as if she hasn't seen me in days. To see Professor Allan, I roll my eyes. He's holding office hours, and I want to get his opinion on my assignment. I hold up the paper in my hands to show her. And I'm trying to figure out his deal. I don't say the last part out loud. Lenore snatches the assignment and peers at it. You are going to see Professor Allan to talk about werewolves? She asks and then looks at me as if it's the funniest thing she has ever heard. You really did choose an interesting topic. Honestly, I think I got too into it. I even had a dream about the moon goddess last night. I'm a little too invested, I say with a giggle. Lenore's mouth drops open, and I narrow my eyes a bit at her expression. Does she think I'm that insane? You were visited by the moon goddess? Her eyes almost pop out of her face, and she almost seems to be shaking with excitement. She hasn't been seen in 100 years. How do you know so much about it? Did you take this class last year? I am surprised by her investment in my essay. She shakes her head as if trying to get something out of her mind. You could say that. You should get going before you're late. She scolds, the elevator dings, and she rapidly clambers in, beaming like a madwoman. My walk to campus is fast. The entire time I'm thinking about what I am going to ask once I'm in his office, what double-handed questions to get information out of him. I also wanted to ask what he was doing at Claus, and why he cared that I was with Cade. What is his obsession with my staying in his class? Why had he called me his? I'm suddenly taken aback when I begin to realize that I hope the answer to all of these questions is because he likes me. I mentally slap myself for thinking about my professor that way. He made me want to be inappropriate. His intoxicating character made me want to do much worse things than what I was doing with Cade, or about to do. Cade. I meant to ask Lenore for his number. I feel so bad about what happened. I needed to apologize and make sure he was okay. Out of nowhere, and completely cutting off my train of thought, a man hits my shoulder while walking by. My coffee has spilt down my white shirt as my arm is jolted backwards. Shoot! I shout out of pure anger or frustration. Maybe both. I look down and carelessly try to swipe the stain away. I almost think about turning around and going back home, but I have just arrived at the observatory. I check my phone to make sure this is the right building, such a weird place to hold office hours. I don't give it much more thought as I find a bathroom to clean myself as much as I can. The bathroom seems to be the only room on the main level, and when I see the stairs leading to the next floor, they wind around the outside of the building. I gulp. There must be 100 stairs. Here goes nothing. I start my climb, and my palms begin to sweat. At the top, I only find one room. Is there only one room in this whole building? I glance around to make sure. The door is closed, and I don't hear any voices on the other side. I knock, and the door swings open at my light movements. No one is here, and I put my head in my hand, groaning out loud. I am such an idiot. I must be in the wrong building. I whip around once I hear someone cough behind me, and his unmistakable melodic voice rings out. We meet again, Adina. Chapter 9. Yes, I mentally curse myself at my shaking voice. Well, I'm glad you found my office location so easily. His teasing voice is dripping with sarcasm, and I can tell he's just trying to lighten the mood. He smirks at my slightly cowering expression, although I'm trying my best to hide it from him. I straighten my shoulders. Does he expect me to forget about what happened at Claw's? I suppose since we were at school now, I should do what I came here for. After that, all bets are off. I will be finding out what is going on in Myersdale. There are too many strange things happening, and I really need answers to all the questions swimming in my mind. I lick my lips and look him square in the eye. I finished my paper, and I wanted to give it to you in person. His eyebrows cock up at my statement. Oh. I nod. Well, all right then. He reaches down to grasp the papers from my fingertips. As his hand briefly touches mine, I want to crumble under his touch. As he does this, I notice he takes a step closer to my body. My breath hitches at his close proximity. I can almost feel his breath on my face. His eyes skin me over ever so quickly. They stop at my necklace. His eyes glare at the small, silver opal object. If possible, he seems to lean even closer to me. Our chests are almost touching at this point, and I don't know how my legs haven't turned to jelly. He opens his mouth to say something, but before he does, I quickly step away from his craving touch. I'll be going now, but read it over and let me know what you think. I ask him while backing away. I wanted to seem casual, but on the inside, I was screaming. I want to kiss him so badly. A couple of hours later, I'm in my room on my bed painting my toenails when my laptop dings. I quickly blow on my toes and wiggle them, hoping the nail polish won't wipe off while I check my laptop. Turning towards it, I open it up to see what was screeching for my attention. One message from Klayden Allan. My heart almost skips a beat. Relax, I mentally tell myself. I click the notification, which then directs me to my email. There it reads. Adina. I need to speak with you immediately. Please come to my office. Klayden. My eyebrows furrow together. I email him back promptly and let him know that I will be on my way to his office. Now that I know exactly where it is, it shouldn't take me too long to get there. The fact that I know where I'm going, however, is not a cure for the butterflies currently fluttering all around inside of my stomach. I don't know why I always feel this way around him. Once I arrive at his office, I can't help but tremble before knocking on the closed wooden door. I hear footsteps behind the door, hastily moving towards me, and I gulp instantly. I am currently dreading the confrontation I am about to face. Klayden abruptly opens the door, scanning me up and down once before glancing around to see if anyone was around to witness me enter his office. He silently ushers me inside. What's going on? Once I'm inside and sitting down on one of the chairs, Klayden stalks over to me with a determination I've never seen him exhibit before. What the hell was that? His icy tone sliced through the air. I almost flinched. What do you mean? He walked over to me, so he was leaning down above me, staring right into my eyes. Both his arms were on either side of me while I was sitting down in the chair. In other words, I was trapped. I mean, his words were now merely a deadly whisper. How could you possibly know the information you included in your paper? The direct quotes you put from the novel of the Moon Goddess hasn't been translated into English. He shakes his head in disbelief. I, additionally, could not believe what was coming out of his mouth as well. What do you mean? I didn't understand what he was saying. Certain books from that library were written in a now-dead language that the Moon Goddess created, he says slowly. How on earth could you have translated that? He looks away from me as if the last question he asked was more said to himself. I almost chuckle at the ridiculousness that was coming from his mouth. A hot mouth, nevertheless. Listen, we can go to the library right now and I will show you the book I was reading. Trust me, it was 100% written in English, I say gently. He reluctantly agrees, and we silently walk over to the library from his office. It was about a 15-minute walk. Although we didn't speak to each other, the silence was very comfortable, and I was grateful for it. The only time my head went a little fuzzy was when he would brush his fingertips against my hand, while we strutted side by side. Once we had arrived, I was slightly flushed from the innocent touches he had made. I look up and notice that the library is closed. Of course it was. I groan in frustration and turn to leave. Klayden gently grabs my arm and turns me back towards the door and him. What? It's closed, I say as I gesture towards the locked doors. Klayden smirks and pulls out a set of keys that were inside his pocket. My mouth gently forms the shape of an O as I'm starting to comprehend. He has a pair of library keys. He wants us to go inside the locked library. Alone. I gulp, suddenly unsure of what to do. He twists the keys in the lock, and while he does, I can't help but admire the strong muscles he has on his back. His tight shirt does nothing to hide them, and I have to clench my hands together to stop myself from reaching out and stroking them. He's literally perfect. Suddenly, the door unlocks, and he steps aside to let me enter first. I do so cautiously, as I've never been inside a library that was so dark and empty. His presence behind me is unnerving, and I try to stay at least a foot away from him. Whenever he's around, I can't think straight, and we came here with a purpose. Once we enter, I casually motion for him to follow me to the lycanthropy section. Almost as if he knows exactly where we're going, his pace mirrors mine. I swiftly notice the moon goddess book. I see that the librarian, Mara, must have placed it back on the top shelf. I grumble and am about to climb the shelves again before Klayden puts his arm in front of me to stop me. He chuckles and easily reaches the top shelf. He grabs the lightly purple book, even though I hadn't told him which one it was. My eyebrows draw together in bewilderment. He gingerly hands me the book, a soft look in his eyes. Open it, he lightly demands. There was no getting around it, and I suddenly felt nervous. Even though I believed he was crazy, I wasn't really ready to think about whether he wasn't. I gently open the book and gasp. The book bounces onto the floor, and I collapse along with it. Klayden is about to reach for me before I grab the book again and scan the contents inside. The words were not in English. They were, indeed, some ancient language that I have never seen before. How come I could see them before but not now? What is going on? I look to Klayden with a small amount of alarm. He seems sympathetic and reaches for me. This time, I don't stop him and allow him to give me a small, tender hug. I breathe in his woodsy scent and bask in the warmth his body is awarding me. He seems to relax under my touch and inhales my scent deeply. I ignore it and want to stay in this moment forever. Everything around me is making me feel crazy, but at this moment, I have never felt saner. Klayden pulls away slightly. It wasn't enough to be out of my embrace, but just enough so we could look at each other in the eye. My eyes trail over his beautiful face. His eyes keep me captivated. At this moment, I feel like I can tell him anything. Do you think the moon goddess is real? I say. He instantly smiles. I do. But that's crazy, right? My voice comes out almost pleadingly. My arms are about to drop from his, but he holds me tighter. I know now for sure because I've met you. His words are soft and filled with a small admiration. I couldn't help but blush under his gaze. He is so cheesy. Why do you say things like that? I breathe. Reality comes crashing around us like a storm. He pulls away from me and turns around. I can see the frustration radiating from him in waves. I narrow my eyes at him. I'm waiting for his reply. He growls and stalks over to me. His eyes are slightly darker than they were just moments ago, and his breathing is coming out in short pants. I take a slow step back. He steps forward, following my every step until I'm pressed against a bookshelf. Trapped. I have nowhere to run. I say things like that because he slowly drawls. It's true. What do you mean? I demand, although my form is slightly shaking. You were made for me, and I for you. His breath is right beside my ear, and I clench my eyes closed. He continues, I was made to love you. To claim you. My breath catches at the last part. I'm suddenly thinking things I shouldn't, and I can't help it. I'm imagining him claiming me in his office. Here. Feeling what his kiss would taste like. He pulls back lightly and deeply inhales. If possible, his eyes darken even more. They are almost as dark as the night. I know you want me too, Adina. I bite my lip to stop myself from moaning out loud. There's something about the way he says my name, so sensually. He leans right back down in my face and kisses from my ear to my neck in a slow way. I gasp slightly and grip his shoulders for support. Do you want me, Adina? He lightly blows onto a part of my neck that makes my knees weak. Klayden notices and gently picks me up, wrapping my legs around his waist. As he does this, I can clearly feel how hard he is, pressed right against me. He groans lightly and pushes against me a little more roughly, grinding into me. I look him straight in the eye and bite my lip. He watches my every move with hooded eyes, almost daring me to say no. Yes, I gasp as he suddenly presses harder into me. I moan out loud, running my fingers through his silky jet black hair. His eyes zero in on my lips, and he starts to lean in. His lips gently brush against mine, as if savoring every moment. I'm really breathless right now, and the movements are quickly becoming rougher. I need him. He groans as we start pressing against each other roughly. Suddenly, his tongue is licking my bottom lip, almost as if asking for permission to enter my mouth. I happily oblige, letting our tongues mix in harmony. He lightly pulls away after a minute. You taste so good, he breathes against my face. I grab his face and continue to kiss him. He leaves one hand on my hip to hold me up and gently trails the other hand a bit higher. His palm gently surrounds the side of my breast, and I push closer to him, trying to get as close as physically possible. He palms my entire breast and starts to squeeze lightly. I moan out loud at the sensations happening all over my body as his touch starts to roughen. Yes, Adina, he groans as I start to pepper small kisses down his neck. We're still moving against each other roughly, over the small fabrics of our clothes. I've never wanted to get closer more. He returns the favor and starts kissing hard on my neck. I moan in the ecstasy that accompanied his touch. After he finishes kissing my neck, he kisses all the way back to my ear. I'm panting hard, and so is he. You have no idea how badly I want you. His rasping breath resonates into my ear. I bit my lip and nodded along with him, as I couldn't help but agree. He groans, and his touch almost roughens. In the next few seconds, I realize what is actually happening. I quickly shove our lips apart. What was that? I'm panting louder than I ever have before, and his breathing matches my own. We gaze deeply into each other's eyes. He gently kisses me, then pulls away, letting me down onto my feet. I'm slightly flustered after this entire experience and don't know what to say to him. We both stare at each other, our breath still coming out in harsh pants. He looks like he's trying to control himself, and I'm just awkwardly standing here. I cross my arms and look at the floor, and then back to him. His eyes are still dark. My eyes glance down at his trousers. I can tell from just the way he stands that he's affected. He lightly scans my body up and down before biting his lip gently. We should get going, he says, and I nod in agreement. What if someone had caught us? I'm suddenly mortified by what just happened, and I want to get out of here right now. All I had brought with me was my bag, which had been on the ground. I quickly go to pick it up, but when I do, something falls out. The small red book, which happened to have numerous drawings of someone who looked like Klayden from 1773. As soon as the book touches the floor, Klayden goes to pick it up for me. As soon as he picks it up, he immediately drops it as if it burned him. The color has drained from his face as his eyes glance sideways at me. Where did you get this? Chapter 10. We silently stared at each other. Minutes went by. Eyes both narrowed toward one another. We waited for the other to break the silence. I looked at the small book that was now back in his hands. I wanted to rip it out of his grasp. It was still part of the mystery I wanted to solve. I needed to keep it for a little while longer. I decided to speak first. What do you mean? I checked it out at the library with the other book. I try to speak as innocently as possible and even feign confusion. I was never a good actor. He looks me dead in the eye. I am going to ask you one more time. Where did you get this book? He holds up the book above my head, almost in a taunting fashion. His eyes smolder, and it makes me think about kissing him again. I squeeze my thighs together at the thought, but then shake my head. I need to get rid of these thoughts. I see him look down at the involuntary action. At that moment, and only for a sharp second, he seems to lose his cool. I guess if I am being honest, I sigh. I kind of took it from the library. I cringe, waiting for his reaction. He looks angry. Stop lying to me. I take a step back from him. Did he growl at me? I am shocked at the outburst. I don't know what to say, as I had told him the truth. We made eye contact, and I could have stayed there forever, looking into the deep, dark depths that are his eyes. He looks haunted. And almost looked like he was searching for something. Klayden takes a tentative step forward. You're telling the truth. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding in. I'm relieved to know that he actually believes me, or this situation could have gone worse. I mean, the predicament we were in 10 minutes ago compared to now was very drastic. He grabs my arm and pulls me closer, closing the gap between us. I stifle a small gasp. He looms over me, leaning down to whisper in my ear. Do you know what this is? He asks, his breath lightly fanning the side of my face. If I turned my face right now, our lips would meet. I'm unsure of how to respond. He starts to play with my blonde curls as I open my mouth to say something. It looks like a bunch of drawings of you, but I know that's crazy. A dry laugh is compelled out of me. He sighs and drops my arm as if he wanted me to elaborate. As if my answer wasn't what he was truly hoping for. He skims through the pages and looks pained. His face holds a small grimace, although I can tell he's trying to hide it. More like my design. He said the words so softly I thought I had imagined hearing them. I'm not sure how to respond to such a weird statement. It made no sense, so I decided not to press the issue further. He must be joking or something. I decide to ask about the book. Come on, don't fool around. Why is it such a big deal that I have this book? Klayden doesn't hesitate in his response. It doesn't belong in this library, and most definitely does not belong with you. I watch his face become impassive. His eyes, however, stay dark. I want him to forget about the book and go back to kissing. I want him to push me up against the bookshelf again. After I get answers. Does it belong to you? Is it your great-great-great-grandfather's or something? His laughter fills the air, and I suddenly feel stupid. Did I say something wrong? No, Adina, it certainly does not. In fact, it doesn't belong to me at all. And with that, he puts the small book into his back pocket. My heart sinks. I needed that book. A deep confusion fills me, and I start to ponder what he just said. However, I'm not given much time to react before he stops my train of thought. I'll drive you home, he says, as if I had no choice in the matter. Klayden turns his back and starts walking to the door, as if I were going to follow blindly. I decide not to let him have the satisfaction. Does he think that after everything that has happened, we can ignore it all? The kissing? The confusion is absolutely suffocating. I'll walk, thanks. I shout to him as he begins walking away. I'll see you in class, I guess, I grumble. I wait for him to either continue leaving or protest my actions. I was surprised when he did neither. Instead, he just stopped. His hand is frozen on the door. He didn't even bother turning around. His voice sounds strained as he firmly says, "Please, not right now, Adina." Why not now? I sounded like a child throwing a temper tantrum. Why do you never want me to question you? Why do you act like I'm your pet? Before I could blink, I was staring at the ground. It took a minute for me to get my bearings, but when I came to, I realized I had been thrown over his shoulder. He was walking back from where we came. Maybe his car was at the observatory, where his office was located. But then it struck me. My eyes widened at my sudden strike of reality. It came crashing down on me like thunder. None of this was normal. A girl hooking up with her teacher. He is being so protective, and he insists I get in his car. What if he's a murderer? I start to pound on his back, real fear striking through me. How could I be so stupid? My parents had always warned me to be wary, but there was something so charming about him that I missed all the alarm bells. We passed no one on our walk, almost as if they knew he was coming and had stayed away. All the while, I had been screaming to be released and pounding on his back. He didn't even flinch. When we reached his car, he reached for the door handle. At that exact moment, I tried to jump out of his arms because he was distracted. He almost seemed to anticipate my move and only chuckled to himself before gripping me tighter. He wasn't going to let me go. Let me go. Please, Klayden, let me go. I begged. My heart was beating so fast that I was waiting for the moment when it would stop altogether. I was buckled in my seat before I knew it. I turned out of instinct and grabbed the handle of the car door. I shoved my body weight against it, but it wouldn't budge. Did he child lock me into the car? Images of my funeral popped through my head. Who would be the first one to notice that I'm missing? Lenore. My thoughts are cut off by him sliding into the driver's seat. An eerie silence fell over the car. Could he hear how fast my heart was pounding? I felt like I was going to be sick. I had to brace my hands against the dashboard of his vehicle. It wasn't until we were on the road that I decided I needed to distract him so I could make my move to escape. So, about Cade, have you heard about how he is doing? The atmosphere of the ride changed. Upon my question, Klayden's hands began to grip the steering wheel so hard his knuckles started to turn white. He's just fine, I wouldn't worry about it. His voice is quiet. It's almost worse than him yelling. That's what Lenore said, but it's impossible. I saw what you did to him with my own eyes. I am overseeing his face. I narrow my eyes towards him. All the blood was from superficial wounds. Cuts on the head bleed a lot, so I'm sure it looked worse than it was. His explanation seems logical, but I knew better than to believe it. I know what I saw. With a flame of small confidence, I decided to voice my thoughts. I don't understand, I start. You must have at least broken a couple of his bones. You almost killed him, I stutter, but stay strong. My eyes haven't left his face. Despite fear dripping down my back, I still find myself leaning closer to his body, intoxicated by his woodsy scent. I should have killed him, he says, deadly serious. It's these simple words that turn me away as I lean back, cowering into my seat. Killed him for what? Kissing me? I need to escape now, before he kills me, and it's too late. Adina, Cade is none of your concern. As he starts to speak again, that's when I take my chance. I grab the steering wheel and turn it as far as it can go to the right, swerving the car. Klayden's face went from deadly anger to utter shock. My only chance of escape is to stop the car somehow. If we crash, at least he's going down with me. I overestimated how much I had to turn the wheel, and we plummeted down into a ditch. The front end of the car hits the grass, and the back end swings up and over. The awful sound of metal crunching fills the air. Holy cow, I flipped the car. That is my last cohesive thought before I start to feel the effects of the impact. I look into the reflection of myself in the windows beside me, my blonde curls flying everywhere around at the impact. My head is abruptly smacked into the window, and I start to feel foggy. This wasn't the only extent of pain I had begun to feel, however. The car has stopped, and as I try to gather my thoughts to get out of here, there is simultaneously an incredible pain in my leg that makes me want to scream when I try to move it from where it was lodged. Something near my foot was keeping me trapped inside the car, and my cries were those of frustration, not so much pain. I needed to get out of here, and this was making me anxious. My heart was beating rapidly, and I could feel my head pounding like a drum. I was hanging upside down in my kidnapper's vehicle. At least I was wearing a seatbelt. My eyes start to close, and my head starts to spin in circles in my mind. I feel like I'm rocking on a boat that won't stop. The waves keep splashing around in my head, and I suddenly feel sick. I glance once more out the window of the vehicle, and with the illumination from the car lights, I see a shadowy figure making its way to my side of the car. My door is wrenched open at the same time that my eyes close involuntarily. I'm surrendering to the pounding pain, even though I'm trying my hardest to stay conscious. I feel warm arms wrap around me before I lose the sense of touch. It feels like I'm floating. That sweet melodic voice is the only thing I can comprehend, and it's filled with concern. Oh goddess, Adina, what have you done? My hearing is the last sense to go, as the dark abyss that is sleep swallows me. Chapter 11. My eyes slowly blink open, and I have to adjust them to the lights blinding me from above. How does this seriously happen to me? It's not like I'm some damsel in distress in a movie or a book. I quickly scan my surroundings and positively conclude I am neither at a hospital nor at my own apartment. I don't know where I am. I think back to the last moments I recall, and everything makes a bit more sense. With the familiar woodsy aroma all around me, and remembering the warm arms that had encased me when I fell unconscious, I knew undoubtedly I was in Klayden's home. Where it was, though, I had no idea. My head was clear of any pounding, and my leg had a small bandage wrapped around it from the crash damage, which, fortunately, was minimal. I seemed to have no broken bones, just small scrapes and scratches on my leg from being stuck inside a compartment of the vehicle. I could put bandages on them if I wanted, but I figure they will heal naturally and more quickly if they are out in the open. I felt satisfied, knowing I had survived such a traumatic event that many others probably wouldn't have. I guess it was just my Desiree to have survived such a crash without any horrifying injuries. Even though I was the one who caused the incident to occur, I think sarcastically in my head. However, for some reason, I felt safe right now in Klayden's home. Maybe I had brain damage. I chuckle at the thought as I snuggled a little deeper under the warm blankets that enclosed me. I then looked around each wall, dresser, and all the other things that made up this bedroom, curiously observing the one I was currently in. It was Klayden's. This was pretty obvious, as it just suited him so well. His walls were a dark navy blue, with black curtains neatly laid beside a set of French doors. A balcony clearly lies behind them, from which I'm sure leads to a nice view. This room looked expensive, and I was curious as to what the rest of his place looked like. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I was in an apartment or a house. I gingerly stepped out of the bed and quietly made my way across the room, my toes hitting the ice-cold hardwood floors beneath me. They were a dark, beautiful brown flooring, and I walked across them all the way to the white French doors. Grabbing one of the knobs on the door, I unlock and pull open the door. I had expected the view to be nice, but it honestly took my breath away. With my mouth agape, I tenderly stepped onto the small balcony and leaned against the cool railing. The view was relatively high and looked onto a giant green forest. I inhaled deeply, and the smell of the fresh air made me smile. I couldn't help but scan my eyes across the forest in amazement. Klayden lived in a giant house, from what I could tell, from where I was standing. I was pretty high, and everything seemed luxurious from what I could see at the moment. I didn't think much of it, as I was constantly drawn to the view before me. From where I was standing, I could clearly hear birds chirping, and all in the world was content. That lasted about 25 seconds before I heard a sharp knocking come from behind me, inside the bedroom. Adina? A slightly muffled voice comes from behind the door, and I could tell it was Klayden. Squaring my shoulders, I strut back into the bedroom and walk over to the door. I left the balcony door open in case I needed a quick getaway. I'm not quite sure I would actually use it, though, as I would surely break something if I ever needed to get out. It's a backup plan to make myself feel better. I inhaled deeply before opening the door to face Klayden. He looks down at me sheepishly and a little surprised. It was almost like he had not expected me actually to open the door and face him. Now what? I ask pointedly while crossing my arms against my chest. He has me here now, and I didn't know why. What did he want from me? I voiced my questions, and he closed his eyes, painstakingly. He inhales deeply and then peers down at me again. Adina, he sighs. There is so much I want to tell you, but you're not ready. Also, please be a bit more careful. You hit your head pretty hard. You may have a slight concussion, but it will go away with time and rest. Everywhere else on your body should be okay. I was the one to tend to your wounds. I huff in annoyance and ignore the latter part of his words about my injuries from the crash. I was fine. So, don't tell me. Just kidnap me, right? I turn around and sit on the bed, exasperated. He follows me in and stands beside me, not sitting on the bed, but still in proximity. It's unnerving. I want to tell you, he grabs his hair and growls in frustration. I don't know how. I narrow my eyes at him and watch his every move. How can someone so handsome be so crazy? I need to get out of here. Klayden, I purr. Instantly, he's facing me, with a look of genuine confusion. He's interested, but cautious. I could almost laugh at the situation, but it's really not funny. Due to our proximity, it takes me no effort to close the gap between us. With my hand, I gently place it on his muscular shoulder and rub it across his chest. He instantly relaxes under my hands. Yes! I place both of my hands on each of his shoulders, making him face me completely. We stare into each other's eyes, and once again, I'm perplexed by his beauty. I look at every inch of his face, from his dark eyebrows and mesmerizing eyes to his sharp jawline. His skin is almost an olive tone, and I want to run my tongue across it. My eyes nearly stop at his lips, where I'm mostly drawn. We both lean in, and right before our lips make contact, my small voice stops us. Please, let me go. My pleading eyes search his. His jaw clenches, and he grips my hips. I can't. Fear, once again, encompasses my being. I do the only thing I can think of. I scream. Help! Help me! Someone please. I scream and don't stop. Klayden is chasing me around the room, trying to get me to settle down. I slip past him and run out of the bedroom, heading for a destination I do not know. As soon as I exit the bedroom, I'm in a hallway speeding down and coming face to face with a pair of stairs that lead up and another pair that lead down. I hear him growl from behind me as he is stalking over, and I quickly make a decision. Downstairs it is. How many floors is this house? I'm scrambling to keep up my footing as I'm racing down all the steps, still shouting for help. Klayden is behind me, although I can tell he isn't trying his hardest to stop me. If he really wanted to, he could. We both know this. His house is enormous. This is good. This means more space for me to hide and get away from Klayden, who I definitely believe is a crazy psychopathic killer. I don't have time to stop and gaze at the beauty that is Klayden's home as I run to his front door. I open it quickly and sprint outside towards the forest. I almost bubble in excitement as I can practically feel my newfound freedom. My legs are burning from this cardio, and once I'm deep enough into the woods, I stop. I bend over, grab my knees, and pant. I look side to side to see if Klayden has followed me, and I don't think he has. I hold my phone that is in my pocket, hoping to call someone, anyone, for help. It's dead. I curse in frustration and begin walking in a random direction, hoping it will somehow lead me to civilization. I'm constantly casting glances around to see if he has followed me, but again I see nothing. I grow weary and continue my walking. After about another 10 minutes, I hear the sound of a branch snapping. I stop walking instantly and strain to hear if I can listen to anything else. My heart starts pounding in my chest, and I cast uneasy glances all around. Is he here? Klayden? I ask warily. Suddenly, a bush behind me rattles, and I cast my glance over there. A pair of obsidian black eyes stares at me through the dark greenery, and I swallow uneasily. They looked evil. Come out, you coward. My voice shakes, and I'm trembling. This isn't Klayden. I'm not sure who or what it was, though. Immediately, I'm screaming again. A giant, dark brown, and deadly wolf jumps out from the bushes and is aiming straight for me. I stumble to the ground, my palms digging achingly into the dirt on the forest floor. Its teeth are bared at me, and it snaps its jaws towards me. I see its saliva string inside its mouth, and I know I'm its next meal. I'm crawling backwards and trying to get to my feet. This is literally the worst day ever. It lunges. I'm still screaming, and I'm pretty sure I'm about to become a nice human steak for this wolf. I squeeze my eyes shut tightly and brace myself for the impact that was sure to rip me apart. It never came. I look to my left, where I hear growling and snapping, and I see two wolves now wrestling each other on the ground. It wasn't pretty. It was the same dark brown wolf that had almost just attacked me, and a much larger one that was muscular and pure jet black. I see both of their furs are matted, and this fight is looking deadly. I scramble to get myself up and turn around, looking to see if Klayden has found me yet. I'm still in proximity to the wolves, but at a relatively safe distance. At this moment, I'm hoping Klayden isn't searching for me. He could seriously get hurt, and although I think he's mentally deranged, he doesn't deserve any harm. I quickly spin around towards the wolves when I suddenly hear a man groaning in pain. I fear it is Klayden and tentatively walk towards where the animals were fighting. Except now 2 men stood. 2 very naked men. I screech in a startle, and they both turned to look at me. It was Klayden, and some other man I didn't know, but I could slightly recognize him from somewhere. I just couldn't put my finger on it at this moment. They were stark naked and covered in dirt, as if they had been rolling around. No, I shake my head. This can't be. I quickly avert my eyes as Klayden slowly walks over to me, not bothering to cover himself up. I blush crimson, but am too riled up to linger on such things. Are you okay? He asks me. I shake my head no. I think I'm going crazy, Klayden. I look up with him. Tears are welling in my eyes. Tell me that this isn't real, that you weren't just a wolf. He's silent. Suddenly, everything dawns on me. It's like an epiphany, where things are starting to come together and make sense. The red book. The drawings. Him. The wolf. The moon goddess. Klayden watches me take it all in, with a grim expression on his face. The other man is just standing there, looking bored. My mind is racing. Chapter 12. I'm shaking. Fear and astonishment fill me to a point where I feel like I'm going to boil over. I blink several times before I can focus on what is in front of me. The other man is gone, seemingly vanishing into thin air. I stare at Klayden and instinctively try to take a step backwards. However, my legs seem frozen in place, as if my body hasn't been able to process the wild thoughts running through my head. Holy cow, he's a wolf. My head is pounding so hard that a headache begins to form. Tears threaten to pour down my cheeks as every rule of nature I have known begins to crumble at once. Klayden is careful not to approach me. I think he could see the gears turning in my head and was unsure of what to do next. He almost looked pained as he oversaw me, aiming to read my racing thoughts. At this point, I wasn't sure whether to run or stay. I know if I do the former, I will be chased. Outran, I'd be asking to be caught. Wolves love the chase. I shiver involuntarily. I'm not going to hurt you. Klayden's melodic voice even carries the pain he expresses, like he just wants me to believe him. I finally notice tears have started to drip down my cheeks. My fingers brush against the warm liquid flowing down my face. I was petrified, but also intrigued by this entire scenario. I feel like I've been living in the dark my whole life, living in a world that is a lie. My mind wanted me to question everything. I tried to find the flaw so I could prove that this whole thing was a hoax. Adina, Klayden takes a cautious step forward, and I hold my ground. I look him right in the eyes, my body fighting the urge to look lower, to submit. I wanted him to think that I was strong, even though it felt like my world was shattering. His dark eyes were trained on my hazel ones, unwavering. He was trying to figure out what I was feeling. I could feel his penetrating gaze search my entire face for a clue. However, I wasn't ready to let him in yet, and I let my face remain impassive, almost stone cold. The only indication of emotion was my last falling tear. It seemed like hours before either one of us spoke, and I chose my first words very carefully. Can I go home, please? Klayden's eyes turned even darker, and for the first time, I didn't find it appealing. I was downright terrified. My body allowed me to back away this time. My slight gasp gave away the fright I tried to conceal from him. This quickly registered in his mind, and he took a tentative step back. I watched as he raised his arms in surrender, a defeat, and his muscles rippled during the movement. It reminded me that I was standing in front of my very naked werewolf professor. Heat re-entered my cheeks and spread to other areas of my body. My flustered state only intensified as his voice reached my ears. Of course you can. I'll take you. This time, I didn't argue. He opened the door of his truck for me, but I refused his hand and hoisted my short frame up into the seat. He grabbed sweatpants out of the back seat and slid them on. At least I'll be able to focus better now. As he started the engine, we both sank into our seats. It was obvious that both of us were utterly defeated. Neither of us knew how to approach the situation. The ride was short and quiet. As he walked me upstairs to my apartment, he seemed to be deep in thought. I was too. My hands shook as I fussed with my keys to my apartment before dropping them on the ground accidentally. Shoot, I bent down to pick it up and successfully unlocked my door during my second attempt. As my door was swinging open now, I turned around to face Klayden. He stood in the door frame, and for the first time, I truly appreciated just how large he was. He filled almost the whole space. We were so close now our chests were nearly touching. I don't think I could bear for him to kiss me again. I would pass out from exhaustion at this point. Yet, when he reached for my face, I didn't shy away. I didn't have the energy, and some part of me still craved his touch, although I didn't want to admit it. As soon as his palm touched my cheek, he visibly became calmer. His posture relaxed, and he let out a breath of air I hadn't noticed he had been holding in. He looked down upon me and closed his eyes. His restraint was evident. He was trying not to push me or make me feel uncomfortable. "Good night, Adina," he said, the words so quietly I thought I had imagined them. "Good night, Klayden," I responded before closing the door. Leaving him standing there, I found myself in a familiar position, slumped against the door. I stayed there for quite a while until I heard voices, familiar voices. I instantly shot up from my position and looked through the peephole. There stood Lenore and Klayden. At first, an unexplained rage boiled through me. How dare she talk to him? How do they even know each other? How did Klayden know she lived there? I quieted my mind so I could hear what they were saying. In an urgent whisper, I hear Klayden whisper to Lenore. I strain my ears to listen. "I need you to watch her. I will be back first thing in the morning, but I don't know how well she is coping. She can be so hard to read. Whatever you do not tell her you're a werewolf." That would push her over the edge. And it did. I didn't want to hear anymore. I turned my back against the door again, but this time I had all the energy in the world. I was being fueled by pure rage. It felt like, at that moment, that my whole life had been a lie. I wait until they are both gone before I push a cabinet across the floor, the scraping scratches into my floor. Well, there goes my security deposit. I secure it against the door. No one would be getting in here tonight. That's when all hell broke loose. I was on a rampage. I could barely see my own hand in front of me as I threw objects of all kinds, anything I could get my hands on. School papers littered my floor. Glass was sprayed everywhere from when I smashed my lamps onto the floor. I even flipped my kitchen table and chucked the chairs across the room. They made holes in the drywall on impact, but I didn't care. I wanted to break stuff. There was a pounding on my door. I frowned instantly at the intruder. "Adina, it's Lenore. Open up right now. I will break down this door if you don't." Her pounding was insistent for several minutes before she seemed to admit defeat. Her interruption had made sadness well up inside me. The only person I thought I could trust was lying to me. She knew the whole time, even when I showed her my essay, and she didn't say anything. The events of tonight have brought me to a whole other level of emotion. I didn't know I was capable of feeling this much. Everything was heightened. My fit ended when I cut my foot on a piece of glass. "Shoot!" I hissed in pain. I sat in silence on my kitchen floor. I had managed to wrap a bandage around my foot, but it was looking somewhat mangled. When I stood up, I almost welcomed the pain. It made me feel alive. The knocks on my door rang again through my now silent apartment. It was Lenore. "Adina, please, just tell me if you are okay. What happened?" Her voice sounded desperate, and I was tempted to answer, but I couldn't give her the satisfaction. She was acting as if she were oblivious to the current situation. Instead, I curl up on my couch. I hug my knees to my chest, the pressure giving me a little comfort. Sleep soon takes over my completely exhausted body. I am rudely awakened by the sound of someone slamming their body into my door. My eyes shoot open upon hearing the damning sounds. I could also hear the two people I wanted to see the least, talking for the second time tonight. I didn't move. I could smell the blood, so I thought I should call you. Klayden grunted in approval at Lenore's confession. I felt the walls of my apartment shake as his body slammed into my door again. I blink every time the body slams into the door. This time, the cabinet threatened to tip forward as it rocked from the hit. "You did the right thing," he finally responded to her. He was panting hard, and I almost smiled, knowing that my barricade was strong. Not strong enough. As Klayden rocked his body into the door one more time, the cabinet came loose and made a deafening sound as it fell forward. I flinched in reaction. The door was shoved open, and in he came. He stopped and seemed to take in the room. I'm sure it looked like a disaster zone. At the sight of my apartment, his head frantically turned side to side until his eyes reached my figure. I remained on the couch, unsure of how to make my next move. Shit, Adina, how do you manage to hurt yourself so much? I was at first confused until he bent in front of me and gently grabbed my foot. I heard him whisper, "It's like you are self-destructive." "It's nothing, don't touch me." I yanked my leg back, but a pain shot through my foot. I winced involuntarily. I bit my tongue to prevent myself from crying out. I would not look weak in front of him again. However, my mind had its own plans as I decided to spit out more. "Why the hell do you even care so much?" I needed to know. My eyes reached his, and I made sure he could see the need on my face. The need to know. The need to understand. The need for him. The last one didn't seem to be in my control. I always seemed to want him, no matter the dangerous circumstances. His eyes reached mine, and this time I knew he was going to tell me. I could see the defeat in his eyes. "Adina, can you not see that you're my mate?" Klayden draws closer to me. "You're mine." Chapter 13. I didn't exactly know how to respond. Mostly because I didn't understand what he was saying. I mean, I wasn't completely oblivious. I had read some information regarding the mates situation Klayden was referring to. While researching my essay, I came across stories of soulmates in the Moon Goddess book. Legend says that every Leakin is destined for someone, the other half of their soul. Hence, the term soulmate. The term mate was just modern slang, although it is still highly valued and deeply significant within lycanthropy traditions. So legend says. What I'm not comprehending is how I have gotten myself into this situation and, well, why Klayden thinks I'm his mate. Pardon me. I couldn't help but sputter out. I think anyone in this situation would react the same way I am. This is appropriate. Klayden repeats himself slower. "You are mine." Instantly shaking my head, I remove myself from our close proximity. This is nuts. I turn away from him and start to pace around my living room. As if I just noticed, I began to recognize the damage I have created inside my apartment, truly. What the? I don't understand why I did this. This is not me, not something I could impulsively do. No matter how mad I am. As if Klayden is sensing my internal frustration, he gently strides over to where I am pacing. He grabs my fingers and interlocks them with his. "It's our bond," he says. "You can't feel it between us, so your mind is playing tricks on you. It's making you do crazy things." "What do you mean?" I whisper. "If what you're saying is really true, then why can't I feel it like you do?" Klayden's eyes zero in on the necklace around my neck. He isn't the first one to hold such a contemptible look due to its presence. "What's wrong with my necklace?" "That necklace," he nods in the direction of it. "It's been charmed by a witch." My eyes grew to the size of saucers. Is he for real? Witches? Werewolves? I shake my head. This isn't happening. I can prove it to you. We walk side by side to the trail near my apartment. Right now, it's pretty dark outside, so I have a feeling we won't be interrupted. I'm not sure what to expect right now, and my mind is reeling. What if he's lying? What if he's not? Eventually, we end up in a small quarter of the forest that seems well hidden. This was near where we first met. I almost smile at the stupid memory. Klayden and I stop, and he starts to walk a few feet in front of me. I shake in small anticipation. "Well," I prompt. Klayden looks up at me and smirks. Then, he starts to strip. I quickly shriek and shield my eyes. I turn around. "What are you doing?" I whispered harshly. "Is this what you brought me out here for?" "No. I came to show you the truth," he replies. I remain not facing him. He sighs and continues. "Adina, you can look. It's nothing you haven't seen before anyways," he teases lightly. Instantly, my cheeks burn a bright pink. I didn't want to think about that right now. I tell him to at least cover up, and he complies. I turn around, avoiding his perfectly sculpted body, and only look into his eyes. His dark, perfect, stormy eyes. Soon enough, I hear a crack. And then another. Our eyes remain on each other's the entire time until he's suddenly on all fours and covered in fur. It happened simultaneously, and a small scream escaped my mouth unintentionally. In front of me, suddenly, is a giant black wolf. Much bigger than the brown scruffy one I had seen before. That one had tried to kill me, and I can't help but take a tentative step back as I assess the one currently standing a few feet in front of me. His dark eyes watch my every move, and I'm paralyzed with fear. It is hard to process and to resonate with the fact that this is Klayden in front of me right now. I gulp and am about to run away screaming before the unexpected happens. The giant, deadly wolf leans down onto his two front paws and wiggles his tail at me. My eyes instantly light up. He wants to play? I hesitantly step forward towards the intimidating animal. Reaching my arm up, I brush my fingers through his soft fur. My hands look almost white compared to the obsidian black fur on his body. As I tenderly comb through his silky strands, I can tell he is almost purring in pleasure. It brings me some small comfort that I have made him so mellow. We spend most of the time accessing each other, and I every so often run my fingers through his coat or pet him. I felt very serene in Klayden's presence like this, and it was refreshing. We sat there for quite a while, me talking and him listening to every single word I had to say. I mostly told him about my life before Myersdale, and he watched my every move. I could tell I was feeling sleepy, so I decided to stand up from where we had made ourselves comfortable, beside a tree. Brushing off my pants, I see that he had trotted off somewhere else. I don't pay much attention to it and start to walk back towards the trail. Without warning, a larger hand encased around mine. I swiftly turned around and saw Klayden holding my hand, looking at me expectantly. I quickly run my eyes up and down his body, silently thanking God that he had the decency to put appropriate clothing on this time. For some reason, I wasn't freaking out right now. We both stare at each other until I decide to break the silence growing between us. So, I drawl. "You're a werewolf." His face holds almost a ghost of a smile. "I am." "Cool," I nod my head slowly. This literally couldn't get any weirder. "And you're my mate." "Never mind." I let go of his hand gingerly, and he looks almost pained as I do so. I casually put my arms in my pockets so he won't attempt to grab them again. When he touches me, it gets hard to think. Remembering what he said about my necklace earlier, I tenderly clasp it around my neck. His eyes follow the small act. "You said a witch charmed this necklace? What does that mean?" My eyes flicker to his. "What does that do?" He grimaced in response, with a small frown etched onto his perfect face. "It means that someone never wanted you to find me," he says. "You can't feel the bond we have growing between us, but it is there." "What do I do?" "You have to take the necklace off," he says. I'm dumbfounded. Why didn't you just rip it off me as soon as we met? This whole situation could have been over with way sooner. I shake my head at him in slight disbelief. "That's the catch," he replies to me. "You have to do it on your own accord. If me or anyone else had attempted to take it off you, it would have burnt my hand or some other severe consequence." My mouth slowly pops open at his statement. What the? Consequence? Why? I can't help but ask him. I have no reason not to believe him. He has shown me his true self at this point. The charm, he says, like it was apparent. It's obvious to strong supernatural creatures what was cast onto that necklace. Although I've only seen something like it maybe once or twice in my entire life. It's really only something we read about growing up. What witch could have done this? I mean, this was a family heirloom, I sputter out. Klayden's eyes widen, and he takes a step back from me. My eyebrows furrow in confusion. This belonged to your family? His eyes widen. His voice was harsh and demanding, yet it held a slight note of confusion. I don't like this side of Klayden. Yes, why? This is one of the most powerful charms I have ever felt. It wasn't just me who could feel the powers from it, but also my pack. Normally only an alpha or strong entity can sense such things, he says. So, what are you trying to say? And wait, Alpha. We can discuss my position later. Right now, I would like for you and I to discuss us. His hand gestures between me and him. I sigh through my nose and decide to do one better than what he expected. I reach up behind my neck and grab the ends of my necklace. I slowly unclasp it from around my neck, and it feels as if I can suddenly breathe again. I look down at the small, silver and opal necklace resting in my hands. I place it in my pocket. All the while I am doing this, Klayden is watching me like a hawk. His heated gaze is trained on me, and as soon as I look up, it's like I've never truly seen him before. His undeniable beauty is unmatched, and his aura is so powerful that I almost want to stumble at the vigor of it. I inhale deeply and nearly have to stop myself from running into his arms and staying there forever. I want him more than I have ever wanted anyone. Is this what I've been missing out on? Without thinking, we rush and collapse into each other's arms. I clasp my fingers around his biceps as I embrace him, and all I feel is warmth and sparks emitting between both of us. If I died right now, I would die happy. He looks down at me with the biggest smile on his face. He knows I feel it too. His face starts to lean down slowly, and I instantly lean up to meet him, almost too eagerly. Our lips gently touch one another, as if we aim to savor this moment for eternity. He is mine, I am his. Our movements against one another become rougher, and we start to need each other. I run my tongue against his bottom lip, almost asking him for permission. He fervently accepts, and I plunge my tongue deep into his mouth. He tastes like cinnamon. He moans into my mouth, and I grip onto his hair, running my fingers through his soft, dark strands. His hands are equally exploring, one gently clasped around my neck and the other working its way up and down the side of my body. I press closer into his chest, trying to get as close to him as possible. I melt into his warmth and shiver as sparks run through my body at his zealous touches. His tongue tentatively thrusts in and out of my mouth a few times softly. I moan at the sensation, and I start to shrug off my jacket. This is what I want. As soon as I peel off my light jacket and throw it onto the ground, it's like Klayden snaps out of a trance. He quickly jumps off of me and takes a step away. We are both panting hard. I can't help but watch his chest move up and down, admiring the size. Looking at him heatedly, I take another step forward, hoping to finish what I started. Klayden puts his arm in front of himself to stop my advance. Adina, as much as I want to do this, we can't, he says. This is just overwhelming for you. The first time you're feeling our bond. I don't process what he's saying. All I'm staring at are his lips moving and how badly I want them all over me. A deer. I cut him off by slamming my lips onto his. Chapter 14. Klayden allows my assault for about 5 seconds only. He gently pushes me away from him, and my back is pressed up against a tree. His eyes are almost pitch black as he gazes up and down the length of my body. He presses his now slightly swollen lips into a tight line. You have no idea how hard this is for me, he breathes. I want you so badly. Then why are you stopping? I whisper into his ear. His eyes shut tightly, and he braces himself against the tree before pushing off of it and turning around, looking anywhere but at me. Klayden runs his hand through his hair and starts to pace. The pain is evident on his face. He must have really good self-control, because at that moment, all I could think about was him on top of me. I could even feel my body heat up under the imaginary pressure. The sensation started at my core and spread to my fingertips. His hesitance suddenly made me hyper-aware of my own body, and I instantly felt shame. Maybe he didn't want me. Was I being too desperate? My cheeks burned with embarrassment, and I lowered my head. I unconsciously start to pout, my bottom lip sticking out. Suddenly, my back hit into the tree that Klayden had been grasping onto. His body was flush against mine, and the heat between us intensified. I thought he was going to kiss me, but instead, his hand reached for my mouth. He traced my bottom lip with his thumb. I still wasn't used to the unparalleled feeling of pleasure it brought me to feel his skin on mine, and I leaned into him. Adina, you really shouldn't do that, he said with a sigh. He dipped forward, and his forehead touched mine. Then make me stop, I whispered back. And he did. He kissed me. But it wasn't the same as before. It was gentle. There was no rough urgency behind it this time. Even with that light touch, I felt like I could feel every part of his lips on mine. I closed my eyes and tried to take in as much as I could, etching it into my mind. He grabbed my hand, and my eyes fluttered open. We started walking back the way we came. This has been too much for one night. I didn't want to tell you like this, he sighed. Under pressure. He continued to guide me back, and his words hit hard. How long was I supposed to wait? When had he been planning to tell me? My eyebrows scrunched up at the thought. I was paying little attention to him as he led me back, but I was constantly aware of his hand. His rough palm fit perfectly in my hand, like it was meant to be there. I would have soon. It was nearly impossible for me to keep it from you this long, Klayden spoke, as if he knew what I was thinking. Confusion struck through me. Was that even possible? I can feel what you're feeling sometimes. He peered at me through his lashes. Only when you are experiencing heightened emotions. It's part of the bond. He looked at me anxiously, as if he was waiting for me to freak out or to have another meltdown. Instead, I let silence fill the air as I searched my brain for thoughts and attempted to feel his emotions through the bond. I came up empty-handed and with a little bit of a headache. Why can't I feel your emotions? I ask him and stop walking as we are now outside my apartment building. I turn towards him and look up into his eyes, subconsciously still searching for any emotion to emanate from him. Because you're human, I think. At his words, my body instantly sags and frustration fills me. I feel weak and I want to give up. Why this? Why me? Klayden looks pained but doesn't say anything. He gently takes my hand into his and leads me into the elevator of my building. The confined space makes the air feel thick inside. The heat I had felt in the woods returns. Or did it ever really go away? I ponder it at the back of my head. I find myself unconsciously rubbing the inside of my thigh, needing some release. The ping of the elevator door makes me jump. I hadn't realized that I had closed my eyes until they shot open at the noise. I'm instantly met with a pair of eyes that seem to darken with every second. I am almost thrown out of the elevator and pushed against the wall. He shifted his body against me, and that was his giveaway. He was affected. He wanted me to. I slowly and rhythmically stroked my leg along his, and he grabbed it and pulled it up around his waist. He wasn't kissing me. Instead, his forehead was pressed against the wall beside me, and he let out a low growl. He was giving in, and it was exactly what I wanted. His mouth met only mine moments later, and his lips on mine erased all my thoughts. This was pure instinct. The relentless pressure of his mouth on mine was intoxicating. I wanted more than anything at that moment for him to plunge inside me. The air in the hallway stilled, and a hot flash of heat covered my body. His passionate kisses increased. He held me tight to his body, wrapping his arms around my back. I could feel him against my stomach. I needed to get closer to him, and I couldn't resist touching him. I wanted to feel his hardness in more ways than one. Touching him through the material and kissing his plump lips turned me on more. I enjoyed setting the pace, finally having control, even if only for a few seconds. I tried to keep up this frantic pace, but Klayden wasn't going to let me take the lead anymore. He grabbed my wrists and shoved them against the wall, right above my head. A breath flew out of my lungs and came out like a strangled moan at the rough sensation. None of that now, he whispered sensually into my ear. I no longer had any control of the situation as he kept my arms in the air. Grinding together, he teased me harder. This only resulted in my desire rising and becoming more desperate to have him inside me. Images of him flashed through my mind. I bit my lip hard at the thought. Leaning forward, I sucked on his lower lip until he caught the nape of my neck with his hand and pulled me in for a deeper kiss. He breaks it off as he presses into me. Suddenly, I can feel one of his hands creeping over my stomach and dipping down into my waistband. I can feel his hands push down, and I gasp at the sensation of his cool hands touching me. Yes, yes. I couldn't help but quietly moan against his face. His fingers tease me. I'm writhing against him and quietly moaning his name into his ear, needing him to do something. His thumb lightly brushes against me, and my hips almost buck at the action, a gasp emitting from my lips. Klayden crushes his mouth against mine as his hands work below. Without much warning, he touches me deeper. At a steady pace, Klayden moves against me. I gasp at the sensations pumping through my entire body, my body thrumming with the pleasure he is giving me. Klayden smiles as he sees me close my eyes from the intense feelings. I watch him bite his lip and quicken his movements against me. His hand is relentless, and I feel a building sensation in my core. He knows I'm close, and he seems to know exactly how to push me higher and over the top. We're both wearing a thin sheen of sweat, and I feel the need to kiss him again. I stretch my neck back up to reach him. Instead, he knows my weak spot and attacks my neck. My moans erupt as I open my mouth with the pleasure he is giving me. It is a powerful throb that I feel in my heart and belly, and he is not stopping for a second. Grabbing my breasts over my shirt, I come down from the high he has just given me. I am panting and, in my exhaustion, I barely manage to choke out any words. Klayden, my voice is quiet and coarse. Holy cow, that was amazing. His face becomes tight at my soft-spoken voice, saying his name. He is clearly struggling, trying to control himself as his dark eyes have not lightened. I grab his hand and drag him to my apartment, hoping to continue. When the door swings open, I look back where he has stopped in the doorway. We can't, Adina. This is too new to you, he sighs in frustration. I don't think you're thinking straight. We have to wait until you're ready. He looks down at the carpet as if he doesn't want to believe himself. Why? It's not like I'm a virgin or anything. I regret the words as soon as they fly out of my mouth. Klayden instantly tenses and goes to take a step toward me, but stops himself. He looks angry, jealous, and I could almost see him visibly shaking. He grabs his head in his hands and runs his hands through his somehow still perfect hair. Don't make me do something I will regret. He practically scolds and starts to walk away from the open door, making me stride towards him. He turns back and meets me halfway. He grabs my chin and lifts my head to his, but instead of kissing my lips, his mouth connects with my forehead. I'll see you in class tomorrow, Adina, he says before stalking away. I am left with my mouth hanging open. How could he go? My body was still pounding with need. I sigh as I shut my apartment door. I'm now too energetic to sleep, and it feels like I could feel the blood pumping through my veins. I walk around my apartment for what seems like hours before I sag against the door. Sleep finally overcomes me as I lie on the floor. My eyes flutter open minutes later because I can feel him. I know he is there, right on the other side of the door. I debate throwing it open and attacking him, but my eyes close again, comforted by the fact that he is there. I woke up when I felt him leave at 7 a.m. He must be getting ready for the lecture. In all of this, I almost forgot that he was still my professor. I decided I had a couple more hours of sleep, and this time I moved to my bed. Nothing was keeping me at my door any longer. My back was sore, and I felt a roll of sickness pass through my stomach. I felt like I was going to vomit as I felt my forehead. It wasn't just warm, it was hot. I went in my freezer and pulled out an ice pack, pressing it against my forehead. I climb into my bed and quickly forget about my pain, thankful for the relief of my mattress. I woke with a start. I was breathing heavily, but my hint of the flu seemed to have disappeared. Instead, I was met with something far scarier. Klayden's black eyes shone into mine as he sat over me. Where were you? He demanded. He was mad. I gazed into his eyes and realized that this mate thing was much more serious than I initially thought. Chapter 15. I'm still a little disoriented from waking up, and I sputter to find words. He looks at me expectantly. What do you mean? I slightly cower, embarrassingly. He glares at me harder. I want to shrink away and evaporate into dust at the way he's looking at me. I shove my duvet off my body and prance out of bed. Klayden stalks my every move, following me at an arm's length as I get up to make some coffee. Shouldn't he be getting ready for the lecture? I peer at the clock and nearly drop my freshly brewed cup of coffee in shock. It was 1:47 p.m. I had missed my class. Suddenly, everything started to fall into place. I turn to Klayden and look at him sheepishly. Look, I'm sorry I missed your class. Honestly, I just slept right through it. I don't give a crap if you miss my class. His glare only slightly relented. I was worried sick about you. When I saw you weren't there. What? I thought you had left. His angry demeanor quickly shifted into a saddened one. Although I couldn't feel his emotions per se like he could mine, I could read his face like a book. He was sad. Klayden, I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. I placed my mug down and drew him closer for a small hug. I live here now. I have friends here, and you, I smiled at him. He instantly beamed at me back, as if hearing this was the best news he had ever heard. I'm so glad you feel that way. I want you to be here always. I mean, plus, I already paid my tuition, I joked. Way to ruin a moment, Addie, I mentally scold myself. Klayden finds humor in it and bursts out laughing before hugging me even tighter. I just thought, with all of this information, you would be scared. I mean, you should be, he says to me quietly while we embrace. Klayden leaned down and inhaled the scent of my hair. I found comfort in the feeling, and I know he does 2.1. I know I probably should be, but I think I've had enough time to adjust. 2. 3. We spend the remainder of the day lounging around my apartment, talking and getting to know each other better. 4. I found out he has held the title of Alpha for quite some time in this pack. I knew well enough about hierarchical societies to understand the terminology. 5. He was the leader of his pack. Right now, Klayden and I are snuggled up on my couch watching a movie. I have a popcorn bowl sitting on my lap as Klayden's hand is resting gently on my thigh. My head is leaning against his shoulder, and all I feel is content. I guess Klayden had ordered some wolves to clean up my apartment, and everything seemed to be going back to normal as it could be under the circumstances. I reach into the popcorn bowl and scull when I come up empty-handed. Klayden is hardly paying attention to the movie. Instead, he is focusing on the laptop in front of him. I can feel his fingers gently rubbing soothing circles on my thigh, and I wonder to myself if he even realizes that he's doing it. I peer up and gaze upon his face. I look at his beautiful features and think about how perfect he really is. His jet black hair is styled neatly as always, and his lips open slightly as he is reading a paper on his laptop. I watch his eyes flicker side to side as he reads every sentence. I'm mesmerized. I bring my hand up and lightly trace the side of his face, my fingers dipping under his chin to feel his sharp jaw. His eyes close contentedly at my movement. Right now, Klayden looks so relaxed, so carefree and youthful. A thought suddenly strikes me, and I casually snatch my hand away. I lean back to look him square in the face, confusion etched all over my face. He looked stunned at my quick action. How old are you? I couldn't help but ask. His eyebrows shoot up at the question, and he looks visibly tense. He scoots a bit away from me on the couch and looks sideways. How old do you think I am? I almost scowl at his witty reply. I continue, I saw the red book, remember? He clears his throat at my statement. Yes, I do recall, he says. I'm 247 years old. My jaw drops open. Holy cow, I say to him, my mouth still agape. I mean, I shouldn't really be all that surprised. He is a werewolf. Being that old isn't the craziest thing I've learned thus far. I close my mouth and look at him, perplexed. He looks almost nervous for my next words. So, you're into younger women, eh? I teased, aiming to lighten the mood. He looks at me in shock, before we both burst out in laughter. Klayden laughs so hard he almost falls off the couch, although he catches himself before he does. He looks at me and wipes a small tear out of the corner of his eye, his face alight with sheer happiness. You're more perfect than I could have ever imagined, he says to me quietly. He brings his hands up beside my face and leans down to kiss me gently. We both smile as we pull away from one another. Another thought plagues me. How come you are so old? Due to my alpha blood, I live longer. I'm built to outrun, outfight, and outlive every creature. He says it proudly, but I can sense a small token of loneliness in his words. Were you ever lonely? I whisper the words so quietly that I wasn't sure he could hear me. Of course, with his werewolf hearing, he could. I was, he whispers back. Sometimes so lonely I wanted to die. I lost my closest friends, my family, everyone over all the years. I would watch them find their mates, fall in love, grow old, and die together. Honestly, it was agonizing. I never thought I would have that. My eyes swell up with unshed tears at his confession. Klayden looks torn, and I wish I could console him somehow. He looks at me and wipes my eyes, smiling slightly. Do not feel bad for me, my darling. Now that I have found you, my life is complete. I can truly live now. At his words, I crush him into a hug. I put all my warmth and affection into this hug, and Klayden squeezes me back equally. I'm glad I found you too. I couldn't help but announce as well. I feel like I've known you my whole life. It's crazy. Well, in a sense you have. We're half of the same soul. We belong together. I'm not sure if it was the words he said or the way he said it, but that was the cutest thing I've ever heard. I melted at his words. I'm not sure I really believe in the moon goddess, but if she were real, I'd be grateful she paired me with such a lovely gentleman. I think I'm starting to fall for him. And it was driving me crazy. After we cuddled a bit more and after a hefty makeout session, I said goodbye for the night. Begrudgingly, and after a few convincing kisses, he relentlessly left and went home. It was around 7 p.m., and I had texted Lenore earlier, agreeing to go to the library and study for our classes. Isaiah was going to join us as well, and I wanted to discuss a few things with the pair of them. Once I had arrived, Isaiah and Lenore sat almost stiffly as I reached them. We were in a small corner of the library, and no one else was around us. This place always seemed so vacant. So, Isaiah is the first to speak between the three of us. You know we are werewolves. My jaw almost drops at his statement, but I recover quickly. How did he know that's what I wanted to discuss? As if sensing my thoughts, Lenore speaks up. Alpha Klayden told Isaiah, and Isaiah told me, she says casually. Why would Klayden tell Isaiah? Are you guys friends or something? The confusion was laced into my voice as I peered at Isaiah once more. Oh, Isaiah scratches the back of his head anxiously. I mean, I'm not too sure how much the alpha had told you, but I'm the beta of his pack. How old are you? Isaiah laughs at my question, and I laugh along with him, finding a little humor in our situation. Another thought strikes me. I turn to look at both Lenore and Isaiah. Are you two mates? Lenore and Isaiah look at each other, wide-eyed, then burst out laughing. I scowl at the two of them, waiting for them to pipe down so I can finally get some answers. Lenore wipes a stray tear that had made its way down her cheek due to her laughter. No, we aren't, she says with a slight smirk. Isaiah jumps in to reply as well. We aren't mates, but we have fun with each other. It gets stressful not knowing who your mate is, so we enjoy each other's company, he says with a slight wink my way. I make pretend vomiting noises while Lenore rolls her eyes at the two of us. Plus, we're werewolves. We have a lot of pent-up energy and it has to go somewhere, she says with a slight shrug. Suddenly, Isaiah leans over to whisper to me. I wonder how Alpha Klayden deals with all his energy. Chapter 16. As the next few weeks of school dragged on, I never did find out how Klayden deals with all his energy. Our lives have fallen into an almost too normal pattern. My newfound friends would joke around when I stayed after class to talk to their alpha, saying that I was trying to earn extra credit. In most cases, I would approach him with my eyes fluttering, hope filling me every time. And every time, I was disappointed by the sound of a sigh as he would pull away from my needy kiss. Each time he did this, my need for him deepened. I would go home after with a fire burning hotter in me. Today was no different. In fact, the kiss felt shorter than usual. Klayden turned and continued packing his stuff. My eyebrows scrunched, and my eyes bore a hole into his back, glaring. I knew he must be able to feel a bit of my anger. I could see his back muscles flex and straighten as he stood straight up. Are you going to say anything? I grumble out. The words did not come out as strongly as I intended, more of a whisper. I was hurt. When he turned around, I could see the struggle in his eyes. He did want me. This only made me more confused. Thoughts crashed into my brain sooner than I could stop them. Was it me or was it him? Is it physical? Mental? None of these thoughts was new, but I was viewing them this time from a new perspective. Instead of seeing him as the problem, I was trying to find what was stopping him. I searched his eyes for more information, but came up with nothing. His eyes had gone flat. What aren't you telling me? I pout as I take a step towards him. Klayden is pinned between his desk and me. Our closeness led to a shift in my stomach, a heat erupting. It didn't take me by surprise anymore. It was an uncomfortable feeling that I had learned to suppress, but I didn't want to anymore. Clay. His sudden movement cuts me off. He pushes past my shoulder, and now it is I between him and the desk. He bends down, and I feel a sigh release from me as his mouth brushes against my neck ever so lightly. Instead of connecting with my skin, he brought his lips to my ear. "Not here," he whispers in my ear, and I shiver at the sound of his voice. I slump back onto the desk, letting the wood bear my weight. I close my eyes and breathe before looking back at him. He was still hovering closely over me, and his eyes looked like they had never left my face. He was analyzing, trying to get a hint of how I was feeling. I decided not to let him in as I stood back up and brushed him off. "Fine, where? Let's go now." He looks frustrated, but gives in as he takes my hand and walks in front of me. I am led back to the pack house. I now knew this was the frat house I had first thought of. I had been spending a lot of time here in the past weeks, hanging out with Isaiah and Lenore. Despite them being werewolves, they seemed to be the only normal consistency in my life. But in all my time at the house, I rarely saw Klayden here. He just preferred I hang out here rather than out in public. When the front door swings open, I see Isaiah in his usual spot on the couch, but Lenore is absent. "Addie." He jumps up from the couch. He knew I was coming. Of course, he did. Klayden must have told him through the pack mind link. He follows us to the bottom of the stairs like a puppy. Isaiah was sort of like a puppy, but in the best way. He was always there when you needed him. He dropped off at my heels quickly, though, when Klayden sent back a look which abruptly halted his actions from continuing. It didn't seem to faze him much. "I'll see you later, okay?" Isaiah chirps as he takes his spot back on the couch. In all of this, Klayden was his usual quiet self. I wanted to question him right then, but I knew better. I tried to get as much information out of him as possible, so I decided to be patient. I lose track of where he takes me, but I find myself beside him finally as he pulls out a set of keys from his pocket. He swiftly finds the one he is looking for, and the door swings open. The room is clearly an office and very Klayden. It's clean and minimal, a large desk with a chair on either side. One chair is significantly bigger than the other, although I could picture him sitting behind the desk's large frame. Grading paperwork, filling out pack forms, I could see him being at peace here. Klayden ignores the seats and begins pacing instead. I can't suppress my multitude of questions anymore. I blurt out, the words tumbling out of me like word vomit. "So, is this where you spend all of your time when you're avoiding me?" I instantly regret my harsh tone. I was jealous, it wasn't like me. But I wanted to be the center of his attention, and I almost felt neglected. I knew deep down that it wasn't what he was trying to do, but it still irritated me. "Well, Adina, I do also live here." Oh, the word pops out of my mouth and my head hangs slightly. I felt like I knew nothing about him. How could I not know that he lived in the house where I spent most of my time? It made sense why he wanted me here so that he could keep an eye on me. Sometimes it felt like he was my babysitter rather than my what? Boyfriend? I don't think werewolves really do the dating thing. I'm silently lost in my own train of thought, and I don't realize that Klayden has stopped pacing and is now leaning back against the desk. I internally chastise myself. I need to focus. I gaze at him, and I find myself walking toward him. I want him all over me, and the flame builds in my stomach, which quickly spreads to my arms and legs. I don't choke it down this time, and instead, I let it consume me. I only see one thing. Him. He holds me at arm's length, and I can tell it's hard for him not to take me on this desk right now. I lean forward, trying to get him to snap. It was when my lips connected with his jaw tenderly that I finally got what I wanted from him. The truth. I can't. He turns his back to me and grips the desk. I hear the wood give way as splinters fall to the ground, leaving imprints in the desk where his hands once were clutching. I'm a little shaken by his outburst, but his rage only makes me want to be closer to him. I recognize my feelings for what they are, the mate bond. I was getting good at distinguishing what it made me feel. It was almost as if the bond was a separate part of me. It freaked me out. "Tell me why." His back still faces me, and my arm extends towards him before falling back down. I didn't want to make this more complicated than it was meant to be, but I wasn't sure what to do next. "It wasn't just the necklace," he sighs. "Adina, I think you are cursed too." "What do you mean?" "Even though you can feel the mate bond, I can still feel magic on you." I'm not sure why. I mean, you're supposed to be a human. If I mate with you, there is no telling what might happen. There is no way to know what this spell is trying to hide, Klayden tells me in frustration. For the first time in a long time, I feel myself willingly retreating from him. I feel broken to my core. What does that mean? I feel lost, as if I'm not sure of my own feelings anymore. Has my life been a lie? When was I cursed by who? Why? I'm working on it. We are going to figure this out. His voice hushes my mind, but something in the back of my head tells me that it's just the mate bond. What if that's a lie too? No, it can't be. If anything is real, it's what I feel when my skin connects with him. The unmistakable sparks, they run across my skin as his hand touches my face. Yes, that is real. Chapter 17. Klayden and I decided to hit up the library the next day. This trip, of course, included Lenore and Isaiah. We had all parked our behinds in the part of the library dedicated to supernaturals. How ironic, I was currently surrounded by 3. I'm not seeing anything about curses or humans with magic around here, Lenore mutters bitterly. I think she was a little crabby when Klayden suggested that she and Isaiah help us find anything that could relate to my curse, instead of hooking up. Clearly, she needed to get laid. We haven't been looking long. Isaiah rolls her eyes at her. Just keep searching and maybe something will pop up. Well, Klayden drawls. We know that all curses and spells begin with a witch, right? Let's start there. Good idea. I nodded my head towards him with a slight smile. He mirrors my actions. Isaiah watches the 2 of us and pretends to make gagging noises. As if I haven't heard him and Lenore going at it like rabbits through the thin walls. I don't say that last part out loud. We had been flipping through multiple books, even going through the ones that hadn't been touched in so long they were starting to collect dust. After skimming through about my 9th book, I pried one open and coughed at the small dust that flew around. Catching my breath and clearing my throat, my eyes almost bulge out at what I read within this old relic. It clearly states how to resist a mate bond in very nearly inscribed handwriting. This book is a journal, I said to myself thoughtfully. Klayden peers up at me through the pages of his small journal, which he had claimed, as if sensing my sudden dismay. I open my mouth to say something, though nothing comes out. My stomach flutters with butterflies and a little bit of anxiety at what may be lurking inside the pages. Lenore suddenly perks up. Did you find something? She asks me rather eagerly. She clearly wanted to get out of here. I nod, dumbfounded. The 3 of them silently walk over to me, and we all sit on the carpeted floor of the library in a small circle. I cross my legs to get comfortable before placing the journal in the middle of our formation. Klayden's eyes narrow on it, burning holes into the material with just his steely gaze. I would hold resentment, too. What does it say? Isaiah whispers. We all glance at each other before I gingerly pick it up and begin reciting the words. To end a pair destined to mate. Magic is needed to seal this fate. You must be wise. This darkness can be hard. For if you continue, you may be dealt the wrong card. We all sit silently, stunned in union. I breathe out a small, shaky breath. I peer at Klayden, whose eyebrows are furrowed tightly together. Clearly, he is concerned and trying to decipher the meaning behind this riddle. Well, what the hell does that mean? Lenore asks. A small, wry laugh drags out of me, slightly wondering the same thing. Does it say anything else, Addie? Isaiah asks me. I flip through a few more pages, and everything else turns up blank. I shrug with a slight frown on my face. No, I say. That was it. Well, that's stupid, Lenore huffs. I can't help but nod and agree solemnly as I toss the journal back on the ground. Let me see, Isaiah tries to reason. My eyebrows knit together in confusion, watching as he picks it up. I grab the journal from him again. I just checked. There's literally nothing else there. You're blind, Isaiah retorts. And human. You might have missed something that only a werewolf's attentive mind could see. I scowl at him. He reaches for the book, and I still have a death grip on it. We almost play a sort of tug-of-war with the journal before one of the pages suddenly caused a small slit on my middle finger. Ouch, I hiss, feeling a slight pain. How did these old pages manage to give me a paper cut? Look what you did, Isaiah says to me sarcastically. I shoot him a glare, and Klayden growls lowly in his chest at Isaiah before anything else escalates. I notice the blood that had dripped from my finger fell onto the journal, landing on top and touching some of the pages. I frown and open it up, aiming to inspect the damage inflicted by Isaiah and my childish actions. What th? Holy see. Oh my goddess, Klayden breathes from beside me. He is leaning over me, peering down into the journal, similarly to Isaiah and me. Lenore peers up from her phone, where she had been sitting and taking selfies. What did I miss? She asks. Isaiah rolled his eyes at her, and I started flipping through the pages of the journal, which were now suddenly littered with information. How did this get here? I asked Klayden. He looked skeptically at the book before answering. If I had to guess, it was probably enchanted. It may have needed someone's blood to unlock the rest of whatever else is in there. I nod my head. That makes sense. I'm honestly not sure what to look for, so you should read it. I say to Klayden with a slight cringe. He reluctantly nods, agreeing with me. He takes the journal from my hand and starts to read through some of the pages, Isaiah trying to read some of it over his shoulder as well. I sit anxiously watching the two of them glance at each other, eyebrows furrowed in either confusion or frustration. Probably a mix of both. Here I am, a bundle of nerves ready to melt into mush, while Lenore is sitting next to us on Snapchat with the dog filter. How fitting. Why is my life so complicated? Suddenly, Klayden lets out a thunderous snarl, and I instantly shoot back, crawling away from the danger instinctively. Isaiah holds his hands up in surrender, trying to tame him. Klayden's eyes are almost pitch black, and his muscular chest is panting heavily. If he weren't so scary and about to sprout fur, this might actually be hot. I shake my head at my thoughts, as Klayden suddenly growls and turns to ripping out a few of the pages from the old journal. I gasp in both shock and fear. No. I launch myself towards him. Is he crazy? These pages hold the key to everything. Isaiah grabs my waist, stopping my advance towards Klayden. He pins me behind him, holding one hand on my waist and the other in front of us as a sort of barrier. He quickly shoots me a look that says, "Don't move." Klayden, still snarling and growling, suddenly turns almost murderous at the sight of Isaiah and me. His obsidian eyes follow Isaiah's arm to my waist, holding me nearly pinned to him. Shaking, I watch as Klayden's fingers suddenly turn into razor-sharp claws. He has one thing on his mind. Kill. I scramble to look for Lenore, until suddenly remembering that she had excused herself to go to the washroom. Mine, Klayden growls to Isaiah. My eyes widen at realization, and Isaiah's tense body mirrors mine. I shove myself out of Isaac's protective grip and slowly stalk up to Klayden. His eyes flash a small golden light, his chest still panting while he breathes heavily. Hey, I soothe. I'm right here, I'm all yours. I place my hands onto his chest shakily. This isn't something I'm used to, and I'm terrified. But I know he won't hurt me. I lay my head against his chest, and he almost rumbles a purr from within, clasping his arms securely around me. I feel him lean down into my hair, inhaling deeply. He growls in satisfaction before I peer up to see his eyes returning to their natural color. I almost sag in relief. I watch as Isaiah steps forward, still cautious, although recognizing his alpha is back to his usual self. What the hell happened, man? Lenore asks as she enters the door, noticing some of the books on the ground in a chaotic pile due to Klayden's deadly outburst. I think he found something he didn't like, Isaiah says. Damn straight, Klayden growls. Chapter 18. Isaiah has calmed Klayden enough to allow him to recite more of the information he found. It seemed to haunt him, as he didn't understand what the riddles meant. Klayden had read another riddle that had sent him over the edge. His animalistic side wanted blood for whoever cursed me. He had read it aloud once he settled down, and it was amazing how this old relic continued to perplex the group of us. I glance around, my eyes falling on everything surrounding us. We had been here for a while. The library had grown dim as the light outside faded. The only source now came from the dust-covered lamps surrounding. The click of the door indicated that the librarian had left for the evening, and she didn't even bother asking her alpha to leave. I could now tell who a werewolf was by how they looked. Even when they were older, their athletic builds and sharp features gave them away almost instantly. I felt pretty confident about this newly acquired knowledge. I grin at my own thoughts. Myersdale was practically all werewolves anyway. I went to a table at the back of the library. Now the four of us sat together. We haven't said anything in a couple of minutes. Of course, it was Isaiah who broke the silence. He had yet to lose his goofy optimism, as I certainly had. Damn, I didn't expect that, he breathes. Klayden's eyes glare into his beta's head, almost piercing his soul. He always pretended that Isaiah annoyed him, but anyone who looked past his tough exterior could see they were best friends. A sigh comes out of my mouth involuntarily, and my head makes a thump as it connects with the wood of the table. I suddenly feel his hand on my back. Ever since I took off the necklace, I could feel that it was his touch, even though it was on my clothes. Read it to me again, I say silently. The ripped pages of the book lay on the desk. My eyes find Lenore, and I watch as she is desperately trying to flatten one of the pages with her hands. Klayden sorts through the papers before finding the one, and he reads aloud for what seems like the 100th time. All others to attempt to perform this magic. It will end tragically. There is the sound of their death knell. She is the only one who may bind the spell. Those who are not the goddess of the moon. They're sure to meet their doom. Magic so strong that you must be an H. To wear the mark she bared. I frown as Klayden dismisses reciting the words written. The H'd paper had obstructed the second last sentence. It was impossible to see the word that was supposed to be there. The words made an ache grow in my head starting to throb as anxiety fills me briefly. Lenore sat back in her seat. The meaning behind the words forced us all back into a stunned silence. Klayden said earlier he thought the missing word was human, but something inside me told me otherwise. I can't believe the moon goddess is the one who did this to you. Why would she want to keep you guys apart? Isaiah's voice rang out in the empty room, bouncing off books and shelves. Klayden growled under his breath. He didn't know why either, and he wasn't happy about it. That part was prominent. My hand brushed against his thigh in an attempt to calm him, and I could feel his muscles tighten under my touch. His lips lifted at the corners for the first time in hours. I wanted him so bad right here. I could feel my core warm at the thought. Yet his eyes didn't meet mine, and I was sure he was resisting the urge to act on my thoughts. Lenore's following words made me pull my hand away, snapping me back to reality. Didn't you know the moon goddess? The question is directed at Klayden. He seems to think, the gears turning in his brain before choosing his words wisely. You could say that. He chuckled under his breath. It made me mad that this was the most emotion I had gotten out of him for the last several hours. Suddenly, I am haunted by the words from my dream, a dream that seemed like a lifetime ago. My dream of the moon goddess. Her angelic voice rang throughout my head, and I remembered what she had said to me. The first one I made was my favorite, but his fate is not with me. It's with you. The realization hit me all at once. She was talking about Klayden. He was the first werewolf she had created. I start to shake my head. My hands wrap into my hair in astonishment. This was too much. I get up so quickly that my chair knocks back. It doesn't hit the ground, as Klayden's arm shoots out and catches it in time. I'm mad that he hadn't told me this before. The concept of my curse had just gotten a lot more personal. I'm convinced the moon goddess did it either to keep me away from Klayden or to spook him away from me. Make her undo it. I sound like a whiny little kid as I cry out. I'm exasperated. I want to shed my own skin. Why would anyone do this to another person? I felt like I didn't even know who I truly was. Was anything in my life real? Klayden looks sad as he stands up and takes a step towards me. I hadn't noticed that I started to back away, and he frowns at my movements. He quickly glances at Isaiah, and I know what's happening. He's silently telling him to leave. I know what is coming is worse, whatever it will be. Soon, it was only the two of us in the room, standing staring at each other and not saying a word. We hadn't communicated anything with our words, but our bodies were speaking a different language. You could cut the sexual tension with a knife. I wanted to jump on him. I had done it once here. What is once more? I can see that his thoughts are similar. As he recalls the last time, mirroring my own thoughts, his eyes grow dark. It makes me want him more. I can feel the bond inside me like a rope, pulling me towards him and twisting in bliss. I can see him recover quickly when one of the pages on the edge of the table brushes against the ground unexpectedly. No one has seen her in years. She visits no one. We aren't even sure if she's in our world anymore. I've never seen him so sad as when he thinks about the idea of her being gone. I wanted him to care for me like that. He was always just angry instead, but I liked this. No, I needed it. She came to me, in a dream. We just have to find her. I know she is here, I counter, crossing my arms. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna prove him wrong. Klayden looks at me and takes a step forward, his arms outstretched. There is pity in his eyes. Oh, Adina, that's impossible. You are human. But I know better. I know it was her. That doesn't mean anything, I know what I saw. Klayden sighs and walks past me towards the door, pulling it open. Let's just go, he says. I walk towards him and walk through the open door. He catches my wrist as I'm almost entirely out the door. However, I keep walking, shrugging off his loose grip on me. Of course, like every good drama cliché I somehow was involved in, it was raining outside. I was almost instantly drenched. And like any cliché, I turn and kiss him. Hot and heavy. Our wet clothes make it feel as if his skin is on mine. I can feel every inch of his body, especially the part one want to feel the most. I rub myself against him, wanting to forget about earlier. I thought it was going to work. It does take him a minute to respond, but when he realizes I am trying to distract him, he pulls away. Adina, stop this. He jerks back on my hold, holding me in place in front of him. His anger made me furious. I could feel our bond feeding off his emotions. I don't hold myself back. I know you were the first. He doesn't reply. I know she made you first. I yell at him, and his face goes blank at my words, and he almost pales at my outburst. The fury inside me is burning, and I continue with a steely tone. And that red book I found, that was your template? She was lonely, so she created you. The first wolf. Is that why I'm cursed? Because she wants you for herself? Is that it, Klayden? Pain strikes through my wrist. It makes me flinch slightly, but I aim to conceal it. Klayden's eyes aren't the usual black eyes I'm so used to gazing into, but they shine golden, and his teeth turn sharp. I shriek as I pull away. I'm surprised that he doesn't try to stop me. His nails had transformed into claws and dug into my skin. I hold my bleeding wrist against my chest. He snaps back when he hears my cry. His emotions are indescribable. He looked completely ashen and ashamed and reached for me gently. He leans down. You don't know what you are talking about. It wasn't like that, he says as he grabs my hand, examining the damage with a face stricken in pain. This is probably why she put this spell on you. Werewolves shouldn't have human mates. They are too fragile. So, what are you saying? I look up into Klayden's eyes, and they are swimming with regret. I know he doesn't want to do this, but he isn't breaking. His eyes tear from mine, and he refuses to look at me. His gaze is focused above my head. I wish this would stop happening between us. The ache in my heart at this point almost seems permanent. Doesn't he know this hurts me too? I grab his chin and try to pull his face to mine. His hand comes to my uninjured wrist and pulls my skin away from his. This simple movement is what made me snap. If he didn't want me, then I didn't want to be wanted. I turned and left. I didn't want to feel anymore. I walked quickly, unsure of where I was, even trying to go. I was going to find her. Chapter 19. My plan wasn't exactly working out. That night, I went home and decided to find her. The moon goddess. There was only one small issue. I didn't know where to start. Granted, I knew she could visit me in my dreams. So as soon as I had made my way into my apartment, shoving off my clothes and changing into something more comfy, I jumped into my bed and under my duvet blanket. I was currently wearing one of Klayden's shirts that he had given to me. He had relentlessly growled something about him wanting me to be covered by his scent. I didn't really care as to why. I snuggled into his shirt deeply and inhaled. It smelled just like him, the woodsy, masculine scent, yet mixed with his faint yet distinct laundry detergent. I was almost in heaven, although the task at hand I had given myself seemed impossible and kept nagging in my mind. I slammed my eyes shut and my head against my pillow, willing myself to sleep. Nothing was working. I groan loudly for what feels like the 100th time. I grab my pillow and scream into it, channeling all my frustration into it. Is this her fault? She won't let me sleep? This is a ridiculous thought, I know, but who else am I to blame? Maybe I should blame myself for overthinking myself to the point where my brain is firing away and I can't sleep? Nah, it's her fault. At least that's what I'm telling myself. I glare into the ceiling, silently willing it to be sent her way. I groggily peel my eyes open and look around my room. My eyes feel heavy, and I'm blinking extremely slowly, trying to adjust to my sudden consciousness. I stretch my arms out in front of me, tilting my head and eliciting a loud yawn. I suddenly tense up, halting in my movements. My eyes dart around my room, cautious and alert to something that feels different. Everything is normal. My room looks exactly how I left it before I fell asleep. Everything is the same. Except it isn't. All the Polaroids I put on my wall are slightly blurred as if I can't make out the faces of those within. I glance at my nightstand and see one of my textbooks for philosophy and can't make out what the words are saying on the cover. Oh my God. I'm dreaming. Knowing what this means suddenly, I climb out of bed and stand up. I try to muster up as much confidence as I can. Awkwardly, I await her arrival after several minutes of standing there. I think my summoning had worked. Almost as if hearing my doubts, she appeared right in front of me. This time, as I had expected her arrival, I wasn't as perplexed. However, I still had to do a double take when I saw her beauty was unmatched by any other. Her strikingly white hair, as well as the bow and arrow slung across her back, confirms my suspicions that it is indeed her standing right in front of me. I begin to speak amidst our silence. Why did you come to me? I ask, my lips slightly quivering. Her powerful aura is almost enough to bring me to my knees. I stand my ground, however. One of her eyebrows cock up, questioningly. Her facial expression almost taunts me, as if she were saying you know why. Her lack of response slightly infuriates me, and I take a step forward. I'm not trying to be threatening, but she was starting to piss me off. Okay, I drawl. We both know why you're here. So why don't you give me the answers I'm looking for? The last part comes out pleadingly. My life is so complicated, and for once, I need something to go in my favor. I am the one who put the spell upon you and ensured you had the necklace, she offered. Although I knew the answer from the riddle Klayden had recited earlier, which infuriated him, it was still shocking to hear. As if I was truly absorbing this information for the first time, I was stunned to say the least. Why? I take another step closer to her. We are still in my fake bedroom, in my dream. This is all too much to handle. It's not for reasons you think, she says, referring to Klayden. You are an heir, and a rare one at that. A rare heir? I almost snored at the words. Is she for real right now? Her face is impassive, and there isn't a trace of humor. Everything she says is always cryptic and matter-of-fact. Yes, you're human, and I couldn't have you harmed. Keeping you amongst other humans was the best way to do it, she says. Then why am I Klayden's mate? And why would someone want to hurt me? They have been murdered before. In cold blood, in spite. I couldn't allow this to happen once more, she tells me with a deep sadness. I watch as tears well up in her eyes, and my own as well follow suit. Watching her now, only meters in front of me, she suddenly seems so youthful. Although the bow and arrow are intimidating, her vibrant white hair and young face contrast anything of the sort. She seems like a lost kid, forced into this burden of a life for such a long time. She's really an old soul. After a minute or two, we end up sniffling together, feeling the pain the other is feeling. She made me feel things on another level, as if her pain was also mine. I suddenly remembered she had particularly skipped over a question of mine. So, why would I be Klayden's mate then? This would mean I would be introduced into the werewolf world anyways. It was Desiree, little one. I shake my head at her. Why can she never give me a straight answer? Can you please elaborate? You were made for each other, long before any curse was implemented. I did what I had to do for your survival. So do you want me to be with him or not? You two are soulmates. You are made from the half of each other's soul, but there are more important things at stake. You are in mortal danger, Adina, she sighs worriedly. She's crying again, and I can't help but feel overwhelmed by her words as well. I hug her. I feel almost inclined to do so. Her powerful aura is virtually compelling me to console her. She felt at home. I look up to her, my eyebrows furrowing together. So, you say I am an heir, I say to her. Yes, she tells me with a slight sniffle. You are. How can that be possible? I'm human, and my parents don't know anything about this world. She looks at me and frowns. If possible, her expression saddened even more. Oh God, am I ready to hear this? I start to panic internally. Those people aren't your real parents, Adina. No, I say to her, shaking my head. You're lying. She takes a step closer to me as I take one away from her. She reaches her arms out to hold me, and I shove them away. Adina, I would never lie to you. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about. They aren't your real relatives, not by blood. But blood doesn't mean anything, they are still your family. She says to me in a soothing voice. I hate her even more. You ruined my life. Just get thee out of here. Leave me alone. My hands fist up to the side of my head, grabbing my hair in frustration. I turn away from her and start pacing along the side of my room. What the hell is she saying? It was like she was shooting my world, no, burning my world down. She's wrong. I did it for your own protection. She bellows. My chest is rapidly rising up and down, my fury growing by the seconds. I'd rather be dead. She gasps, clutching her heart as if I had physically caused her pain by saying so. No, she whispers. I won't let them get to you. What are you talking about now? Leave me alone. I slap myself. I'm hoping this will wake me up, get me the heck out of here. Suddenly, I'm pushed onto my bed, and she jumps on top of me. I open my mouth to scream, but she quickly clamps a hand over it. It's not like anyone is going to hear me anyway. I'm lying on my back, my arms and legs flailing wildly to get her off of me. I watch with wide eyes as she clambers on top of me, straddling my waist. She still has one of her hands on my mouth, and I watch as the other is thrust on my forehead, effectively pinning me down. I try to bite her hand, but nothing works to get her off of me. She tilts her head back and starts chanting an incantation while her thumb presses into my forehead with more pressure. Suddenly, there is no noise. She lets go of my mouth, and I stare at her, dumbfounded. I feel calm, I feel fine. What did you do to me? What I had to do? You won't be needing the necklace anymore. My bond? With Klayden. I didn't sever it, young one. Even that is beyond my control, she tells me, steely, almost angry over the fact. I am feeling exactly the same, though for different reasons. I'm furious. Although I didn't ask for this life, she's been making it a living hell so far. I notice she is still straddling me, but I don't care. I need to know what just happened. I open my mouth to ask her a question, but as I do, she leans down and places her lips upon mine. I'm so startled by the kiss, I hardly notice that everything around us turns white. And that's the last thing I remember. I wake up so violently that I literally fall out of my bed. My entire body is covered with a light sheen of sweat, and I quickly get up. I run into my bathroom, desperate to wash my face with some cold water. I glance into the mirror, staring back at my reflection. My face is so pale, I can hardly recognize myself. My blonde hair is slightly damp and sticking to the side of my face, so I brush a few pieces behind my ear and rinse my face quickly. I look down into the sink, feeling water droplets trickle down the side of my face. I peer back up slowly to the mirror, staring at my drained hazel eyes. The eyes that used to be so full of life. The eyes that used to stare up at my cloud ceiling, not a care in the world, were amidst them. Has my entire life been a lie? Do my parents know? What do I do about Klayden? Oh shoot. Klayden. I almost sprint back into my room, grabbing my cell phone from the nightstand it had been perched on all night. I quickly text him to come to my apartment so we can talk things over. In the meantime, I'm going to shower. I step out of the shower, the towel wrapped tightly across my body. As I step out of my bathroom, I hear a swift knock at my door. Embarrassingly, I look down at my attire. Or lack of. Whatever. It's not like we haven't been intimate before. I briskly walk over to my door and grab the handle, twisting it open and coming face to face with Klayden. As soon as he sees me, our eyes lock in place. As always, it feels like time stops when we look at each other. Like our souls finally found their other half. My cute thoughts were rudely interrupted once Klayden broke eye contact with me and dragged his eyes across my entire body slowly. My eyes cast down to his lips, watching him lick them with a new hunger. Before I can say anything, Klayden quickly walks into my apartment and looks everywhere but at me. I close my door and awkwardly stand there in front of him, still in my towel. Can you please put some clothes on, Adina? I can't focus when you're around me looking like that. He snaps at me. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of a turn on. The way he could barely hold himself together, gripping my couch and refusing to look my way. He looked more beast than man. And if I don't? I say to him teasingly, swaying my hips as I walk toward him. I watch as he grits his teeth together, trying to tame the beast inside of him I know wants to be let out so badly. And how badly I want him just to let it happen. Chapter 20. I do the most rebellious thing I can think of. I drop my towel. Klayden's eyes catch the movement of it slowly cascading to the floor, and his jaw literally drops at the sight before him. Here I am, standing naked in front of my mate. My teacher. I bite my lip, taking a step closer to Klayden. No, this was not what I had told him to come over for. This seems like a more fun idea, though. Klayden seems to have the exact opposite thought as he quickly turns away from me, choking on air and gasping. Worriedly, I run up to him and grab his arm. Oh my God, Klayden. Are you okay? He tries to gently shrug me off, avoiding eye contact and especially skin contact altogether. Adina, please stop. I'm fine, really, he tells me. He walks over to my bed and grabs one of my soft blankets. He sighs, walks back towards me, and gently wraps it around my body. I almost pout. Do you not want me? Adina. You can't be serious, he deadpants. God, Klayden. At this point, I don't even know what to think. I throw my hands up in exasperation. I want you more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. Then act like it. He sighs frustratedly and runs his fingers through his hair. This is becoming a routine now. We both end up sitting on my bed, facing one another. I want this, he says, pointing to both of us, when everything is figured out. When you know this is for sure something you want, that I am someone you can accept forever. I gulp. You're right, and I'm sorry for putting you in an uncomfortable position. We don't have to rush this, I tell him with a soft smile. I place my hand on the side of his face and run my finger along his cheek. His eyes close at the movement. At the exact time he smiles at my touch, I frown at it. What the? I didn't feel the sparks. The intense connection. The satisfied, twisting bond of pleasure. Gone. As if Klayden can sense my internal panic, he looks at me worriedly. My hand drops from his face and falls to my side. I'm dumbfounded once again. The bond that I had finally begun to embrace was taken right from my arms. I look up to Klayden with unshed tears in my eyes, my heart starting to beat frantically in my chest. Baby, what's wrong? He asks me, drawing my hands into his chest. Klayden, I can't feel it. You can't feel what? The sparks. The bond. Us, I tell him. It feels like I'm wearing that stupid necklace again. His mouth pops open, and he begins shaking his head, as if he genuinely doesn't believe the words coming out of my mouth. I wish they weren't true. No, Adina, he says. You have to be mistaken. I watch as he pulls me in close and starts peppering small kisses all across my face. He starts at my forehead, then my cheeks, my nose, and finally my lips. He presses harshly against them, and I feel a tear fall against our molded lips. It wasn't mine. It was Klayden's. He was crying and right in front of me, showcasing his vulnerability in the sweetest of ways. I can't imagine what he must be going through. I can't believe he got stuck with me as a mate. What happened? He whispers, pinning me close to his chest. I still have the blanket wrapped securely around me, but I know I need to change to have this conversation. I have a pretty good idea what happened. I look up to my roof in my apartment and glare, hoping the moon goddess will feel not only my pain but also his. She said he was her favorite after all. I emerged from my closet after getting dressed in some black jeans and one of Klayden's shirts again. I know having his scent will make him feel better, and to be frank, me as well. We sat at my small kitchen table after I had poured both of us hot chocolate. Klayden had hardly left my side, needing to touch me and coddle me to make sure I was still there. That I was still his. He ends up placing me on his lap at the kitchen table, both of us sipping our hot chocolate. "What happened, Adina?" he repeats after some time. "I saw her again," I tell him. I watch as he visibly gulps, seemingly uncomfortable suddenly. "Her, as in the moon goddess, yes." I finish the statement for him. He nods at my answer. "Okay. How?" "She came to me in my dream." I wanted to talk to her, I tell him with guilt twinging in my chest. "What did you guys talk about?" he asks me, shifting his body from underneath me. "A few things," I shrug. "She told me she put the curse on me for my own protection. She didn't want me anywhere near your world." "Is that all?" "No," I say to him, visibly tensing. "She told me I'm an heir. That's why I need the protection. Others have been murdered." "I would never let that happen to you," Klayden tells me, growling. I grab his bicep, running my hand up and down his arm to calm him down. "I know, hey, I know. I don't understand. If she didn't want you part of my world because you're an heir, which I understand, how come we are soulmates?" He looks back up to me and puts one of his fingers on my lips, tracing the bottom one in fascination. I don't say anything as he continues. "I'm so glad I found you, that you are my mate," he tells me. "I would not want anyone else. You truly are my other half." I gaze at him with a smile and reach over to kiss him. He instantly returns the kiss with more passion. Although I don't feel the same electric sparks our bond had, and he could, it still felt amazing to be here in his arms. The arms that would hopefully hold me forever. As we pull apart, drunk on the fixation of one another, I think back to the question he asked. It was the same one I had asked her. She told me it had something to do with Desiree, I say in slight confusion. Like, it wasn't up to her or something. "Desiree," he says. I reply with a shrug. My hips roll against his in perfect sync. His groans are deep in my ear as I press myself closer to his chest. I'm currently straddling him on my couch. His hands are on me, helping me bounce up and down. I bite my lips and my head tilts back. We have clothes on. This is strictly over the clothes fun we're having. I can't get enough. I just want Klayden to rip these clothes off, once and for all. Klayden presses up harder from under me, grinding into me with a soft moan. A noise comes from the back of my throat with the movement. "You like that?" he whispers in my ear. I gasp at the husky sensuality that comes from him. "Yes," I nod my head frantically. At this moment, I wish I could feel the sparks. The electricity of that bond just intensified everything. Knowing Klayden is feeling everything more magnified than I was, a sudden thought pops into my head. I bite my lip and look down at him, his gaze also gazing at me with a lazy smile. I start to lift myself off of him. I get off his lap, watching Klayden as he observes my every move in slight confusion. I bend down beside him on the couch, unzipping his pants. Klayden allows me to do this. I look at him and gulp. I gently bring my mouth down. I look up as Klayden hisses in pleasure. This motivates me to continue. I continue and Klayden groans and bucks his hips up. We continue like this, and I wrap my hands around him as well. Klayden places his hands in my blonde hair, tingling them. The noises Klayden is making are turning me on, and I moan alongside him, the vibration of my throat sending even more pleasure to him. Soon enough, I feel his movements become more erratic. I wipe my mouth and look at Klayden with a huge smile. He seems completely satisfied and draws me in for a vast, passionate kiss. He zips his pants back up and brings me in close, cradling me against his chest while we cuddle on my couch. Klayden and I had just finished watching a movie after our intimate moment, and I excused myself, telling him I needed to use the bathroom quickly. I enter my bathroom, and once I finish my business, I start to wash my hands. I'm scrubbing the rest of the soap off before someone taps on my shoulder. I smile, turning to face Klayden when it's not Klayden. A pink-haired girl with a short bob cut is staring in front of me with a wide smirk on her face. She is wearing all black and combat army boots. I notice her eyebrow piercing as she cocks one of them up, bemusement plastered on her face. Her arms are folded in front of herself, and I can see the beautiful ink swirling all around. Overall, she looks like a cool girl. Who the hell are you? I demand. Some refer to me as an angel, something good, she drawls, shrugging. Some call me the devil. She looks me square in the face, grinning madly. But you can call me Desiree. Chapter 21. Desiree. I echo. She unfolds her arms and starts walking around me in a small, slow circle. Her eyes are calculating, unnerving. I shuffle my feet slightly at the intensity. That's right, she says. I suppose that wicked wrench hasn't bothered to mention me. She finishes her sentence with a scowl, her face pinched into one of annoyance. Wicked wrench? Who? I voice. I'm not even that surprised some random person has shown up in my bathroom. With all the supernatural craziness that has been occurring around me as of late, this was nothing to compare to. However, this really was ultimately the cherry on top. Just my luck. Yeah, you know. Artemisia. She tells me as she hops up onto my bathroom counter, glancing at her perfectly manicured and black nails with a bored expression. Who the hell is Artemisia? Well, she begins. The moon goddess, of course. She has a name? I almost want to facepalm at my sheer ignorance. How stupid am I? Desiree scrutinizes my expression, and a small smirk dances at the corner of her mouth. My eyes narrow at her in defense. She hums in response. I have to say I am surprised, she tells me. And why is that? I can feel myself scowling. I mean, you are the one who found her journal after all. My mouth drops open. Oh, the red book. Her initials are A.T. For some reason, the thought alone makes my blood boil. Knowing she had sketched the endless portraits of Klayden, which feels so intimate, stirred me into a rage that resided deeply within me. I think I'm the first person to ever actually hate the moon goddess. She truly is a wicked wrench, eh? I say to Desiree with the side of my lips upturned. She turns to me and smirks. Oh, you have no idea. I jump slightly as I hear a pounding at the bathroom door. I look over at Desiree, who seems not to have a care in the world, almost as if she were expecting this to happen. I take the 2 steps over to the door and unlock it, allowing him to come in. Immediately seizing me, I stand shell-shocked as Klayden pulls me behind him and assesses the bathroom for any threats. No one is in here anymore. Who are you talking to? Klayden asks while bringing me in close. I'm not going to bother to lie to him. I'm not sure, I tell him honestly. A woman appeared. Her name was Desiree. Desiree. Yeah. Klayden looks at me thoughtfully and then looks down bashfully. My eyes narrow at his actions, and I tilt my head up to look at him and meet his gaze. He clears his throat. I, kind of know her, he tells me, using one hand to scratch the back of his neck. A sudden tension fills the atmosphere, and I feel like I would suffocate in the silence that fills the air around the two of us so quickly. Are you serious? Yes. A very, very long time ago, he tells me. Why did you never tell me? That seems like something someone would tell their girlfriend, I say to him and cross my arms against my chest. In case you know, they randomly appear in someone's bathroom, and that person has no idea who they are. It seems like a good thing to know. Wait, did I say girlfriend? Did that seriously just come out of my mouth? I'm immensely mortified at my word vomit and hope Klayden didn't notice. I am wrong. Girlfriend. The word sounds foreign coming from his mouth too. As if anything could make this more awkward, more word vomit comes spewing out of me. Well, I mean, I didn't mean to assume. I sigh and continue. Considering we act like boyfriend and girlfriend, talk like boyfriend and girlfriend, and are soulmates. I kind of assumed. I finish my awkward rambling with a sheepish smile. Oh, Adina, we are so much more than that. His answer makes me melt inside, and we bring each other in close, our lips meeting briefly. I could do this every day for the rest of my life and never get tired of it. However, I am reminded once again that I am missing the sparks that usually accompany Klayden's embraces. I think Klayden can sense my distress as he laces our fingers together before bringing them to his lips softly. I want to swoon at how cute he can be sometimes. What are we going to do about our bond, Adina? He asks me as if I even have a clue. Or the lack of? I joke. He shoots me a deadpan look, and I lowly laugh it off. Maybe my jokes are a little too soon. Well, I know I just met Desiree, but I have a feeling she may be able to help, I say in a more serious note. All jokes aside, she seemed to dislike the moon goddess, Artemisia, as much as I did. That had to count for something, right? I'm not sure how much help she will be, Klayden tells me wearily. It's worth a shot. Later on that day, Klayden and I made our way to his place. He felt it was best to have material on hand to restrain Desiree if need be, and his house was fully stocked with whatever we might ever need. I roll my eyes at the thought. He is so dramatic. Thoughts enter my head as silence fills the packhouse living room. Not even Isaiah is here to keep me company. The dreadful thoughts never truly left. They were just floating in the back of my mind. I think about my mom, how her gentle fingers used to feel when they were weaving through my hair, how my dad would kiss me on the head after soccer games, no matter the final score. How could she tell me that it was all a lie? Anger struck through my core. I can physically feel the heat in my stomach. I looked around the packhouse living room, and there was no one here, not even Isaiah to keep me company. Klayden is meeting with the highest officers. Apparently rogues have been spotted on the border. Once I knew I was really alone, I let the tears fall. Even though I didn't believe her, my brain told me to be rational. What was the point in telling me such a cruel lie? I decide before I even know I have made it. I hadn't seen my parents since I moved to Myersdale, and I needed to prove to myself that I was going crazy. Werewolves were crazy enough. I didn't need my family to be involved. I wanted to wait until Klayden got back, I really did, but as the hours ticked by, my legs shook with impatience. I checked my phone, and the last bus out of town was leaving in just 20 minutes. I didn't feel like driving my car so far. I just wanted to be in my own thoughts with nothing to worry about. I missed taking the bus. There was no time to pack as I ran to the university station. I wasn't going to be home for very long, just long enough to confirm that my life was still mine. My phone battery shines red, and I curse myself aloud. I texted Klayden that there was nothing to worry about, that it was my mom's birthday, so I was going home. I feel bad lying, but I know I need the security. I click my phone into airplane mode to save battery and slide it into my pocket. I am one of the few people on the bus. The tattered blue seats give off an odd smell. The sun is setting and the overhead lights click on, giving the bus a yellow glow. My head rests against the window and my breathing fogs up the glass. I drift in and out of sleep as the bus drives down the road. As we pass the "Thanks for visiting Myersdale" sign, I think I hear an echo of a wolf howl. The bus stops multiple times, and by the time we hit my hometown, there is only one other person on the bus besides me and the driver. We both get off, and my lack of luggage surprises the driver. I smile at his confusion. Just a last-minute trip, I say to him. I turn away from the door and put on my jacket. I bring my head up to come face to face with the man who had just sat across the aisle from me for the last 3 hours. It wasn't until this second that I felt his presence as a genuine concern. He just watched my face intently as I tried to sneak around him. He didn't make a move, and I shook off the strange vibes I was getting. This new world of the supernatural had maybe been far too cautious. He looks so familiar, though. However, I put it out of my mind as I used the last of my phone battery to call a taxi. Once safe in the yellow cab, I feel like I can finally breathe for the first time. I look around at my familiar surroundings, knowing I am only minutes from home. I feel excited and giddy, somewhat like a little kid. I can see my porch lights now, and I don't even feel myself paying for the cab. I am to focus on what is about to come next. I knock on the door. I can hear the sound echo through the house. My mom's footsteps are coming through the kitchen. I am anticipating the emotions on their faces. Joy, shock, confusion. Maybe a little bit of everything. When the door swings open, I know. I can feel it in my heart. I know. Chapter 22. My mother greets me at the door. She is smiling just like she should. She hugs me just like she should. She tells me she is so happy to see me, just like she should. Yet, it is her athletic build and sharp features that give her away. They are so familiar, and not because she is my mother. I never noticed before, I never had anything to which I could compare them. I dig my head into her chest and inhale her calming scent before pushing away. I don't know how to do this. It feels like I've literally forgotten how to do everything. I can't move or talk, and a blank expression takes over my face. I've forgotten how to breathe, but my mind races. I consider the possibility that everything the moon goddess told me is true. My first inhale is shaky, but I need to get myself together. My mom, this woman, drags me inside my childhood home. It feels cold now. I am unsure how to approach the situation. What if they're dangerous? My dad is sitting where he always is, in the living room, perched on his lazy boy. A mug of coffee sits beside him, and I watch as he smiles when he sees me. He pushes himself off the chair and walks over to hug me, then falls back down into the permanent dent that had been made over the years in his chair. It seemed so normal. My mom comes back from the kitchen holding 2 mugs. I grasp the one she gives me in my hand, and I don't even bother identifying the liquid inside. Anything would make me sick right now. I hold it tightly to keep my hands from shaking, my anxiety over this situation getting the best of me. I casually sit down on the couch, and my mom sits beside me, unbothered. I'm so glad you decided to come to visit, Addie, but why are you home? I look at her strong features, that upturned nose and smooth jaw. Why had I never noticed that I didn't inherit any of them? I decide that now is not the time to discuss such matters. As long as they don't know that I know, I can't hurt any worse. I keep my head down as I respond to her slight questioning. I was just so overwhelmed with school. My teachers are so tough on me. The half-truth almost makes me giggle. My mind is too exhausted for anything, and I feel like I'm becoming delusional. My mom looks at me with pity, but I avoid her gaze. I know my eyes would give everything away. My emotions can be read on my face so easily, and I can't have that happen right now. I expect my mom to respond, but it is my dad who answers. His next words shock me into a stunned silence, as I hadn't expected such an aggressive response to emerge from him. My sweet dad. I knew we should have never let her go to that school. He shouts aloud, the anger almost coming off of him in waves. It makes me panic. Can he read me as easily as I can read them? My head snaps to his, and I meet his eyes. He knows something for sure. I'm just sure if it is the same thing I think he knows. My mom props herself on the edge of Dad's chair and touches his arm, seeking to calm him down. The action doesn't go unnoticed by me. Oh, don't talk like that. It's a great opportunity for her to learn. He instantly calms down, and I recognize it instantaneously for what it is. It's the same reaction I have when I'm around Klayden. Klayden. I grab my phone and plug it in. He is going to freak. Wow, can't go for 1 minute without her phone. I can almost feel my dad rolling his eyes behind me. At least his tone had returned to normal as he joked. I anxiously wait as the restart screen appears on my phone. With the logo loading, shining in my eyes, I'm surprised when my lock screen appears, free of notifications. He hasn't even noticed I'm gone. Could he possibly still be in the meeting? I turn around to see my parents watching me. I smile at them in response, and I don't feel in any danger, of course, even though my life might literally hang in the balance. I don't think I had really accepted that the people who raised me were werewolves. How many people in my life were supernatural creatures, and I didn't even know? I am shaken out of my thoughts at my mom's sudden and audible gasp. Adina, where is your necklace? She screeches, and I slightly lean back, and she and my father are out of their seats as fast as possible. Her hands are wrapped around my shoulders, and she pushes my neck to the side to inspect something there. Oh, thank God. Her sigh is one of relief as she releases me. She doesn't go far as she retreats slightly. She stands in front of me, her eyes daggers on mine. Answer the question, Adina. I'm perplexed, shock emitting from me as my mouth hangs open. I'm trying to think quickly, but it feels like a million years before I answer the two inquiring minds in front of me. I lost it when I went to the gym. I'm so sorry. I know how much it meant to you, to the family. It was honestly the only thing that seemed like a normal response on the fly, even though nothing about this situation was normal. My answer doesn't satisfy her completely. She only shakes her head with worry. She looks at my dad with concern, and he reciprocates her expression, the two of them sharing unspoken words. Tell the truth, Adina. What do you know? My dad speaks in the scary tone I had grown up with, where, instead of yelling, he gets really quiet. My eyes shift between them, and I take a step back. I never noticed their eyes before, either, how they would darken when their emotions got the better of them. Without realizing it, I start to cry. I feel the salted tears run down my face, and one falls upon my lips. I'm not sure what to do in this kind of situation. Do I admit everything? Do I just run? My brain decides for me. I just break down. My tears choke me, and I start to hyperventilate, not being able to speak. I can't do anything. This is all too much for a straightforward girl to handle. I just let go, wallowing in my self-pity of what my life has come to. My world falls into blackness, and I pray that whoever these people are standing in front of me, they care enough not to hurt me. This time when I wake up, I am in a bed that engulfs me in a warmth I never want to escape. My tired eyes find my phone beside me, vibrating and blowing up with texts and calls from numerous people. Klayden, Isaiah, and even Lenore. I resist the urge to answer. I instead listen to my surroundings, noticing voices from outside the door. It's my mother. I could recognize her soothing voice anytime. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Oh goddess, what do we do? I can hear her weeping. Goddess? Moon goddess? I involuntarily sit up. Did the coward finally show up in person? I strategically stay still and listen to what comes next. Do not fret, you did the duty I assigned you were to do, and this was only a matter of time. I think it has been contained well, considering her voice is no different than the one from my dreams. I want to go out there and strangle her. How dare she ruin everything? It seemed like she had worked her way into every corner of my life. So, what are the next steps? It is a man's voice this time, the man who calls himself my dad. Bile builds up in my throat, and the thought of my life of lies, and I have the urge to spit. I loudly swallow, and it feels like a rock going down my throat. The things that had previously confused me were all starting to make sense. The moon goddess asked these people to be my parents, to keep me away from werewolves. How ironic. There's very little either of you can do now. Now that Desiree is involved, and has made herself known, it is bound to get quite messy. She never wants anything to go according to plan. How hypocritical of her. I am forever in your debt, but your duty is completed. I could hear my mom almost sigh, as if she's been finally released. It has been nothing but a pleasure. We would do it again in a heartbeat, goddess. There is silence until Artemisia speaks again. Her voice is almost like a spoken lullaby, and if it weren't for my severe dislike and disdain towards her, I probably would have found it soothing. It seems she has woken. I am caught off guard by the words and shove myself under the covers as if I were a little kid who had been caught past her bedtime. But how did she know? The door swings open, and I immediately feel drawn to her. Her presence is much more commanding in person. I fight the urge to stand up as she enters the room. It is nice to finally meet you, Adina. Her eyes demand respect, but I have nothing but loathing. I know for sure now that she was the one who orchestrated my life, and I can't help but glare daggers at her. I try to bite my tongue at what comes next, but my nature gets the best of me. I really can't say the same. Chapter 23. It really wasn't our first time meeting, of course. I mean, this would be the first time we met in real time, the first not within my dreams. Well, sometimes they feel like nightmares when it involves Artemisia. She quirks her eyebrows at my snarky comment. I'm boiling inside at her audacity to continue to enter my life when she is clearly so not wanted. However sweet she may seem on the outside, Desiree thinks she is rotten on the inside. At this point, I'm willing to side with anyone who is the opposite of Artemisia. No matter, I think it is time we talk in a more realistic fashion. She shakes off my comment and stares at me standing in the middle of my room. I scoff and brush past her shoulder and my awestruck parents, who were standing behind watching both of us. They are clearly unaware that I have already been acquainted with the moon goddess. The stairs creaked under my heavy steps as I strutted over them. I whipped around once I was in the kitchen. I didn't want to have this conversation in my childhood bedroom. So much has happened in that room. My first real kiss, sneaking my best friend in at night. My thoughts are broken off by her ever-evading presence entering the room. The people I called Mom and Dad trailed behind, ashamed and looking as if their tails were between their legs. I didn't even have to start the conversation. She clearly had a lot to say. To start, I want to clear your parents' names. They did this because I commanded them to, and I don't believe I could have chosen better. They gave up their lives, vowing to me they would never shift again unless it was to protect you, and they were disowned by their pack, all for you. There is nothing more real than their love, blood or not. I can feel it in the room. She stops, and I can feel her gauging my reaction. My parents are waiting anxiously in the corner as well. I feel my heart sink. I'm conflicted. I love my parents so much, but I just couldn't wrap my head around it all. I mean, if they truly cared about my well-being, they would have told me, right? I decided right now that the best thing to do was to hear the rest of the story. I couldn't react until I knew everything that needed to be said. Hearts were on sleeves, including mine. I just nodded at Artemisia as a motion to continue, without saying anything else. She sighs. This was not the reaction she was expecting, I guess. When you were born, I had to do something, Adina. I have lost everyone. My daughter, my granddaughter, my great-granddaughter. I wasn't going to let you, my great-great-granddaughter, be next. There were tears in her eyes, but I gazed straight forward, trying not to let it affect me as much as I knew it was. It always started at around the age of 18, when they became stronger, but also easier to sense. People knew what they were. Living in the supernatural world left them vulnerable. They were hunted until the ends of the earth. None of them made it past 30. She's telling me I am in danger. However, the only threat I saw was her. She continues. If you didn't know who you were, you would never have tapped into your abilities. We were so close to saving you, but you insisted on applying to Myersdale. It was unconscious, but your lineage was leading you there. I soak everything in that Artemisia has told me. But I wasn't ready to forgive and forget. She had been selfish. I hated selfish people. I decided to ask her the question that was really on my mind. Didn't you want to keep me away so I could never meet Klayden? Because you want him for yourself. A light but sad laughter filled the air. I was surprised, confused even. Her eyes met mine, but quickly turned dark, almost black. I stumbled back slightly in the shock that overcame me. They seemed like they were reaching into my mind, trying to touch my soul. It was the first time I was scared of the moon goddess. The mate bond can make you so naive. She shouts at me. Horrifyingly, I watch as she starts walking towards me on the other side of the kitchen island. At a point, I did want him. I wanted him before he even stood foot on Earth. I was lonely and knew I could harvest the power of the moon to create something special. Her words dripped with pride and greed, which made my blood boil. I could feel myself gritting my teeth together. I wanted to say something, but I found my mouth dry and my lips stuck together. Feet bound to the ground. It was her doing. She wanted me to know it was time to listen. I designed him for so long. I wanted him to be perfect. But I too was naive at such a young age. The night of that full moon when he came to me, I knew. My first look at him, I could tell he was not for me. I could create vessels, but I had no control over the soul. But that is no matter. For all intents and purposes, I love Klayden. Am I in love with him? No, but he is mine. My first. At that word, mine, I try to tell her with my eyes that I want to kill her. She rolled her eyes back and paced around me, as if she was exasperated just telling the story. Don't worry, I'm almost done. So, when I found out that I couldn't control soul mates, I made more, trying to find the one that was destined for me. Hence the birth of the werewolf race. She sighed and plopped herself down on a kitchen bar stool. It didn't take long for her to continue. Yet, when the wolves praised me for their creation, they believed I was the one to pick mates and decide their fate. And that is why you are in danger. There are many wolves who did not have a great outcome with their mate. If they were rejected, or their mate was killed, or they are unable to even find them. Those wolves are the ones that would do anything to tear down an heir of the moon goddess. I want to launch myself at her. I had barely heard the rest of her story when I was too focused on what she said about Klayden and creating all these wolves for her own selfish agenda. This sounded pathological. She continues her story, but is interrupted by the last person I thought would appear. All of a sudden, with the blink of an eye, someone appears in front of the fridge. She swings the door open and finds what she is looking for, popping the grape in her mouth while she turns around. Her pink hair seemed to reflect the light from the kitchen. Yeah, you get all the credit and a little bit of glory, but what about me, sis? What about me? I get none of the credit, none of the glory. I see her pretend to pout, sticking her bottom lip out toward Artemisia. I felt my mouth finally release, but the only thing I could do was let my jaw fall open. Desiree. All of a sudden, I felt out of place in my own home. Artemisia stalked towards Desiree, fuming and ready to start screaming. If I weren't so disturbed by this whole situation, I might have made popcorn. Right. However, you get to sit on the sidelines and watch your mess burn everything down. Artemisia screams. The power and pain coming from her are almost choking me in waves, and I have to clutch the kitchen island. Desiree did not back down in Artemisia's presence. In fact, she seemed to find joy in seeing her rattled. That makes two of us. You are such a drama queen, Desiree seethes. I was watching this whole time, and by the goddess, give the poor girl a chance to get a word in. You are the cruel one to subdue her like that. She shakes her head and tisked at Artemisia as if to say a silent, shame on you. My brain whirls, and I spit the first thing that comes into my head. I have to clear my throat a little before spitting it out. Wait, are you guys actually sisters? My bottom jaw was still hanging slightly open at the scene unfolding before me. Desiree grabs Artemisia and squeezes her, kissing her cheek in one swift motion. I watch as Artemisia shifts uncomfortably under the touch, her stance ready to grab one of her bows attached to the satchel on her back and stab Desiree with it. You betcha. Desiree winks. That's why she always goes on and on about how blood doesn't matter. She's not my biggest fan. Artemisia shoves Desiree off of her in anger, for which Desiree feigns being hurt by the action. It's like they've forgotten that my parents and I are in the room. I glance at the two bodies huddled in the corner. They haven't moved this whole time. I instantly take pity on them. I knew I would forgive them eventually, just not right now. I find the courage to talk again. What about my bond with Klayden? I just want it back. Take this stupid curse off of me. I look between the two sisters and settle on Desiree, knowing she is my only hope. Artemisia will do anything to protect me now, even cursing me. Desiree glares at her sister due to my words. She's the one who messed with my souls, and as much as I am very unhappy about it, I will not interfere with it again. My souls are paired together for a reason. She continues to glare at Artemisia, but don't worry, you'll figure it out. She smiles to herself, happy with the conclusion she gave, and sends a wink my way. Well, it seems I've done my duty for the day. I think you'll be expecting some company soon, and I don't think I want to be present for that, Desiree says with a side smirk. She starts to stroll towards the living room, but I instantly stop her by calling out. So you know how much this is killing me, and you are just going to let it play out? She responds without even turning around. Yeah, that's the whole point of, well, me, I guess. And just like that, she vanished, like water vapor rising up into the atmosphere. I am left stranded in the same position I started. Artemisia, my parents, and I are all standing in the kitchen. That is, until a loud banging could be heard echoing through the whole house. Klayden. Chapter 24. I hear him shouting from the outside of the house, banging persistently on the door. Adina, let me in. I shivered involuntarily at the anger radiating from him. I take the plunge and walk over to my parents' front door, hesitating over the doorknob. I know once I let him in alongside everyone else in this house, my life is going to change even more drastically. My finger touches the handle lightly, and I hear him pacing on the other side. Before I swing it open, I listen to him almost sigh in relief as if he had expected it. He must have smelled me coming. I smile at the thought and swing the door open. Immediately, I am taken into Klayden's warm embrace and squished against his chest. I hug him back, hoping he can feel the bond that we both know is unfortunately no longer there. A pain we both haven't accepted entirely lingers in our eyes as we look at each other. Clearing my throat, I gingerly pry his arms off my body. As we separate, I see that both my parents and Artemisia are still in the same positions they were in 1 minute before Klayden entered our home. I tense up, unsure of what is to happen next. I now know that Klayden and Artemisia have a history together, and a very significant one at that. I gulp loudly, and Klayden peers down at me before peering back up and locking eyes with Artemisia. She takes one step towards us before stopping. I watch with my eyebrows furrowed as she begins to take off her bow and arrow, placing them on the counter. I'm not sure if she is trying to seem less threatening or what, but she then begins to glide over to us. I can't help but notice the way her white hair flows along her body, and I pray that Klayden isn't seeing the same thing. How is she so elegantly and effortlessly stunning? I'm hoping he doesn't love how white her hair is. How it almost glows like the moon that his wolf longingly howls to every night. Hoping he prefers my blonde hair, which looks like the warmest days on the beach, where you want to sink your toes into the sand. I turn and look up towards him, worry dancing in the corners of my mind. Will he always prefer my hazel eyes? Without our bond, what are we? I, in horror, watch as Artemisia finally comes right up to Klayden and me. I'm standing right beside him and can't do anything about the fact that Artemisia is gazing at him as if she can't believe he's here, in front of her, in the flesh. She gingerly lifts her hands up to the side of his face and traces her pointer finger along his beautifully sculpted jaw. It finally clicks that she was the one who designed this beautifully sculpted jaw, as twisted as that sounds. No, she wasn't his mother. But she is the reason he became a Leakin the First. With this, Klayden became the best version of himself in every way. I've thought about you every day, Artemisia whispers to him. Klayden looks slightly uncomfortable, but doesn't do anything to protest or move her away, which annoys me. At this point, my parents and I are still watching, and I feel like it's time to step in. Okay, Artemisia. You've had your time to shine. Time's up. I'm sure he's gone quite a few days without thinking of you, I say to her sweetly as I peel her fingers off his face. Klayden's eyes dart to me as if he can't believe the words that just came out of my mouth. Artemisia glares at me with her eyes in a small fury, but quickly covers it up once Klayden looks at her again, and she's looking just as innocent and as fake as before. He then looks at me. I can tell from where he is standing that he's not sure what's truly happening or how Artemisia and I thrive when we sabotage one another. I think Artemisia and I should speak privately, Klayden tells me. My mouth drops open in shock at his words. I chuckle lightly before I sober up and realize he isn't joking. You're kidding, right? I ask him. We both know that whatever is said between you two, you will tell me about anyways. This is important to Klayden, Artemisia says while grabbing his hand and pulling him away from his stance beside me. Artemisia looks towards my parents and nods at them, as if they have a small understanding between them. My mother motions me to come over to where they are, and I sit on the stool beside the island, grumbling incoherently about how stupid this is. I watch as Artemisia and Klayden, hand in hand, leave my kitchen and go upstairs somewhere, before a door clicks shut. My anger is coming off in waves, and the only people I want to take it out on are upstairs, talking about God knows what. Goddess knows what. I internally snicker at my own joke and turn towards the two strangers who raised me. They feel like mom and dad, but we both know they aren't. As if she can read my thoughts, my mother comes closer to me and tries to hug me. I quickly squirm out of her reach off my stool and glare. How can we make this up to you? Her pleading voice says to me. Without hesitation, I point upwards, towards the upstairs of our house, where all of our rooms are located. To start, you can tell me everything they are saying. How could? Don't play dumb. You're werewolves. Fine. Now I know why you always asked me to turn the TV volume down in my room. I quietly snap at them. Without their reply, I watch as my mother strains her neck slightly to listen to their conversation. He's asking her what she is doing here. My mother's eyebrows knit together. She told him that she surfaced for your protection. What else? I already knew this stuff. My parents suddenly shoot each other a sideways glance. Tell me, I urge. She just kissed him. I barely let my mother finish her sentence before I'm scrambling up the stairs and into my bedroom, where they had been talking. As I open the door, I see Klayden looking as pale as a ghost and Artemisia casually sitting on my bed with a hint of a smile on her face. Did you just kiss him? I ask her. Isn't that why you're up here? She replies coyly. My anger spikes, and I face Klayden, who is looking at me sorrowfully. Adina, Klayden starts. Don't bother, I tell him before turning and walking out of my room. I don't stop there, walking all the way out of my house and into Klayden's car, which he had driven here. I start the car in frustration and without a care in the world, peeling out of there as I step on the gas. I don't need this. My fake parents, Artemisia showing up, and now Klayden and her sharing a kiss. I don't even hesitate to take the car and get out of here. I'm fuming so hard on my drive that I don't realize I have been heading back home towards Myersdale. I was on the outskirts, near a cemetery, and didn't even realize it until I was fully parked and standing outside the gates. With confusion, and almost like I've been compelled to be here, I gently pull open the gates to the cemetery and walk over to a small headstone set in the ground. It is ancient, and I have to bend down to scrape dirt off the name to read it clearly. Smudging the dirt off with my thumb, the gravestone reads Thea Quinn. I don't know what made me walk over to this person, or why I feel a slight sorrowful ache when I read the name. This is my sister. Desiree's voice comes suddenly from beside me, and I jump. Not expecting her, I turn to face her more properly. She gestures with her hand to halt my movements, and she, too, leans down to the gravestone and runs her fingers over the name that was slowly fading away. I thought Artemisia was your sister? I gulp. Desiree shakes her head at me. A girl can't have more than one sibling? She snaps at me. I shrug, silently scolding myself at my stupidity and agreeing with her. I'm sorry, I didn't realize, I tell her sympathetically. Does she not have a last name? We are both now sitting on the grass that surrounds the headstone, gazing at the small rock beside us. Somewhere beneath us, their sister's remains lie. I shiver at the morbid thought. None of us do, Desiree tells me in a small voice. At least, I can't remember. Just middle names or nicknames. I don't even know if Desiree is my real name. Seems fitting, I tell her, and we share a small laugh. Why am I here, though? I ask Desiree. She smiles softly at me. You're bits and pieces of the moon goddess, she says. The innocent part of her that was lost when she killed her sister is trapped inside of you. Wow, I tell her with my eyebrows drawn in surprise. Maybe that's why I felt the pain of losing this person whom I've never even met. Was Thea special? I point to her gravestone. Like you and Artemisia? Yep, she says while popping the pea. Something like that. As Artemisia was always a child of the moon, Thea was one of the sun. She was always so happy and warm. I really do miss her. That's pretty amazing, I say. They must have been close? Like the tales of the sun and moon. Desiree laughs so hard I'm afraid she's going to hurt herself. A single tear comes streaming out due to her laughter, which is so contagious that I begin to join her. As our laughter dies off and she wipes the tear from her face, she looks at me with a smile. Sure, she tells me. Maybe that's why Artemisia killed her. My jaw drops open at Desiree's words. Artemisia killed her own sister? How much more of a villain can this woman become? What? My expression obscures Desiree. Adina, I have something to admit to you. I knew you would be here, and I needed us to talk privately. Artemisia is someone vile, she says. Someone you absolutely cannot trust. She has neither you or Klayden's best interest at heart. That girl is purely selfish and has greedy intentions. What does she want? She wants you to be separated from one another. As you've been told before, you're an heir to the moon goddess. You have bits and pieces that are missing their counterparts, Desiree emphasizes. I shake my head, still not fully understanding what she is trying to elucidate. She groans in frustration and continues. If you successfully grasp all the missing pieces of your soul, you're potentially the moon goddess. But Artemisia is the moon goddess? She shouldn't be, Desiree says, and runs her fingers along her sister's grave once more tenderly. Thea and I saw how selfish Artemisia was becoming over time, creating a race for her own pleasures, a deadly one. When Thea tried to do something to stop it, Artemisia killed her. As Thea was dying, she used her remaining strength to put pieces of Artemisia's soul around. You are one of them. I couldn't help but feel disgusted at the words. Is this another joke? Like Voldemort? Who? Never mind, I shake my head, trying to grasp the concept that Desiree is shoving into my face. If I supposedly am one of the pieces, where are the rest? Well, for starters, your boyfriend is one of them. Chapter 25. Waking up the following day, I knew I needed to get more answers from Desiree. At this point, she was the only person whom I could confide in about all this. I still didn't want Klayden to be involved unless it was absolutely necessary. I tried to ignore all the stares and whispers coming from the pack house after I had left my room, the one Klayden specifically told me not to leave. All I could hear were faint voices saying, "Luna, and is that her?" I had been here a couple of times since I found out everything, but people still weren't used to my presence. I recognized a few people from school I hadn't realized were a part of this pack, or werewolves in general. The girl named Myra, whom I had sat next to in class, sends me a sweet smile as I pass by the kitchen. I see she is sitting delicately next to Hollis at the long dinner table, a man I had met closer to when I had first moved to Myersdale. All werewolves. The noise that had commenced as I was walking around suddenly stopped once I joined the lively table. People who had been talking and eating suddenly stopped, and I literally heard someone drop their fork. I placed the bowl I had grabbed from a kitchen cupboard on the table, peering around as I reached for a box of cereal in front of me. A youthful-looking girl beside me is staring at me with wide eyes, a spoon halfway in her mouth. Suddenly, a booming voice enters the disturbingly quiet dining room area where we all sit. Why is everyone so quiet? I beam as I notice a sweaty and shirtless Isaiah strut in, almost as if he owns the place. His lopsided grin is one I welcome as I start to eat the cereal in my bowl, completely unbothered. The room continues on to their lively conversations, though I see a few people still stealing glances at me. Not a minute passes before Klayden is walking in, equally as sweaty and shirtless. I gulp. I tried my best not to look at the sheen of sweat that was covering his abs and muscular arms. I really tried. His dark eyes immediately shot to me, as if he could feel my eyes hungrily taking all of him in. A smirk is plastered on his face, and with hooded eyes, once he reaches me, he leans down and seals a kiss onto my lips. The people around watch the scene before them, happily chirping on as they know their alpha has found his mate. If only they knew everything that was going on. If only they knew our bond had been tampered with. By their moon goddess, the entity they pray to, the one they praise to the heavens above. If only they knew. I blush fervently under their scrutinizing stares. Klayden notices and shoots a growl in their direction. I watch as they quickly continue and pretend nothing even happened just moments prior. How did you sleep last night? Klayden asks as he slightly nuzzles my neck, inhaling. I shudder at the feeling, and he places a quick peck onto the part of my shoulder that meets my neck. Probably would have been better if you had joined me, I whisper back to him. I see a few heads around the table sneak some glances as the words came out of my mouth. Right. Exceptional werewolf hearing. Klayden chuckles and grabs my hand as I finish my cereal. Let's get out of here, he says to me. Klayden emerges from the shower in his house. It was the first time I've ever been here and was within a decent walking distance of the pack house. Upon meeting Lenore the first time, her voice echoes in my mind. Everything in Myersdale is within walking distance. She wasn't wrong. Of course, like everything to do with Klayden, his house was perfect. It suited him very well. The dark navy hues inside matched his personality exceptionally well. He gave me a quick rundown of the essentials, the kitchen, bathroom, and his bedroom. He included the tour of his bedroom quite cheekily, minor blushing contouring the outskirts of his sharp facial features. I focus my attention back onto the god currently walking around shirtless in his room, a towel wrapped loosely and hung low on his hips. I begin to follow the abdominal muscles on his stomach that trail all the way to his V-line on his hips before I allow myself to break eye contact. I silently chastise myself, although I know Klayden basks in the feeling of his mate eagerly taking him all in. Now wasn't the time to think or act on such naughty thoughts, though. What are your plans for the day? He asks me as he turns into his walk-in closet, only closing the door slightly. I watch with eager eyes as he drops his towel. However, he knows I'm watching. My gaze catches a bear, but before I furiously blush and face the other way. I shake the youthful, high-pitched voice that threatens to exit my mouth. I was thinking about hanging out with Lenore, going to try to catch up on some homework. The lie so easily comes out of my mouth that I'm almost surprised at the authenticity that rang throughout the words. Klayden hums in response and finally emerges from changing in his closet. Well, as your teacher, I have to applaud you. He jokingly says to me as he comes to sit down on the couch inside his room, beside me. I know you've been going through a hard time with everything in your life, and I just want you to know I'm here for you, Adina. We may not have our mate bond figured out completely, but we will find a way to make it work. I'll do everything in my power to fix this, he assures me, taking my hand and enveloping it in his. I have a plan. I'll be the one to fix this for us, Klayden. The words almost came out of the tip of my tongue, although I held them in. It was too soon to worry Klayden about everything going on. My plan for today was to find Desiree and talk to her about some of the missing pieces I need, and I'm sincerely hoping and praying that Klayden won't find out I had lied about studying with Lenore. The last thing I need on my plate at the moment is a furious alpha hot on my tail. I made my way back over to Thea's gravestone, knowing exactly where to go. I felt this was one of the safest places to meet Desiree, as this place had a creep factor of 100% and was usually deserted. I stand beside her grave, silently staring at the chunk of rock that has her name engraved within it. It's pretty crazy how an entity so strong, a goddess of the sun, was dead. And here I was, once again, standing above her by a few feet. I shudder at the feeling, a dread encompassing me as I think about the horrible things that Artemisia has done to keep her power. The things she's still willing to do. The sound of leaves crunching behind me disturbed my train of thought, and I turned around, not at all surprised or startled in any way to see Desiree. This is why I came here. As usual, she's dressed in all black. The only difference this time is that she is holding a bouquet in her right hand. The yellow flowers are a stark contrast to her usual fully dark attire. Sunflowers, she says to me as I observe her. They were Thea's favorite. Something about how they would always open up when facing the sun, a light and airy chuckle escapes her. That's beautiful, I murmur as I watch Desiree delicately place the flowers onto the ground in front of her sister's grave. So I suppose you've come to discuss how to collect certain missing pieces of the goddess soul? Straight to the point. I knew I always liked her. Yes, I tell her. And more specifically, I have an idea of where to start. I don't want to sound crazy, but I think that the first piece is with Artemisia, child, I say to her, uncertainty and doubt thickly resonating in my voice. It's hard to believe she could ever be a mother. Adina, you are an heir after all. Of course, Artemisia has children, although you're right. I hardly consider her a mother. She had her daughter, Hania, killed when she reached an age where she could potentially overthrow Artemisia. This is all so screwed up, I growl in frustration. So Artemisia is a serial killer, clearly. She didn't kill her all by herself. She has had people been committing the crimes themselves, in sworn oaths to forever uphold any duty she assigns. Although, yeah, I agree it's super messed up. So she has her own pets? People who stalk, prey, and kill upon the innocents? I ask incredulously. Yes, and they're after you as well, Adina, Desiree tells me, a hard line set within her face. This journey set forth was not a game. This was a life-or-death situation, and I was caught up in the middle of all of it. A stern look of determination befalls my face, and I look Desiree right in the eye with my chin up. Show me where she was buried. This? I ask, a look of bewilderment clearly spread across my face as I assess what is in front of me right now. Here? I point. Desiree nods solemnly, and I continue to stare with my eyebrows furrowed. This location was definitely a difficult one to reach, and one I would have never guessed was where one of my great-great-grandmothers was laid to rest. The two of us were currently standing beside a small lake, more like a pond. The water was a beautiful, crystal clear blue. It was so translucent I could see small schools of fish swimming together in large groups, unknowingly being watched. But where? I sputter out, still in a confused and dazed state of mind. The pond was just on the outskirts of Myersdale, not too far from the cemetery as well, and I'm getting the feeling that all of the missing pieces that Thea had scattered around didn't go very far. Right in the middle. You've got to be joking, I tell her with my jaw dropping. How did she even get there? Artemisia has her ways to deal with these types of things. I never told you this was going to be easy, but it must be done for the greater good. And with those last couple of words, Desiree shoves me into the pond. A shortly lived scream exits my mouth before it fills up with water. I quickly use my arms and legs to swim back up to the surface, bobbing and looking around frantically for Desiree to give her a piece of my mind. She was gone. Desiree! I scream. How will I know? What do I do? There is no reply back. Water is dripping from my hair into my face, and I use one of my hands to sleek my hair back. Begrudgingly, I begin to swim to the middle of the pond where Desiree claims one of my ancestors, Hania, is laid to rest. Rest in peace. As I finally make my way to the middle, arms burning and legs kicking, I feel a sudden warmth beneath me. It enthralled me, pulling me in and drawing me in closer. I hold my breath and close my eyes, deciding to take the plunge. I feel the warmth pulling me farther and farther down, deeper into the water of the pond. My lungs didn't burn much from the lack of oxygen, like something was protecting me. I decide to open my eyes, and all I see is dark water surrounding me. The middle of the pond had to be the deepest, as I could clearly see through the water before I had been shoved in. Bracing my hands out in front of me, I quickly find the sandy bottom. I take no time before I instinctively begin scraping my nails into the mud, pulling chunk after chunk out of the earth. I hardly recognize my speed as I feel almost compelled to dig through this part of the pond before I feel myself hit something hard. Chapter 26. This felt too hard to be a body. I instantly relaxed and began tugging on the large and heavy object. I may have spoken too soon, though, because as the sand clears up around me, I see a bony, skeletal finger poking out from underneath the ground right in front of my face. I shut my eyes and scream, yet my lungs miraculously don't fill with water. I could feel the positive magic surrounding me, protecting me. I didn't know how, but I knew it was Hania's energy that was sheltering me. I use my arms to propel myself farther towards what I now know is Hania's body and begin to pry her out from the ground. Her body has been wrapped in thick, rusting chains with heavy weights attached. Tiny pieces of clothing begin flaking off the human remains, and I have to hold the gag that threatens to release from me. Sand is soaring all around me and the lifeless corpse as I try to pry her from her previous position. Although very old, the chains and heavy weights still remain intact and burdensome. My eyes are closed due to the sand all around, and I use my fingers to search for what they are so desperately searching for. In this moment, I think of the red book and the words I had found imprinted, written by whom I can only assume was Artemisia. So a piece of me will lie there, with my first true heir. My fingers trace along Hania's bones to find her skeletal hands clutched tightly around the remains of a small circular object. Please take it. The almost foreign-sounding voice runs through my brain. It was soft, yet eager, nearly as if it had been waiting for me. I cringe as I pry open the skinny bones and retrieve the item, dropping Hania back into the ground as her chains had restricted her from being moved any more than I had attempted. At the moment my hand connected with the object, I instantly regretted it as water filled my mouth. The water surrounding me somehow turns darker. Hania was no longer helping me. I start choking underwater and use the pond bottom to kick and propel myself towards the surface. I make my way back up to the surface, clutching the circular object in my hand with a death grip. As I reach the air, I gasp and cough some water out. I find my way back to land, and I have to crawl from sheer exhaustion. I flop down onto the hard surface, my back to the earth, panting heavily. My eyes are closed, and I then open them, peering down at my hands that have encircled the small item with such a tight grip that my fingers have become stark white. Opening my palm, I gasp at a small pocket watch, seeing that this is what I had been clutching. How did I know this was what I needed? And what the hell do I do with it now? I sit in my car, the heater on high, trying to dry my clothes. I wasn't planning on taking a swim today. I hold the pocket watch, turning it over and over in my palm. My thumb runs across the surface to remove some of the remaining dirt. The strange thing about this token was that it didn't look like anything special, no inscription or secret locket, just a pocket watch. Although the weight of it felt familiar in my hand, as if I had touched it before, I drive home in silence, confined by my thoughts. I drive with one hand, the other never leaving the pocket watch. I wanted to go back to the cemetery, but I had a feeling that Desiree was not going to make an appearance there again. By the time I pulled into the packhouse driveway, my clothes had dried, but my hair lay limp against my face. How was I going to explain this one? However, my prayers seemed to be answered as a light shower of rain sounds on my car's roof. I silently thank Desiree, not even knowing if she controls the weather. I walk inside, allowing myself to become damp again, hiding any evidence that I had been wet before the storm. The packhouse is full as I walk in the front door, but I ignore Lenore and Isaiah's calls and conceal the watch in my hand. Headed straight up the stairs, I didn't need anyone questioning where I got it. I sit alone in the guest bedroom I was given last night. I knew Klayden was probably attending to some pack business, but it didn't matter because I wanted to see Desiree. I wanted her to tell me what to do with this pocket watch. Was this what held the piece of Artemis' soul? I close my eyes and lie back on my bed. I'm thinking about saying something out loud, but the thought seems stupid. How would she even hear me? I startle awake, unaware that I had dozed off in my thoughts. An exasperated voice runs through the room. I can't keep coming to you. She is gonna know something is up. Manicured nails tap against the dresser, making me shoot out of bed. What? I say, my voice cracking from my dry throat. I wasn't even given a minute to collect my thoughts. Right now you have the advantage. Artemisia thinks you don't know the truth yet, but if I hang around she will catch on pretty fast. Take the advantage while you have it, because it won't be for long. Her answers always make more questions pop into my head. I just wanted to ask, well, what am I? Am I a witch, or like part goddess, or something? I felt something today when I was under the water. Desiree's dry laughter fills the air. You can say that you have the potential to be both, and the answers lie in the collection of my sister's souls. Desiree turns to leave, reaching for the door, but my words stop her hand from reaching the handle. Wait, so Artemisia is the goddess of the moon. Thea was the goddess of the sun, so why aren't you a goddess? The thought had hit me suddenly, and I wondered how they could be sisters, but not hold the duplicate titles. I am, Desiree responds as she pulls a pack of gum from her pocket and pops one into her mouth. She doesn't expand, and I can't stop myself from continuing to badger her about it. Well, of what? Desiree rolls her eyes, and her response is just as cryptic as her whole aura. It's written in the. I stare blankly back. I just wanted a straight answer for once. A sigh releases from her mouth, and she walks forward, leaning into my ear. The stars, she whispers, and then she is gone. Just like that, in the blink of an eye. Klayden isn't happy when I tell him I want to go back to my apartment. I couldn't even imagine how mad he would be if he really knew why I was going back. I struggled with my key before kicking my door open. Klayden hovers in the door frame, waiting for me to invite him inside. I pull at the front of his t-shirt and bring him to me. His chest came in contact with my face, and I inhaled deeply before unclasping my hand from the bunched fabric. I turn to face the inside of my home. I throw my key on the counter and open the fridge. The only thing staring back at me was a half-empty Brita, the true life of a university student. I sigh as I grab the pitcher and pour myself a glass. I turn around, my waist pressed against the kitchen island. Klayden is standing on the other side, watching over me protectively. I'm okay by myself, you know, my small voice, and the words seem to hurt his heart. He looks me in the eyes and nods his head. I can sense his trust in me, and I instantly feel guilty. Why did I feel like I needed to keep something so big from him? But I refused to cave after getting this far. Maybe I would tell him after I figured out what was so special about this seemingly ordinary watch. I move away from the kitchen and find myself standing in front of him. My glass on the counter behind me is long forgotten. I kiss him. Not a heat of the moment, frantic kiss, but a passionate kiss filled with the words I had yet to say. I am in love with you. His lips met mine in a similar response before I broke off. Good night, Klayden, I whisper before retreating backwards. I didn't want to do anything that would go too far. Not after the day I had. I needed time to myself. As I shut the door behind him, I mouthed the words, I love you, hoping that one day soon I would have the courage to say it to his face. I closed my bedroom door despite the fact that I was the only one in my apartment. The closure gave me comfort. I reached up into my closet and, between a pack of messy clothes I always had lying around, I pulled the necklace I once wore every day. The one that Artemisia had made so that I wouldn't find my mate. The weight felt perfect in my hand, the feeling of familiarity overwhelming me as I pulled Hania's pocket watch from my hoodie pocket. I hold each in a hand, and it was like the room began to vibrate. I knew. It took me seconds to figure it out. This was Hania's version of my necklace to prevent her from feeling the mate bond. I could feel the perfect match of energy, the equality of power. Artemisia had reused this tactic on me, failing yet again. I felt almost cheap. I wasn't even worth new tricks. Artemisia thought the same old magic would keep me at bay. Boy, was she wrong. I moved the two pieces of hardware together. The vibrations against my hand are becoming intense. I yelp and drop the pieces on the ground when they start to bind together. I rapidly start blinking, thinking my tired eyes are playing tricks on me. I shake my head as I watch the pocket watch melt into the necklace. It is only a matter of seconds before the vibrations cease and my necklace lies in perfect condition on the ground. The watch was nowhere in sight. I don't know what inner force compelled me to do what I do next as I pick it up and fasten it around my neck. Without warning, my chest begins to burn, as if fire were crawling across my skin. I open my mouth to scream, but nothing comes out. The pain is almost too overwhelming. I reach up to break off the necklace, but my hands can't grasp the chain. It's as if it's sinking into my own skin. My heart feels like it is on fire when I turn to look in the mirror. I will never be prepared for what I see in the reflection. The necklace is gone. Chapter 27. I gasp loudly, almost as if I had been holding my breath the entire time. I'm panting up and down and clutching my chest tightly, trying to grasp what just happened. Where did it go? I start panicking and looking down towards the floor, knowing I must have dropped it. That was truly the only reasonable explanation. There's no way that the godly items absorbed into me? After searching the surrounding area in a panicked frenzy, I stop as I succumb to the truth. The crazy concept that they had joined and melted into my body was true. The thought made my stomach churn and all the color drained from my face at once. I quickly sprint to my bathroom, throwing up all the contents from my stomach into the toilet. Sobbing loudly, I reach up for the sink and splash water over my face, staring into the mirror, which reflected someone I hardly knew anymore. I looked awful, but I felt powerful. A new surge of energy had made itself known and lively for the first time in a long time, stirring within me. A sharp knock sounds on my door, and I walk over, not expecting anyone at this hour. Lenore immediately enters my apartment as soon as I open my door and turns slightly accusingly towards me. I thought I heard some struggling or something. Are you okay? I'm most definitely not okay. Oh, I'm fine, I say to her with an innocent smile. I'm not sure what you think you heard. Maybe some other neighbors or something. Her eyebrows furrow slightly, but she doesn't press me much further. Maybe. She's still peering around my room, looking as if she is almost searching for someone. Can I help you? I snap my fingers in front of her face, drawing her away from her own prying eyes. What are you looking for? Klayden, she says, huffing, and she turns to face me once again. She sniffs around the air. Is he not here? No, I shift uncomfortably under her scrutinizing stare. I mean, he was here not too long ago, but his scent may or may not be lingering. Why? Who is here? Lenore takes a step towards me, and I take one back. I didn't like this side of Lenore, my best friend. She wasn't being threatening in any way, and I wasn't scared, but she seemed weirdly off at the moment. I didn't like it. No one. I snap at her. What are you trying to get at? Lenore sighs at my response and grumbles in small frustration. I'm weirded out by her right now, and I don't know how to handle it. It's just, he's my alpha, Lenore says and pinches in between her eyebrows in annoyance. You're my best friend. I heard weird groans and such coming from here, and I don't want to assume anything but... Oh God. How the hell am I going to explain this one? My necklace was melting into my skin. Honestly, nothing was going on, I tell her, smoothly lying right to my best friend's face. But I heard groaning noises? She presses. I shrug it off easily. It's probably because I felt like I was dying 10 minutes ago. It's probably a neighbor or something, I say to her reassuringly. The walls are so thin, and with your hearing, it could have been anyone. The lie comes off my tongue so easily, and it seemed that Lenore believed me. Shortly after, she left my apartment, and I turned the door, sighing exhaustedly. Instinctively, my fingers reach up to touch the necklace that wasn't there anymore, but I knew it was within me. I felt the power stir deep within me, and a wistful noise escaped from the back of my throat. I was longing for the rest, although enjoying the newfound energy soaring within me. I felt different, in a good way, tonight. I curl myself into my bed for the night, trying not to think of what my life has become since I've moved to Myersdale. The good and the bad. Starting today, I step out of my shower with my towel wrapped tightly around me. My blonde locks are dripping down the side of my face, and I wrap a loose towel around my head, aiming to soak up most of the water. I drop my towel to step into the fresh pair of clothes I have, but before I do, I notice something different in the mirror. I gasp, leaning over my bathroom countersink to inspect my body more closely. My eyes have changed color. A dark purple. Like the way the moon illuminates in the sky amongst all the stars. A beautiful purple, one I hadn't seen coming. This must be due to the soul I retrieved yesterday. Klayden and the others will surely notice this drastic change. How the hell am I going to explain this one? Once I had gotten dressed in a rushed manner, I threw my hair up into a ponytail and left my apartment. I know I finally found a piece of the moon goddess's soul. However, there's more out there. And since my eyes have changed color, there's no way I can hide this from Klayden. There's no way he wouldn't notice. I'm going to have to show him and tell him the truth about it all, or find a damn good way to cover it up. Let's go with the latter. Nervously, I walk all the way to Klayden's house. He's usually here, but sometimes he's at the pack house. Hoping for the best, I knock on his door and wait for him to open it. Right about now, I wish I had Werewolf hearing to know. Not a minute goes by before Klayden almost yanks the door open with a huge grin on his face. He pulls me inside and kisses my cheek, burying his face in my neck as he embraces me warmly. We hold each other close, before he gently pulls away. I'm so glad you came over. I was just about to call you, Klayden tells me while pulling me inside his house. I trail behind him closely as he leads us both to his enormous kitchen. I haven't said a word yet. Are you hungry at all? He asks me while grabbing a cereal bowl from the cupboard. I shake my head no, and he hums a tune, utterly oblivious to the butterflies going crazy in my stomach. I sit down on one of the stools he has placed next to the kitchen island, watching him pour his cereal into the bowl. Just as he picks up the bag of milk to mix the cereal, he pauses and looks towards me with furrowed eyebrows. What? I ask nervously, tapping my fingers against the counter in a way to calm some of the anxiety I'm feeling right now. Why are you wearing sunglasses inside? Oh, I start. I don't know how to explain this actually. Everything I had planned to say right now was blanked entirely from my mind, and I was perplexed. How does someone explain this messed up situation? Well? He presses. The fun demeanor Klayden had previously displayed has vanished, and serious Klayden is now here. He knows something is up. Sighing, I decide to jump into it. I tell him everything. The next hour is spent telling Klayden everything I know about the situation that I have been placed in. I say to him about Artemisia having all of the heirs killed her own family due to her own personal, selfish agenda. I also mention the fact that before Artemisia, Sister Thea died, she had scattered pieces of the moon goddess's soul around, and it was my calling to find them all. Throughout my explanation, I kept my sunglasses on. This was the sort of thing you need to leave for last. Klayden had been very understanding, nodding when needed and listening intently. He's mature enough to know the severity of everything I have said. So why you? What makes you the one to do all of this? He finally asks. Well, I am an heir to the moon goddess, I tell him. I reach my hands up to my face, pulling the glasses off and peering up at him through my dark lashes. Everything has happened for a reason. Once I had absorbed that first scattered soul, I guess it was one of the first pieces of the puzzle. I am slowing, becoming the next goddess of the moon. Klayden stares at me with wide eyes, his jaw opens slightly in fascination. I don't stop him when he reaches for my face, looking into my purple eyes. I blink, and he blinks, lost away in the unique color. There's no way, he says quietly, trying to peel his eyes away, but having difficulty doing so. I'm afraid so, I whisper back nervously. I hadn't asked for this life, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. If this is what Desiree had for me, if this is what was meant for me and was written for me, if this was written for me in the stars. Suddenly, it dawns on me what Desiree was aiming to say to me earlier. She is a goddess of the stars. The moon and the stars, how they got along so well. Like Desiree and me. A comfortable silence fills the room around us as we hold each other in the kitchen. My thoughts are swarming everywhere, and I'm sure Klayden's are too. I look up to him. What now? I ask the dreaded question. Well, Klayden tells me while caressing the side of my face. Now, we find a witch. Remind me how you know her again? I ask him as we stand outside the small hut that is supposed to be her home. Here we are, just outside of Myersdale in the forest. The journey hadn't taken us long, but it did take Klayden quite a while to find her in the first place. She was supposed to be dead, he mutters. Clearly, she isn't. All the stories of her passing must have just been rumors, I guess, which accumulated over a period of time. I spent days searching for clue after clue when Artemisia dissolved our bond. Finally, I have my last clue. Which is, well, this, he says while pointing to the broken-down shack we were standing in front of. I look towards the man I've come to love with a face of bewilderment. Are you clinically insane? This place looks deadly. No one could live here. I tell him sternly, crossing my arms over my chest. This is nuts. He's lost his actual mind. You're right, he says. Oh? She doesn't live here. This is a false perception. I figured it out, finally. Do tell. The way in is through magic. I laugh. And where the hell are you gonna get that? I smirk at him. This man thinks he's so smart to have finally figured all of this out in a few days, after God knows how long he tried to find this woman previously. Klayden looks me deeply in the eyes, my now purple eyes, and my previously confident stance falters slightly. I think I have a pretty good idea, he says softly. Chapter 28. The hut stood in front of us, the door covered in moss. As we approached, I could feel my heart beating. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. Klayden looked at me, and I almost saw regret pass through his eyes. The door wouldn't budge, but I knew why. It was spelled with magic, and I was the key. What do you think I have to do? I look up nervously at Klayden. His hand was gripped in mine. Normally, most magic starts with a sacrifice to nature. He looked a little puzzled as he ran his hand over the door as if he was looking for something. I don't even know what that means. Stop being cryptic, I snapped, not meaning to, but being here was putting me on edge. I could feel the power. Do you trust me, Adina? Klayden said while staring down at me. Of course, I whispered back. Klayden motioned for me to give him my hand. He laid it in his palm while reaching down onto the ground and picking up a jagged rock. Confusion struck over me, but it was too late. The rock pressed into my hand, cutting open the soft skin, and blood began to pool. Klayden gave me no time to think as he grabbed my hand and placed it against the door. And then the world was spinning. I felt vomit rise in my throat, the contents of my stomach turning. When I came to, the bright sun filtered through my eyes. I was standing with Klayden in the middle of a road, one that was clearly far from where we just were. When Klayden said, which I wasn't sure what to expect, but it certainly was not the scene laid in front of me. We were in the suburbs, a densely populated subdivision, to be exact. I could feel Klayden's calloused hands squeeze against my own. There were kids playing, happy for this warm fall weekend. I looked down at my hand, but there was no cut, not even an indication of what had just happened. Klayden pulled towards a house that looked like all the others. There were even two little girls drawing with chalk on the hot black driveway. My head and eyes tilted up to meet Klayden's face. I squinted my eyes as if to say, "Are you sure?" His response was just a brief nod of his head and a pull on my arm. I thought we were going to walk up to the door, but he stopped, looking down at the two little girls outside. He gulped as if he was nervous, and then he bowed, his hand pulling me down with him. I was so used to Klayden being in charge that the move threw me off, my feet stumbling at the action. Of course, he caught me, his other arm shooting out to steady me. "Lady Elena, I am sorry to bother you while you work, but I need to request a consult." Again, Klayden's word and formality threw me off. Confusion rang through me. Was one of these little girls the powerful witch? Didn't Klayden say she was old? One of the girls stood up, brushing off her knees. Her appearance made me gasp. I had never seen such a beautiful girl. Her green eyes stood out against her flawless skin. Her presence seemed to demand my respect. I felt like I should be bowing again. Her little arms wrapped around Klayden's legs, hugging him. At the moment she chose to speak, I knew I was right. This little girl was the witch. When she next spoke, her voice was raspy as if she hadn't taken a drink of water in years. "Ah, Klayden. I have missed you." She smacks his leg as if chastising him lightly. It was the funniest thing I had ever seen, a little girl telling off an alpha male. "And please, call me Elle." For the first time, she looked directly at me, her sweet smile growing. "I've been expecting you, Adina." As I sat on the couch inside the house, my head spun with 100 questions, but I knew it wasn't the right time to ask. A cup of tea sat in front of me, but I wasn't eager to drink the hot, funky-smelling liquid. Klayden sat beside me, and there was a table separating us from the witch who sat cross-legged on the ground. She was waiting for us to break the silence. "Elle, I brought Adina here today so you can show her the truth. She seems to think that Artemisia is trying to kill her and has killed all of her heirs to prevent them from capturing her soul and overthrowing her. It is quite a story Desiree has whipped into her head, and I need you to show her the truth," he sighs. Her eyes have changed colors, this I can see. However, it is absurd to think Artemisia has anything to do with this. My heart stopped. I think it didn't beat for many seconds as I turned to Klayden. I felt betrayed, sick to my stomach. I fought the urge to cry as my nails dug into the fabric of the seat cushion. I snapped my head back to the witch in front of me, and I don't think anyone spoke for several seconds. I could feel today's breakfast threatening to make an appearance. How dare he? "Oh, Klayden, you and your species' loyalty to the moon goddess never fails to surprise me," and then she started to hum. She closed her eyes and continued to create an unfamiliar tune that rang through the silence. When she opened her eyes, they were no longer green but clouded over with white. It was an eerie sight to see, but I couldn't pull my own eyes away from it. She blinked once more, and her eyes came back to the garden green. She looked sad as she stood and walked over to Klayden. I couldn't even look at him right now, the feeling of betrayal coursing through me, but I watched her outstretched hand connect with his face. Her raspy voice never failed to surprise me. "You may have just made the gravest mistake, Klayden." He stood, towering over both of us. "What do you mean? That Adina is right? Artemisia would never hurt anyone." His exclamation breaks my heart silently. It was my turn to be mad, so I stood up, only meeting Klayden's chest, but I didn't care. I pushed at him, and of course, he didn't budge. "How dare you choose her over your own mate?" My voice seethed out, the words having the desired effect. Klayden took a step back, and he looked down at Elena, hurt swimming through his eyes. "I can't," he choked out. "You must. Artemisia has never been the woman that you have thought. This is just the beginning of a long list of things she has done to keep her power," Elle states calmly. Klayden sank back into the couch, looking dejected. I paid him no attention. There was no way I was leaving here without getting what I wanted to know. I found Hania's pocket watch, but I've read Artemisia's books 1,000 times, and I don't know what I should do next. Desiree is no help. I plead to the little girl. Elena just laughed. Oh, Desiree, always so cautious. I do miss her. Next time you see her, tell her she must pay this old witch a visit. Elena took her place on the floor again. I stayed silent, waiting for her real response. Her smile quickly faded as she too became serious. Her response was quiet, as if someone might be listening. It made me whip my head around to check my surroundings. Of course, there was no one there except a depressed Klayden, who still hadn't recovered from the shaming of his goddess. I have heard tales, but my powers are always fuzzy when it comes to the goddesses. Their power almost blocks mine. The most concrete thing I have seen is a wolf, one of Artemisia's most loyal servants. The story goes as such. Artemisia was hunting and she came across a wolf in the woods. She had never killed one as she had a soft spot for wolves, having created the werewolf. However, it didn't stop her from shooting him with her arrow. As the creature lay dying, she felt the overwhelming need to save him, so she turned him into one of her creatures, another werewolf. His life is forever indebted to her, and now he serves her eternally. I would say your next piece of Artemisia lies with him. You must finish the task that she could not. You must kill him. My heart sank. I had to kill someone, but not only a person, a werewolf. The task seemed nearly impossible. I stood and, without thinking, I curtsied. Thank you, Elena. And I can see that Desiree has told you about where to find another. Her eyes twinkled towards Klayden, who had yet to move from his spot on the couch. Yes, but she blocked the bond and seemed to have put some kind of curse on me that has made us cautious. I look over at Klayden, expecting him to feign interest in the topic, but the only movement I saw was the rise and fall of his chest. I rolled my eyes as I looked back at Elena. She seemed to be concentrating, her eyes digging a hole into my chest. And then I felt light. I could feel the energy buzzing in the room, one that I couldn't feel previously, and it was coming from Klayden. The bond. My bond. Our bond was back. Klayden finally sat up. He looked alive and he stood, turning towards me, a smile outstretched on his face. He started to walk towards me, but I stopped him as I raised my hand. Don't you dare, knowing that if he touched me, I would cave to the bond. I wasn't ready to forgive him yet. I turned to Elena and I deflated in a small voice. Thank you again. You didn't have to do that. It was my pleasure. I am a servant of nature, and I was just restoring the natural balance. It is why I wish you to put the pieces of the moon back together. It is so unnatural for them to be apart. I bow again as I make my way to the front door. Klayden is silently walking beside me, no longer attempting to touch me. He, too, bows and kisses the little girl's hand. As the front door opens, I am met with the bright sun. Elena follows us outside and retakes her place, coloring on the driveway, the other girl not even having noticed her disappearance. We begin to walk, but I realized that I wasn't sure how to get back. When I turned around to ask, Elena had already anticipated my question. She stood up and instantly grabbed Klayden's and my hand. The witch pulled a knife out of her pocket and cut our hands, right across the palms. I winced at the pain of the blade against it. Elena cut both of hers and connected the blood flow by pressing our hands together. I could feel myself starting to get dizzy, and I barely made out her last words as the house behind her began to melt. Be careful of the observatory, Adina. Those spooky tales do have an origin, and I do not wish you to find out why. The words sink into my brain as the spinning sensation hits me. I shut my eyes tight to avoid becoming any more motion sick. I think back to one of my very first days in Myersdale. I was on a tour with Isaiah before I knew the truth about anything. He had told our group about the rumors that the university used to lock creatures up in the basement for experiments. Now I was a little more inclined to believe the possible truth behind those words. We arrived back at the hut's front door as if no time has passed at all. We made our way back to the road by the woods where we had left the car. The drive was silent. I refused to be the first one to talk, and I wouldn't let Klayden lay a hand on me. It went against every instinct in my body. I wanted to feel the bond so severely, but I still felt his betrayal coursing through my heart. He hadn't brought me to the witch to help, but to prove me wrong and protect his goddess. Jealousy struck through me at the thought. I think he got the hint when he dropped me off at my apartment instead of taking me to the pack house. I'm sure he could feel my anger. I didn't even say goodbye. I got out and slammed the door. He rolled down his window. His words made me freeze on the spot. Adina, please. His voice was dry and filled with hurt. I don't know how to show you how sorry I am. I turned back around to face him. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Alpha, I spat out. Even my own words hurt, piercing my heart with pain, so I knew they had the desired effect. I turned back around, and this time I didn't look back. I made my way upstairs to my apartment, but instead of opening my door, I knocked on Lenore's, as I could hear music blasting inside. The door swung open, and I came face to face with my best friend, who was dressed in a dress that was more like a piece of fabric. It left little to the imagination. She beamed as she saw me. Oh my goddess. Addie, you have to come out with us tonight. A brand new club opened up in town, and we are gonna get wild. She opened the door wider to reveal my favorite group of people. Isaiah approached me with a drink in his hand and gave it to me. I accepted it with a smile and downed the contents in a matter of seconds. Cheers from inside the apartment followed my chugging. I stepped inside without even thinking. I could feel the alcohol warming my stomach. I had forgotten what it felt like to be a real college student. You have never had a better idea, Lenore. I say with a smile. Chapter 29. The group of us made our way to the newest club in town. The walk wasn't too long as usual, and Isaiah made everyone laugh along the way, so the time flew by. I don't know if I would really call this a club. Here we are, standing in a short line, and all I could think about was how this club mostly looked like a beaten-down laundromat. Lenore turns to me, interrupting my train of thought. Duh, that's kind of the point. She lightly exclaims. I hadn't realized I had spoken my thoughts aloud. This is something I need to stop and work on. What do you mean? I ask her quizzically, my eyebrows furrowed slightly. The entrance is a laundromat, she says coyly. But once you enter, behind all the washing machines is the club. Isn't that exciting? Lenore is basically jumping with joy, and I suddenly wonder how much she has had to drink. Being a werewolf, I would have to imagine a lot. I, on the other hand, have not drunk too much. Of course, back at the house, I had a shot and a drink, but the walkover had started to sober me up as soon as the fresh air hit me. However, once we got inside the club, all bets were off. I wanted to have fun tonight. We flashed the bouncer some IDs and are immediately led inside. Considering that supernatural beings and werewolves mostly populated this town, the music was loud. The lights were bright and the booze was strong. A small tray was brought over to the group of us and a small shooter with what looked like a pink substance sat on it. I look up to the rest of them, and they throw the shot back, smiling as if it hadn't bothered them in the slightest. Shrugging, I throw back the shot in my hand. It literally tasted so horrible that I immediately spit it out, unable to swallow. What the hell? I turn to face the group with a sour look on my face. Isaiah is doubling over laughing, and Lenore is trying, yet failing, to stifle her own round of giggles. What the hell? I exclaim, way to start off the night. I'm sorry, Isaiah says while laughing. I just had to see your face. That was a werewolf liquor shot, specifically enhanced for supernaturals to let more loose. It's called Yellowknife. Even though it's pink? I pull a face. Yes, even though it's pink, he continues laughing. I shake my head and then, although the ghost of a smile remains on my face. Although the shot left a sour taste in my mouth, it made my stomach slightly churn. I watch as Isaiah and Lenore make their way to the middle of the room, dancing with a large group of people, everyone letting loose and having fun. Like I had wanted to do. The tip of my tongue had gone numb from the shot, and I just really felt like washing my mouth right now to alleviate the taste. Lenore and Isaiah shout at me to join them in dancing, but I point to the washroom, signaling to them that I will be back in 5 minutes. I make my way to the washroom and see that no one else is in there, thankfully. I grimace as I gargle some of the water from the tap, thinking about how gross what I was doing right now was. Just as I spit the water out and look into the mirror, a dark figure comes from behind a stall door and knocks me onto the ground. I turn around and notice that it's a werewolf. Knowing how deadly the situation I am in is, I open my mouth to scream for help. The creature pounces on my chest, digging one of his paws into my stomach and the other crushing my throat. I feel a warm trickle of blood making its way down the side of my stomach, and the pressure of the paw tightens onto my throat. I'm gasping for breath before everything goes dark. When I come to, I'm tied to a metal chair. My body is wrapped around the chair. My wrists are also tied tightly with the rope. The dress Lenore had convinced me to wear was shredding along the side, with my blood soaked through. The claw marks were stinging, and I wanted to scream from the pain that every breath caused me. The room around me was utterly dark, and I started panicking and shouting for help, for anyone to come and save me. Help! Help me! My tears are streaming down my face, and I'm sobbing from the pain in my stomach. I can feel the pain in my throat from the wolf's claws, and my voice feels like razors every time I scream for help. No one can hear you. No one can help you. A deep voice fills the air, a man. A dull light that flickers on and off comes on, briefly showing me his dark silhouette. His dark brown skin slowly comes to view, his light blue eyes a stark contrast. His sunken face is accompanied by a sinister smile that almost reaches both ears. Who are you? My voice rasps out. What do you want? I glare daggers at the man. He sinisterly chuckles at my frantic questions and turns his head almost entirely to the left side, looking even crazier and deranged than I had thought. Adina Hayes. Do you know how long we've been waiting for this moment? His eye twitches. I've been following you since you moved here. Since you threatened my perfect queen. What are you talking about? I whisper venomously to the deranged man. Oh. He smiles, leaning his face right beside mine. I can feel his breath against my ear, and I shudder in disgust. Adina Hayes, you ain't remember me? What a shame. I wanted you to know the man who has been planning your death since day one. He licks the side of my face, and I gag. We met at the first party you went to, here in Myersdale. He continues. I watched you, and we made a brief conversation. Is any of this ringing a bell, you disgusting human? He grins madly, and I feel a blade tracing the side of my stomach, the part untouched. I squeeze my eyes shut, aiming to take my mind off what was about to happen and to recall the first party. I had been very drunk, and it was the first night I met Klayden. When I puked on him, my eyes snap open as I recall meeting a man outside the house in my drunken state, lazily bumping into him by accident. I hadn't been able to make out his features as it was so dark properly, and I hadn't been able to think coherently due to the amount of alcohol I had consumed that night. Alcohol has really bitten me in the butt. My eyes pierces with anger, and he takes a momentary step back. The blade is removed from my side, and his mouth gapes open. Your eyes. They have the blessing of the moon goddess, he whispers. Realizing my mistake, I drop my gaze from anywhere but his. It's not too late. It's not too late, he relentlessly repeats to himself. I cringe as I feel the blade instantly being placed back to my side, a pressure enough to draw some blood once again. I need to get out of here. This lunatic is planning on killing me, and now is my only chance. However, I need to distract him enough to take advantage of the situation for a moment. I feel him apply more pressure to my fresh wound and shout out. Wait! I pant, my face twisting in pain. I know you're going to kill me. Can you at least tell me why? I plead. I watch as he removes the blade once again from my side and places it against the base of my throat. If you want an easy death, this ain't goin' be one of them. She said specifically to make this one painful, he laughs. The pressure of the blade against my throat is rough, but not enough to draw blood. Artemisia, right? Is she your queen? I ask, not breaking eye contact with the vile man. His eyes fill with anger, and I feel a punch against my stomach, causing me to cough and sob. She is everyone's queen. How dare you disrespect her like that, he says. She saved me from my lowest point. I will forever be indebted to her. As should you. Before I know what's happening, he directly stabs the blade into my side before ripping it out seamlessly and stabbing it back into me, leaving it inside of me. I scream in agony as I feel the blood oozing out. I'll be back. Hopefully you're dead by then. If not, you'll wish you were, he says before turning to leave and switching the lights off again, leaving me alone in the dark. As soon as I make sure his footsteps have retreated, I stop my stifling sobs to focus on the plan I have made. The blood smearing down the side of my body is precisely what I had anticipated. The warm liquid is dripping down my arms and even reaches my fingertips. I start to wiggle in the grip of the ropes, aiming for more blood to come out, cringing at my intentional actions. I need my wrists lubricated enough to make enough wiggle room to reach for the blade. Once my wrists were sufficiently covered, I started rubbing them together and around the rope. After doing this for about 30 seconds, and with a bead of sweat dripping down from my forehead, I create enough wiggle room to grasp the blade with my fingertips. I pray that Desiree somewhere has my back, and I start to pull out the blade that is lodged in my side. As I do so, I scream. I quickly bite my lip to stop myself so the stranger doesn't hear my shouts and come running back. As it's halfway lodged, I start shuddering involuntarily from the pain. Just pull it out, Adina. I tell myself. It's just like a band-aid. On the count of 3, I yank hard on the blade and pull it out, keeping it trapped between my fingers to make sure I don't accidentally drop it on the ground. The blood coming out of me is making me slightly woozy, but I stay focused on the task at hand. Using the blade covered in my blood, I bring it back behind me, where my arms are tied, and start to cut the rope. Almost instantly, the rope is freed from my arms, and I sag in relief. Appreciating the moment for only a second, I also cut off the rope that had restrained my body to the chair. I sat on the chair, knowing I am in no shape to roam around and get vengeance that way. Now it's the waiting game. My head is starting to feel light, then the dull light that had been on suddenly flickers back on and off again. The dark man approaches me, shuffling around and carrying some items with him. I hold my breath, sagging against the chair, hoping with his werewolf hearing, he will think I was dead. It must have worked before, as he stands right in front of me. He doesn't see my lack of restraints. The rope that was previously tied around me was now in the corner of the room, and he had yet to notice. The flickering of the light was in my favor right now. I wasn't sure if it was due to sheer luck, sheer stupidity on his behalf, or courtesy of Desiree. It didn't matter. In a matter of seconds, once he had turned around, I jumped up beside him, ready to attack. As a werewolf, he had definitely anticipated it. He jumps out of my way and instantly shifts into his wolf, shedding his clothes into small pieces. He whips back around me and snarls, the wolf ready to kill. Unfortunately for him, so was I. With a newfound energy inside me, I charge at him, blade in my hand, ready to sink into him. I limp once as I run, the brood of my wounds affecting me quite a bit. He also charges at me, aiming right for my throat. I close my eyes, bracing for the impact that is to come. However, it never does. A wolf that is equally as significant intercepts the deadly leap, throwing the wolf across the room. I watch as they circle each other, snarling and snapping at the other. It isn't Klayden. I would know his wolf from anywhere, and it isn't his. Klayden's is much larger than these wolves, due to his alpha characteristics. The wolf who had saved me shoots me a look, and as I look into the warm eyes, I know instantly who it is. Isaiah. I had never been happier and relieved to see someone in my entire life. Isaiah literally just saved my life, and I have no idea how he knew where I was. Isaiah slashes the other wolf across the chest, igniting deep wounds that start flowing a dark red across the floor. The wolf stumbles on its footing, and Isaiah's wolf clamps its teeth down onto his jaw. Before I know what is happening, I feel almost compelled to sprint over to the wolves. With the dagger in my hand, I lift it up. Both wolves watch as my eyes flash silver before I bring the dagger down, slicing it across his neck in a quick motion. Isaiah drops the wolf from his grasp and instantly shifts, both of us disregarding his nudity. He wraps his arms around my body and frantically applies pressure to my wounds. "Oh my goddess, Adina, what the hell?" he shouts in a panic. I stumble from his grasp and drop to my knees, ignoring the fact that my dress has bunched up to my hips. The dead wolf lay there, soaking in its own blood from its throat being sliced open. I don't understand what makes me do it, but I lie down and hug the wolf, sobbing against the fur. I feel a brand new power stir within me, and I know undoubtedly I have collected another soul. However, I didn't know it would feel like I lost my own as I did. Chapter 30. It had been exactly 3 days since I had taken someone's life. Similar to the last time I had retrieved and absorbed a soul, something about me had changed. This time, my body had become more lean, more muscled. I was stronger like a warrior. I haven't been able to stomach anything down. Anytime food comes near me, my stomach churns, and I just see the bloody body of the wolf lying on the floor. My appetite was just completely gone. Currently, I am in bed, just lying down and looking at the ceiling of my bedroom. I was back at my apartment, and Lenore had come by a few times. She brought me things. Ice cream, warm pajamas, a teddy bear. She didn't even know what happened. She didn't need to. That's what best friends are for. I had to tell Isaiah everything. I think watching me slit a wolf's throat traumatized him almost as much as it did me, and we took comfort in each other. Strictly friendly, but I was glad to have someone to talk to about everything. Klayden and I were barely on speaking terms because of his allegiance to Artemisia, not to me. It hurt me, and being away from him hurt just as equally. Our bond had just been restored by Elena, the witch, and I didn't even know how to talk to the man at this point. Of course, he tried to talk to me. In fact, after Isaiah had come to my rescue, he wanted to take me straight to Klayden's. I, even being the one all bloodied and broken, instantly refused. I needed to be away from him. I also made Isaiah promise not to reveal anything to Klayden because I knew if he had found out, he would come bursting through my apartment door, something I really did not want right now. I would tell Klayden everything on my own terms. Also, it turns out, the sinister wolf had taken me to the basement of the school. Just as the witch, Elena, had warned me. Almost as if she had foreshadowed it and warned me of its existence. The thought made me shudder. There had been rumors of its existence, but the student body had collectively agreed it was just that, rumors. The club we had been at earlier that night wasn't that far from it, and Isaiah told me he had a weird intuition I would be there after I had left for the washroom and hadn't turned up several minutes later. I guess I would really have to thank Desiree for that one, although I probably wouldn't ever have been in this predicament if it weren't for her. The items the wolf had brought back with him after having stabbed me were for my disposal. The thought made all the color drain from my face, knowing that to him I would just be another body to bury like Hania. Like everyone else, he had killed for Artemisia. My body had healed almost entirely at this point. As I had absorbed another soul, my body had become stronger, and in doing so, it healed faster. I was undoubtedly supernatural now. I pull the covers over my head, aiming to drown out the sunlight making its way through the sides of my curtains. I just wanted to stay here forever. My phone buzzes and I ignore it, thinking it's again Klayden. He had already come to my apartment, but I had told Isaiah to make sure he left. I needed to distance myself from him, no matter how loudly the bond was screaming at me not to. The buzzing continues and I frown. Groaning, I get out from under my warm blankets and grab my phone from the nightstand. Klayden. Just as I guessed, the thought that he was probably at home, or at the school grading papers, while I was self-isolating in shame, made me furious. Of course, this wasn't his fault, but if he hadn't been so disrespectful and chosen Artemisia side through all of this, then maybe I would be able to survive this situation a little more easily. Without giving it much thought, I turn around and launch my phone across the room, aiming to shatter it against the wall. With my newfound strength, I had been throwing tantrums and destroying things without thinking it over properly. However, and much to my dismay, a black manicured hand easily catches the phone before it shatters against my wall. Desiree. Anytime she comes around, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Sometimes she brings good news, sometimes she brings bad. Desiree laughs as she sees my noticeable scowl. Her pink hair bounces with every shake of her shoulders. Hey, don't shoot the messenger, she chuckles and tosses the phone on my bed. Cute teddy bear. What are you doing here? I ask her, straight to the point. You've wallowed away for long enough, she says to me as she sits on my bed. I watch her black attire blend into my own blankets. The wolf needed to die. Shoot, Adina, he deserved it. He's the one who had killed for Artemisia. Too many souls have died from his hands. Her words just now confirmed my suspicions. They seem to ease a lot of my tension and discomfort, and I'm instantly glad she came and told me this. I haven't been eating. I can barely sleep, I whisper. I see his face in my dreams. I think of his blood whenever I close my eyes. It will pass, Desiree tells me softly. You're so brave. You were meant to do this, and you're almost done. She reaches over to me and affectionately squeezes my shoulder. I square my shoulders, bravely lifting my chin to face her with a look of pure dedication on my face. I keep having to remind myself that this was my fate. This is what was written in the stars for me. I was born for this role. I would make the world a better place doing so. What do I have to do next? I miss you, I whisper over the phone. The man sighs on the other side, sounding defeated and drained, yet relieved to hear my voice. I can't even express how much it means to hear you say that. I miss you so much, Klayden tells me softly. I can't stop thinking about everything that happened between us a few days ago. I don't even know why I said those things about Artemisia. His even mentioning her name makes my blood boil. I smile sweetly over the phone, feigning understanding and telling him I truly understand what he means. Lies. Even in the past few days, so much has happened that Klayden doesn't even understand. I knew deep down he still had his raised suspicions of my intent and believed that Desiree is spinning a tale of lies. It frustrates me, but I won't be able to convince him until he can really see for himself how vile Artemisia really is. Wolves really are loyal. The thought makes me scowl, although I hide my true feelings while I'm on the phone with Klayden. I tell him I want him to pick me up, that I miss him, and want to show him how much I miss him back at his place. Klayden barely got a few words out before telling me he's on his way to pick me up, hanging up very eagerly. Everything was going according to the plan. I take a deep breath. I can do this. Thanks, Desiree. I walk outside the apartment building, watching as Klayden's sleek black car pulls up beside me. He jumps out of the driver's side and runs around to the other side of the car, opening the door for me. Wow, such a gentleman. I tease, trying to ease the tension between us. Klayden laughs at my comment and gingerly helps me into his car before closing the door and making his way back into the driver's seat. We spend the next few minutes in silence, not really knowing what to say to one another. I glance at Klayden, wondering what could be racing through his mind. He probably thinks this is a comfortable silence we were in. It was not. I shifted on my seat, and that grabbed his attention. He takes one of his hands off the wheel and places it on the inside of my thigh, rubbing it tenderly and slowly. My heart starts to race, and I know he can hear it, unfortunately. I missed you, he tells me. God, your scent is driving me crazy. I've longed to be in your presence for these past few days. It was torture to have our bond back, and then you being coddled up in your room. I nod gently at his words, although they tick me off. If only he knew the real reason I had locked myself away, isolating myself from everyone around me. He must think so highly of himself that he genuinely feels the reason was because of him taking Artemisia aside. I mean, don't get me wrong, that really ticked me off. And I'm still not over it. However, if only he knew that I had killed someone. With my bare hands. That this was the reason I couldn't find myself around another person. To be around another soul, I must take. I pepper small kisses along the side of his face, my fingers running gently through his dark hair. My legs are straddling him on each side. I feel him take his lips away from mine, and I mentally curse him. Wait, he whispers hoarsely. He pulls away from me gently and looks into my eyes. This is happening really fast. Are you sure you want to keep going? This is what you want. I peck him lightly and pull my top up and over my head. His eyes nearly bulge out when taking in my chest, even though I was wearing a bra, and I watch as he bites his lip. Dang, he's so hot. Basically, as soon as we had left his car, I suggested we watch a movie inside. I fully knew coming to his place tonight that I would be having sex with him. This was part of the plan after all. We never really got to watch the movie. About 5 minutes into the beginning of it, I hopped onto his lap and started heavily making out with him. He had no complaints in the matter. Hence, our current position. This is what I want, I whisper back to him. I wasn't lying, not really anyway. Klayden immediately accepted my words as consent and started to kiss me fervently and with even more passion than before. My hands were still tangled in his hair, and I ground my hips into his. His response was a hearty groan, and one of his hands trailed from up my backside to my sides. "Let's take this upstairs," he says, peppering me with small kisses. I smile and nod in response, accepting his hand as he pulls me from the couch and up to his bedroom. We laugh and giggle along the way, happy to finally be able to enjoy each other in the closest way we can. Tonight, I could set aside some of the craziness of my life and be with Klayden. A good man, one who cared about me so deeply and would cherish these next moments we share. As we step foot into the bedroom, he playfully picks me up bridal style and tosses me onto his bed. I feign a gasp, and suddenly my jaw drops as I see him remove his shirt and pants, leaving him only in his boxers. I take my time admiring his perfectly sculpted body, all the way from his head to his toes. He smirks in response and stalks his way towards me slowly, like I'm his prey. It turns me on. I lay on my back still in my bra and wiggle off my pants so we are both only in our underwear at this point. "Do you want me, Alpha?" I purr lightly to him. Klayden growls in response, and I watch as his eyes darken to an almost obsidian black. I bit my lip under his gaze, and he nearly jumped on me, so eager for what was going to go down. He hovers over me and starts to place kisses from the side of my neck all the way down to my breastbone. "I've wanted you since the first day I ever saw you," he tells me softly. Tears prickle in my eyes, but I blink them away. I need to focus on him right now. "Us. Your body," he says in a quiet shock, his penetrating gaze taking in every part of me entirely. "Yeah," I say sheepishly under his dark eyes. He can see the difference, the more toned and muscular shape I now have after killing that wolf. I've been, going through some intense training in my life. Training to become the next moon goddess, I think. Rightfully. However, I don't dare speak the words aloud. "You're so beautiful," he murmurs. I gingerly grab his face and pull him up to me to claim his lips against my own. Our mouths dance against each other's, and he licks my bottom lip, asking for permission. Easily, I accept, and I moan as I taste him. Before I know it, we are both fumbling the rest of our clothes off and become wholly naked, lying under Klayden's navy blue sheets. His hands are caressing my side, and I bring one of my hands up his arm, tracing his bicep. Klayden's passionate kisses and my small moans don't stop as he brings his hand to my hips. I feel his hand lightly make its way to the inside of my thigh. My legs almost involuntarily spread lightly for him, allowing him access. Klayden's kisses begin to trail from my mouth to my neck before he starts sucking on it lightly. At the exact moment, I feel one of his fingers slide in, eliciting a small gasp from me. Klayden." I whisper into his ear as his kisses on my neck continue. Suddenly, and without much warning, a finger enters me gently. I gasp aloud at the intrusion, and instinctively, my hips raise to meet the small pumps his hand was making. He adds another finger before peppering kisses all the way down my body. His face makes its way in between my legs before looking up at me and smirking. He watches in fascination as his own two fingers pump in and out of me, before biting his lip and groaning. The view before me makes me even wetter, if possible. Klayden lowers his mouth, his tongue coming out to flick my clit as his fingers continue to pump me. His hands are pinning me down, and just as I can feel an orgasm approaching, he stops. "I want to be inside you when you finish," he tells me before positioning himself against me. In one swift motion, he enters me, and we both moan against each other. He doesn't move to let me adjust to his rather large size, and I nod to him when it's okay for him to continue his movements. Klayden gently pulls out before another gentle thrust in, earning a moan from me. I wrap my legs around his waist as his thrusts start increasing in pace. "Shoot," he growls into my ear. "You're so tight." Yes. I whisper back as he hits all the right spots. My hips are meeting his thrusts as he drills into me repeatedly, one of his arms against the headboard and the other interlaced through my fingers now. The headboard of his bed is now smacking loudly against the wall, but neither of us cares. The bond between us is in bliss. My moans don't halt as I feel a budding sensation in my lower region start to grow, before I explode in complete ecstasy. My own orgasm triggers Klayden's, and I can tell he is about to climax as his thrusts become more fervent and sloppier. I feel him jerk and still inside me, his warmth filling me up as he quietly groans in bliss. We are both panting heavily, entangled in each other's arms. Klayden brings both of his arms around me before kissing my sweaty forehead and spooning me from behind. I can feel him still poking me, although we just enjoy each other's company, not paying it any mind. I allow my breathing to return to normal and turn around in Klayden's arms, smiling as if I had just won the lottery. It certainly feels that way. I'm going to shower, wanna join? I wink at him coyly before placing a chaste kiss against his smiling lips. You know I do, he smirks. I'll be right behind you, he says, before a sloppy kiss is placed on my mouth and I get up from the bed. He slaps my backside as I walk over to his adjoining bathroom, and I yelp before he bursts out in laughter from my dramatic antics. Loser. Moving quickly, I enter the bathroom and look at myself in the mirror. Nothing different here. Starting to panic internally, I glance frantically over my appearance and see that everything was exactly the same as before Klayden and I had sex. What did I do wrong? Did I not absorb the piece of soul that lay within Klayden? This was the plan. This wasn't my first rodeo when it came to retrieving the souls. Usually, the transition would happen immediately following, and I would look and feel different. Yet I don't. The only thing that I'm feeling right now is sore right in between my legs. My hectic thoughts are interrupted when Klayden comes waltzing in, smiling as if this were the best day of his life. He comes up from behind me and hugs me, not noticing my gloomy expression in the mirror. Why haven't you started the shower yet, babe? He asks, pecking my cheek and nuzzling my neck. I pull away from his grasp and turn around, facing him as we are both stark naked. Ignoring his question, I begin to ask my own. Remember how I told you that one night how it was my calling to retrieve all the souls Thea had scattered away from Artemisia? That it was part of the puzzle that makes me a moon goddess? I ask him with my eyes squinted, accusingly. Yes. Even though I didn't believe you. The words were unspoken between us, but I could read between the lines. Klayden furrows his eyebrows at my sudden question. He tries to encircle his arms around me, but I step out of the way. What the? He looks at me perplexed. You were one of them. I just never told you. What are you talking about? You were one of the pieces of Artemisia, souls that got scattered away, disarming her from her full potential of the moon goddess. You're one of the pieces that helps make up a new moon goddess, one of her heirs like me. I tell him, crossing my hands over my chest confidently. So what? You want to take that piece? I just tried. I tell him, frustrated, running my hands through my hair and exposing my entire body to him. Klayden is getting ticked off, but I can tell he is still turned on. His hard member stark against his stomach shows me after his eyes hungrily take in my body. How? By having sex with me? He asks incredulously. He throws his hands into the air. This is insane. Yes, actually. The look of hurt that crosses his face stings my soul a bit because of the bond. I know my intentions coming here were not pure or good in any way. I was using him. Nonetheless, I felt like he deserved it after all the turmoil he put me through. Did he really think I would forgive him so easily? His lack of response urges me to continue justifying my actions here. I was told that if we mated, I would be able to collect the other missing piece of soul that was scattered away. The one inside you, I tell him. I have already retrieved 2. That's 2 more than anyone else has. I have a real chance here. If we mated? He exclaims and then laughs bitterly. That's all you have to say? I shout. I'm doing all of this for the greater good. For people to have a moon goddess who is caring, who wants what is best for her people. Selfish actions had to happen. Well, he cedes. We didn't complete the mating process. I would have to bite you in order for that to happen. His jaw hardens, and he turns on the shower, stepping inside and leaving me naked on the outside. My brain is at a loss for words, realizing in this moment that I had messed up. If only I had done my due diligence homework in mating, shoot. I begin to exit the bathroom, needing to distance myself from Klayden, seeing as I didn't get what I came here for. Before I leave, I turn to face the shower. Anything else you have to say? I seethe, glaring towards the blurred body behind the shower glass. Klayden hums. Maybe put some freaking clothes on so I don't have to take another cold shower. He answers back bitterly. Get out. I turn on my heels and slam the door. Chapter 31. Imagine that you are a balloon. The only thing that holds you to the ground is a thin piece of string. Now imagine that string is cut and you are just floating. That is how I felt, light, unable to connect to the world, and unable to open my eyes. I could feel my heartbeat quicken at the realization. I could hear a rapid beeping and my own exhalations. I had to put effort into every breath, focusing on my lungs expanding and constricting. Earlier that day, my hands gripped my hair, perched on the edge of my couch, hand hanging between my knees. Angry tears rolled down my face, and I was consumed by silence. Lenore had tried to come by earlier, but her desperate knocks quickly faded at my lack of response. I just needed to sleep. My brain was working on overdrive. I was mad at myself, at Klayden, at Desiree, at Artemisia. It was too much for one person to handle. I went into my bathroom, grabbing a bottle of nighttime cold medicine. I took a long sip and began to drift off minutes later. I thought I had finally found some peace in the madness, but my biggest source of grief greeted me. Artemisia appeared as always. A bough slung over her back, her white hair somehow flowing despite the lack of wind. This time, she had a permanent scowl on her face. I immediately tried to make myself taller. I wanted her to know that I wasn't scared of her, and that if anyone should be afraid, it should be her. I don't know what you think you are doing, Adina, but it is going to be you who won't last through this process. She sighed, as if she was exasperated with me. It was like she had this conversation before. The thought rang through my head. The reminder made me narrow my eyes. I decided to tease her a little. It was my dream anyway. What do you mean? I said in a higher-pitched, mocking tone. I put my palms to my chest as if I were shocked by the allegations. Artemisia stepped forward in a threatening manner, but stopped and looked closer at me, more specifically, my eyes. Anger flashed through her eyes. I could almost see the darkness pass through them. Don't play stupid, you pathetic human. I came here to warn you. Stop this stupid little mission before it kills you. No, the only person that is going to die is you. I shout towards her with equal passion. At my words, a burst of laughter fills the air surrounding us. Except it wasn't light and happy laughter, but more of a cackle. The weight of noise consumed the air, making it hang heavily around my head. Artemisia began to walk around me in almost a taunting manner, but my newfound speed allowed me to turn just as fast, so we never broke eye contact. I didn't dare speak, afraid to break the silence. I wanted her to explain what was so funny. Desiree always leaves out the most important parts. She wants me dead so badly that she is willing to put anyone's life on the line. Do you see how you are changing with every piece of me you manage to harness? Growing stronger and faster? But you are also getting impulsive. You are consumed by hate. It is because you're weak. Because you're human. The words were spat out of her mouth as if they burned her tongue. At this point, we had both come to a standstill and were staring each other down venomously. She continues. Even if you manage to kill me, the transition will kill you too. The chances of you surviving are so slim no number can quantify it. I felt my breathing cease and my heart beat slow. This couldn't be true. She was just trying to mess with me, I assure myself. Then why are you trying so badly to kill me? I mean for the words to come out harsh, but they instead come out as a small squeak. I hate myself at that moment for proving that I was as weak as she said. If you remember, I didn't try to at first. I tried to block you from the supernatural from Klayden, your mate. But once you made contact with him, I had no choice. I knew that it was only a matter of time before you figured it all out. It was just a guess at how long. When she talked about Klayden, my heart seemed to return to a regular rhythm. Even in the moments when I wanted so badly to hate him, my body, our bond, responded to even the slightest of mention. Artemisia's words shook me out of my little world. And that is exactly why, once you meet your mate, there is very little chance of being able to separate your emotions. They will be a part of you forever, and even when you want to get rid of them. Her face squeezed painfully at her own words, and for a moment, I saw a genuine emotion, one of the few when it came to the moon goddess. Wait, did you have a mate? I am shocked at my own question, but I was so curious I couldn't stop the words from flowing out of my mouth. Yes, and I killed him hoping I would release the part of me that was made for him. Unfortunately, Desiree is crueler than that. It is the one thing that I will never be able to get rid of. She said it so casually, almost as if she were proud of the accomplishment. A gasp leaves my mouth. Artemisia had killed her own soulmate. Any remaining questions surrounding her humanity was shot out of me. She had none. The thought of Klayden dead made my chest squeeze painfully. I couldn't fathom what kind of person it would take to kill someone who shares a piece of their soul, and she dared to call Desiree cruel. I am not happy with you, Adina. She takes a threatening step forward, although I don't move. You have killed my friend, and mark my words, I will make you pay for it when you least expect it. I will be there to ruin you, blood for blood. You'll never get them all, Adina. Give up now while you can save yourself some dignity. I watch as Artemisia takes off her bow and arrow and, in one swift movement, aims it at my head. She didn't even hesitate before letting the arrow go. And then I woke up. I was sweating and breathing heavily, and the first thing I saw was the red book, the one with all the drawings. Anger struck through me, and the anger was just another reminder that Artemisia was right. I wasn't myself. The realization didn't stop me from picking up the small book and throwing it across the room. I was shocked when the binding didn't tear from the impact. Instead, it just landed with a thump after hitting the wall. I wasn't even aware of what I was doing when I scooped up the book and grabbed a lighter from my desk drawer. I found myself outside, at the back of my apartment building, lighting the edge of the book on fire. I held the lighter close to the parchment pages, moving it slowly back and forth. Once the flames licked up the spine of the book, I threw it to the ground. It was when the book connected with the grass that I felt the hit in my chest immediately. Was this book a piece of Artemisia, too? A familiar burn ran through me, confirming that I was right. Why hadn't I thought of it before? I had one of the pieces in my possession this whole time, literally in my hands. I clutched my stomach, trying to ease some of the pain. I expected the feeling to fade quickly, as it had before, but it kept growing. I couldn't breathe. It felt like I was drowning, but I wasn't surrounded by water. I couldn't move. It felt like all my limbs had been filled with lead. I couldn't think. My only thought was, I am going to die. I could hear the ambulance, but I couldn't see. I felt like I was still standing, but I wasn't sure. All of the voices that surrounded me were foreign. The touch I felt on my skin was alien. I was alone. Even though there were people there, I had never felt more deserted. Present. Imagine that you are a balloon. The only thing that holds you to the ground is a thin piece of string. Now imagine that string is cut and you are just floating. That is how I felt, light, unable to connect to the world, and unable to open my eyes. I could feel my heartbeat quicken at the realization. I could hear a rapid beeping and my own exhalations. I had to put effort into every breath, focusing on my lungs expanding and constricting. When I became semi-conscious this time, I could hear better. I could hear what sounded like doctors or maybe nurses talking about me. We aren't sure who she is yet. A pedestrian saw her on the ground unconscious and bleeding from her nose. When the paramedics got there, they said her vitals were insane, that they had never seen blood pressure or fever that high. But now we can't find the cause. It's like the symptoms manifested out of nowhere. I wasn't sure how much time had passed until I came around again. This time, I could see light behind my eyelids. I considered that progress. It was no longer just darkness. We finally got permission to go into her phone. Her name is Adina, and I think her boyfriend is on his way. The words come from the same nurse who was talking about me earlier. Hope coursed through me. They had called Klayden. The overwhelming feeling was enough for me to crack open my eyelids, even though the movement made my eyes sting. I heard myself groan, which caught the nurse's attention. I was suddenly being poked and prodded, being asked if things hurt. I lifted my head, which felt like it had been filled with rocks, to find a nurse and a doctor inside the room with me. Glad you could join us, Miss Hayes. How are you? The doctor is cut off by Klayden bursting in, his eyes sweeping the room until they landed on me. I was surprised when he didn't immediately grab me. He instead turned to the doctor and spat out through clenched teeth. What happened to her? The doctor sighed as she took the nurse's chart and flipped through it. We honestly aren't quite sure, but I do know Adina is very lucky. The vitals she presented on scene were so high she should easily be dead. In my personal opinion, I would say it was almost inhuman. Klayden turned to me, and his eyes locked with mine. They were swimming with 1,000 regrets. I was so focused on him that I barely noticed the staff leave the room. We didn't speak as he helped me out of bed. One of the nurses came in and explained that my clothes had been cut off and disposed of. Klayden placed his jacket on me. It covered me, unlike the flimsy gown I had been provided. She handed me a plastic bag of items, things that were on me when I collapsed. And amongst my phone and lighter, inside the bag sat the red book. It looked as if it had never been touched by fire. I gasped and dropped it on the ground. I immediately apologized and bent down to pick it up. I almost died, and I didn't even collect the piece. My eyes filled to the brim with tears that threatened to spill over. Klayden watched the scene unfold carefully. I'm not sure if he fully understood what was happening, but he picked me up, carrying me in his arms like a bride, and I didn't protest this time in the slightest. I'm brought to his car, where I'm gently placed in the passenger seat. I watch as he takes his spot in the driver's seat, but he doesn't attempt to start the car. How long was I there? My voice cracks with emotion, my dry throat betraying me. 3 days, Adina. His fingers tighten against the steering wheel. I was so mad about before that I left you alone. I never even thought. I wasn't even listening. I had been there for 3 days. 3 freaking days. How is that even possible? What did that book do to me? I look back up at Klayden, and he held my gaze as he mumbled, almost to himself, I can't lose you, Adina. I just can't. He leaned his way over the dashboard between us and pulled me up to his chest. The warmth made me slump farther into him. His embrace was so tight my ribcage hurt. I wanted to cry. We both had been so stupid. However, Klayden wasn't done making foolish decisions. In our warm embrace, his mouth suddenly found my neck. I had no time to react before his teeth sank deeply into me. Chapter 32. Teeth. There are teeth in my neck. These are the only thoughts ringing through my mind as I feel Klayden's canines pierce through a part of my neck, digging deeper and deeper. I scream loudly and try to shove his face off, although his wolf instincts make him pierce deeper. The pain is excruciating, and I don't stop my cries and screams. I can feel an invisible cord bind Klayden and me, signifying that we have finally completed the marking. My chest is burning, and it feels like my skin is peeling off and repairing itself, slowly, excruciatingly. I fist my hands in his hair and yank, hoping this will somehow stop all the pain. He doesn't make a move to stop, as if the pain isn't bothering him, and he has only one thing in mind. Me. The pain intensifies, and I scream bloody murder. Tears are streaming down my face, and I can feel warm liquid soaking into my clothes. We were a complete mated pair. I gasp loudly as he pulls away, and I was truly surprised I hadn't passed out from the pain. This had to have been the worst pain I had felt yet. There is blood seeping from my neck, and I look at Klayden with a horrified expression. He looks crazy. Blood dripping down his face, his eyes dark with a hunger. A hunger for me. I involuntarily whimper from the pain, and it almost seems to shake Klayden out of his trance because he immediately applies pressure to my fresh wound. I gulp loudly, which causes more blood to ooze out. I glance down at Klayden's hand on my neck and notice that he is shaking madly and blinking as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. I'm so sorry, Adina, he whispers, horror expressed on his face. I lost control. Let me make this better. I don't say anything other than a frantic nod in his direction, anything to ease the pain I feel in my neck. He removes his hand, releasing the pressure, and brings his head down towards my neck once more. I involuntarily flinch, afraid of the contact. Klayden glances at me shamefully before continuing and bringing his face down. I feel his tongue gently trace its way along the part of my neck that meets my shoulder, right where he had bitten me. It soothes the ache, and I have to actually bite my lip from moaning. The feeling is all too new to me. A ghost of a smile dances on Klayden's lips before he runs his tongue along my wound again. Soon enough, I can feel the pain subside, and my new body is healing itself more rapidly. I can feel a power stir inside me, the new one. At this moment, I knew I had successfully collected the soul that lay with Klayden. I long to see the new physical change that surely has made its way onto my body. Every time I have retrieved a piece of the moon goddess's souls, I have spiritually as well as physically changed somewhat. The wound is just tender, but not as excruciatingly painful as before. Klayden gently pulls away from me, and I turn my head towards him, my steely glare not going unrecognized. What the heck? I ground out through my teeth. The ride home was horrible. Throughout the entirety of it, Klayden and I would not speak a word to each other. I was seething in my seat. How dare he do that without my consent? I know I had basically given him the green light days ago, when we had sex, even though I didn't technically comprehend the biting portion of it. However, this just felt wrong. I could tell Klayden was ashamed and had really lost control for a few moments, which led to my marking. I guess seeing his mate in the hospital must have pushed him over the edge. An edge I never want to see him fall off of again. I shudder at the thought. He pulls up to his house, and I'm ticked off about it. We both weren't in the right headspace to be trapped in a home with only the two of us to keep each other company. Once he securely parks his car in the driveway, I turn to him and am the first of us actually to speak. I want to go home, I whisper, still not making eye contact. Instead, my eyes are set firmly on the keys still in his ignition, hoping somewhere that Desiree could help this go my way for something to go in my favor for once. Your home is with me, Klayden answers gruffly before exiting his car and slamming the door shut. The action angers me, and I follow suit, slamming my door as hard. We both stalk up to his door, and I watch as he fumbles with the keys. I'm mad at everything lately. However, his comment really set me off. Because he isn't wrong. My home is with Klayden. He feels like home. Not those strangers whom I grew up with, although I would forever love them deeply. My whole world has changed, though. As the door begins to open, with my newfound strength, I shove past Klayden and march my way into his house. I ignore his slightly shocked expression and walk all the way upstairs, straight into the adjoining bathroom I had been inside days prior. I want to see what changed. I peel off the clothes from my body and stand completely naked in front of Klayden's mirror. Instantly, my eyes find their way to a red and blistered scar above my breast, right where my heart is. I cringe at the sight of it. This must have been one of the leading causes of pain when Klayden had bitten me. I just hadn't known it at the time. The physical alterations happened so quickly, the pain of the bite and the change must have occurred almost simultaneously, so it would have been excruciating pain. Although it was painful to the touch, the red ring was magnificent to look at. The imprint, which mostly resembled a burn, was in the shape of a half moon. I lightly bring my finger up to touch it, but hiss at the fresh pain. Fortunately, with my new strength, it shouldn't take too much longer to be fully healed from a scar above my breast. I hadn't bothered to close the door to the bathroom, but instantly regretted it as Klayden saunters into his adjoining bedroom and stops as he catches a glimpse of me naked. His jaw drops, and he quickly does a once-over of my naked body before coughing and looking away. I couldn't help but be annoyed at myself for my sheer stupidity. I briskly walk over to the bathroom door and close it quickly, not wasting any time. I put my clothes back on, though I'm gentle when putting on a shirt because of my new scar. I don't bother with a bra. Luckily, I already had some spare, clean clothes in the bathroom hamper from before this whole mess that were quite cozy. I exit the bathroom and see Klayden lying in his bed, reading a book, shirtless. He's clad only in his boxers, the book perched on his abdomen. He's wearing reading glasses and only glances at me briefly as I exit the bathroom with my chin up. I make my way over to his bedroom door, and as I am about to leave, his husky voice stops me. "Where are you going?" he asks, and I scoff. Turning around, I cross my arms over my chest yet make a face as I accidentally brush against my fresh wound. Klayden noticed my reaction, and his eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. I'm honestly exhausted after everything and want to sleep. I'm going to the spare bedroom, I tell him. No, you're not. Come lie here, he offers beside him. I don't make a move and he sighs at my own defiance. You and I both know that you won't be able to sleep without me. I'm the same without you. Especially now that we're fully mated. It'll be impossible. You need me as much as I need you, he tells me softly. He's almost begging me to join him, and I suddenly notice the dark circles that appear under his eyes. He's truly been struggling without me. Gulping, I hesitantly make my way towards the relatively larger bed. At this moment, I'm thankful for its size, so I won't have to be pressed up against Klayden. I pull back the cover and watch as Klayden does the same. We both simultaneously get underneath on opposite sides of the bed. He immediately props up on his back and continues reading, although the dark blanket covers his lower half. I turn myself away from looking at him and lie on my side, closing my eyes. Suddenly, I'm having flashbacks. Sex flashbacks. My eyes fly open because I quickly remember one of my last memories in this bed from a couple of days ago is Klayden and me having sex. Suddenly, everything feels hot, and I take some of the heavy blanket off me. I hear Klayden place his reading glasses beside him on the nightstand. The sound of his book slamming shut makes me jump slightly, and he turns off the remaining light in the room, coming from the lamp beside him. My eyes are closed, but I can't help but be awake and alert. I feel Klayden shuffling awkwardly, and I grit my teeth in annoyance. He sighs loudly, and I think him turn my way. I do the same towards him. What is it? I whisper harshly. Your scent, he mumbles and shifts a bit closer to me. I don't have to be a mind reader to know what was on your mind. It's distracting. We're facing each other close enough now that I can make out his face from the moonlight shining through the window. His nostrils flare and my face reddens under his knowing gaze. I'm hoping he can't see how flustered his comment made me. What do you want? An apology. I see his way. Truth be told, I'm hiding my humiliation under a persona of anger. However, it does tick me off that I'm thinking about him naked when I want to think about punching him in the face. Stupid bond. Klayden growls lightly and turns around, his bare and muscular back now in my view. I glare into it and whip around. The two of us are now back to back, but still not touching one another. I exhale deeply and shut my eyes tightly, hoping to fall asleep. Enough time goes by that exhaustion hasn't kicked in, and I huff in annoyance, while Klayden also uncomfortably shifts on the other side of the bed. My eyes are still closed when I feel arms encircle me and pull me into a warm chest. My backside rests against his front, and I feel him against my backside slightly. I throw my eyes open and slightly turn to face him in bewilderment. I use my butt to push back against his pelvic region, and that earns me a low moan, although I had meant for it to get him off me. What are you doing? I whisper at him, stunned. My mind and body are at an all-time battle, as I know within my mind I don't want him, but I feel myself rub up against him again. His arms tighten around me at the movement. I thought the worst nights of my life were when you weren't here. I was wrong. It's sleeping in the same bed as you, but not being able to touch you. He whispers back, right into my ear with a tinge of sadness. I'm sorry about this. He shifts his lower region against my bottom again. Oh my God, he just apologized for having a reaction when we're fighting. I would laugh if this whole situation weren't as uncomfortable as it is right now. I nod stiffly at his words. Giving in to what my body needs right now, I lay my head down and put one of my own arms around the one he has encircled around my waist. I'm allowing this, truthfully, because I know the only way I could peacefully get some rest is by being with my mate. Klayden silently understands and pulls me even closer, nuzzling his face into my neck. His breath is fanning against my mark, and it makes me hot, really hot. I can hear and feel him deeply inhale, almost purring at the scent surely surrounding him. Arousal. He is still stiffly pressed against me, and it takes all of my self-control right now not to turn around, rip all our clothes off, and ride him like a banshee. Instead, I shake the naughty thoughts from my head and close my eyes, thinking of how I'm going to destroy that damn red book. Waking up, I feel a slight room breeze across my skin that hadn't been there last night. I gently peel my eyes open and am stunned for a few reasons. Number 1, my shirt has been ripped apart, but only the front. Plus, I wasn't wearing a bra, so I'm exposed. Number 2, Klayden's position from spooning me during our sleep shifted, so instead, he was curled up beside me with his head resting on my chest. He was sleeping on my chest. Number 3, Klayden woke up as soon as I had shuffled away, and now we were staring at each other equally as perplexed, and somewhat horrified. Klayden bounces off of me so fast it looks like I burned him to the touch. His hands, which were gently wrapped around me previously, are now up in the air in surrender. His mouth opens as he stares at my chest, then he looks into my eyes. Then back at my chest, before I clear my throat awkwardly. His eyes were trained on my breasts, however entranced by the fresh scar in the shape of a half moon. I use my hands to cover myself up and begin to question him frantically. What the hell happened? I bit out angrily, but the underlying worry was evident in my voice. My eyes burn into him accusingly until I notice the small, black pieces of fabric underneath my fingernails. It's from my shirt, the one that had been shredded in the front. I did this? Chapter 33. I don't even remember doing it, I tell Klayden as we sit in bed beside one another. I pry the shirt's remnants off my body and hide beneath the covers. Even though he's seen all of this before, he isn't getting another free show. I'm surprised it didn't wake me up. The shredding, Klayden says sincerely. I must have been just so exhausted, because I haven't been sleeping next to you. It has taken a real toll on my wolf. Oh. I must have done it subconsciously, to let the new scar breathe. It hurt so much before, but feels much better now, I tell him. Well, I don't think I have any more clean clothes here. Would you mind if I borrow a shirt or something? You don't have to ask. What's mine will always be yours. Especially now that we are fully mated, Klayden scoots closer to me on the bed and nuzzles my hair with his nose. The action's endearing, but I don't really want it. Not when I have all these unresolved, angry feelings toward him at the moment. Interrupting the train of thought in my head, Klayden continues questioning me. The scar on your chest, the half moon, is that because we mated? He asks quietly, using his head and nodding towards my chest, which is still hidden from his view. Yes, I cough awkwardly. It is. One of the physical changes of collecting another piece. The piece I had. Yes, I tell him without making eye contact. I didn't want to see his face, make this any harder on myself than it already has been by seeing his pain. The bond between us surged, reminding us that our pain is felt collectively. When he says, what's mine is yours, he means literally. I don't really know what to say to you, Adina. Are you okay? I open my mouth to respond before tightly closing it. My eyebrows furrow together lightly in confusion. I'm realizing right now I don't know the answer to that. I hadn't ever really stopped and asked myself if I was okay. No one had really stopped to ask me if I was okay. Only Klayden. The thought makes me break down slightly, and I can feel the buildup of tears beginning to swell in my eyes. I'm sure Klayden can smell the saltiness of my tears in the air, but he doesn't say anything and instead reaches over and gently grasps my hand, interlacing our fingers. He gingerly squeezes my hand, letting me know that he is with me without having to communicate any words. Although our relationship is rocky right now due to our personal allegiances, one thing hasn't changed. Our bond. The connection between our souls and the chemistry that was written in the stars by Desiree. Yes, that hasn't changed. Klayden had given me a shirt to wear, which was of course, too big on me. I wonder if I look good wearing the big, bad alpha's clothes. And luckily, I actually found a clean pair of leggings in his closet. I must have left some here once, so I decided to wear them with his shirt, too. I had a particular task in mind today, figure out what went wrong with the red book. This piece was dangerous, obviously. It had left me unconscious in the hospital for a few days, and I remember the horrible pain I felt when I tried to burn it. Clearly, that didn't work because I know I didn't gain the scattered soul that day. There must be consequences if I do it incorrectly. Maybe that was one of them. I needed to see if Desiree could help me solve this predicament I was in, although I wasn't sure how much help she would be, considering she mainly left me to figure out these things all on my own. Klayden and I had exchanged our goodbyes today rather awkwardly as he dropped me off back at my apartment. He had to go to the university to teach, and I told him I needed to catch up on my schoolwork, honestly, which I should be doing, but really, I wanted to be in my own place. The past months have been tiresome and brutal. Thankfully, school would be ending soon, and I could focus entirely on everything supernatural happening around me, even Thug. Honestly, it already has my complete attention rather than school. Tests are the last thing on my mind. I showered, changed into some real, presentable clothes, and waited in my apartment for some time for Desiree to make an appearance. I was hoping she would show up to help clear some of the confusion swimming in my mind. Sighing heavily, I guess I needed to get her attention some other way. I make my way outside of the building and into my car, driving just a little on the outskirts of Myersdale to reach the destination I was seeking. The cemetery where Thea was buried. This location seemed to be the undisclosed spot where Desiree and I could talk the most openly and freely without much fear of Artemisia catching us. Frankly, I'm not sure what she would do now. Kill me on the spot? Kill Desiree? Per usual, my hectic questions in my mind were soon interrupted by a black manicured finger tapping on my shoulder. I turn around and there is my closest pink-hair ally, Desiree. Took you long enough, I remark bitterly. I had to come here. Why don't you ever just come to my place or somewhere actually convenient? Klayden would have a stroke if he knew I had left town. Desiree hums as she starts to circle me and gaze at me with narrowed eyes. It's slightly intimidating, and my lip curls in annoyance at the movements. What are you staring at me for? I bark. You've changed, she says lowly. Well, yeah, I say in a tone like, duh. That's what happens when a soul decides to finally get absorbed. Or whatever you'd like to call it. I change. Have you seen my eyes? My body? And it hurts too. Thanks for letting me know. Of course I can see that. No, your personality has changed too. You've become more hard. You're colder. And? You're like Artemisia, she whispers lowly. Traits of the moon goddess, I suppose. Someone who is brave enough to get to where they need to be, without all the BS. However, I think it is your human side which is affecting you. Your emotions are heightened. Everything is always black or white. Don't worry, it shall pass. I've seen it. Maybe the reason I've been acting like I've had to stick up my butt is because I don't know what the heck I'm doing, I growl, frustrated, to her. It's your new strength. Your mental and physical increase in strength is significant, and it will be hard on your mind psychologically to process it and utilize it in the best of your ability for quite some time. Your emotions are all over the place. Thanks. How much are you charging for this therapy session? I glare. For you? Free. Only for a smile and maybe a dance, though. Funny, I deadpan. But realistically, Desiree, I came to see you for a reason. I messed up a bit with Klayden when it came to the mating process, but it got sorted out. Desiree interrupts me with a short snicker. I scowl in response. What? I ask. First of all, it's not really sorted out. You're tormenting your souls by having this ongoing battle. That needs to be fixed. You guys are soulmates and meant for one another. Secondly, I literally knew you would mess up your mating process. How's your neck, by the way? Why didn't you tell me? It was already your fate. I couldn't. She shrugs it off as if it were no big deal. However, it ticks me off. The way this conversation has ultimately turned aids me in bringing up my latest topic of discussion. The book that wouldn't burn. Desiree, I start. I have a small red book. It belonged to Artemisia at one point, and inside of it holds many drawings and scribbles of Klayden and him changing into a wolf. The design book, basically. I never realized until as of recently that it is probably a piece of one of the scattered moon goddess souls. I can feel the power surge within me when I near a soul, and I felt it. However, my instincts were wrong when it came to burning the book to retrieve the piece lying within. How come? How were you feeling when you tried to burn it? Why? What do you mean? Just answer the question, Adina. Don't be so damn difficult, Desiree scolds. I was ticked off, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear? I cross my arms across my chest defensively. Interesting. I do have a theory, Desiree says as she plops down next to a random gravestone. I join her and watch as she starts pulling grass out of the ground, looking as comfortable as ever. As I'm watching her, I can't help but be perplexed as to how human she acts, although she was the goddess of the stars. Do tell, I say while raising an eyebrow. I think the book itself tried to make you burn it. What? Similarly to a defense mechanism, the book will do whatever it needs to survive. There's an enchantment on it. The spell will whisper sweet nothings to the one set to destroy it, in this case, you, and will result in your own physical intolerance and pain. The magic surrounding the book probably fed off of your anger and used it against you. What the hell? How do you know? I've seen it happen before, she shrugs nonchalantly. When? With who? A long time ago with Artemisia. It was the same book she was trying to destroy, and it happened to her too. I never thought it would ever be one of the pieces of the souls. I'm so sorry, Desiree whispers, and I see tears well in her eyes. My own eyes start to water. Desiree's emotions were so contagious. I look away from her to try to blink them away. But why would Artemisia try to destroy her own book? A few reasons. She also didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. And for others to see what she did, what she created. I mean, rightfully so. Look where we are now. She shakes her head. How did it become enchanted? And why? I'm basically drilling Desiree for questions, but I just needed to know. Finally, I was getting the answers to so many things I've been wanting to know. Desiree muses and smiles at my question. Well, it's kind of obvious, no? She laughs. No, it's not. That's why I'm asking you. I laugh and shake my head. This girl can be unbelievable sometimes. She created a new supernatural creature, the werewolves. She needed powerful magic to do so, she shrugs. What better way than to seek help from a warlock? You've got to be kidding me, my mouth gapes at her words. And why would a warlock care about preserving the book at all, after helping Artemisia? Because he's trapped inside of it. The news that there is a literal warlock trapped inside a small red journal I have had for the past few months is alarming to me. Desiree explained that before Artemisia had somehow trapped him in the book, he had made a preservation enchantment, which doesn't allow the book to be destroyed. Almost as if he knew she would betray him somehow. So what do I do? How do I get this missing piece? I ask. We are still at the cemetery, and I start to fret internally over how long we've been here. What if Artemisia finds us? He has to be freed. That will render the book free of its magic, so it can be destroyed by a traditional means. Like burning it, she tells me sheepishly. I groan in annoyance. This means that if the warlock weren't trapped within the pages, then it would have been destroyed. Great, I say sarcastically. And do you know the warlock? How did you even know he was in that book? My eyes dart to hers accusingly. I watch as Desiree shuffles under my gaze awkwardly and looks away, almost ashamed. Yes, I knew him, she tells me, and I see tears well up in her eyes. His name is Ember. Chapter 34. Ember was just like Thea. Too innocent, too trusting. They didn't see the real threat that Artemisia poses. No one could, except me. Her voice trailed off as she met my eyes. The sadness in Desiree's face quickly turned hard. She grabbed my shoulders and shook me violently from where I stood. No matter the risks, you have to keep going, Adina. The world needs it. We need it. Artemisia is only going to get more aggressive. I didn't respond because I already knew what I had to do, and it was too late to stop now anyway. Desiree looked at me with a small expression of pity, and it made me wonder what was next to come. On the drive home, I thought about what I was going to do with the red book, about Ember. I had to be careful. Otherwise, he could try to kill me again. This time, he would probably succeed. I attempted to shove the information Desiree had given me to the back of my head, failing over and over again. She told me she wasn't going to interfere again, so her showing up was a big deal. This information could make or break this entire situation I'm stuck in. I decided to go back to the pack house because, honestly, I really needed some company, and I just had a hunch that Klayden would be there anyway. I walked into the house to find Isaiah bouncing off the walls. He seemed to be doing a fashion show for Lenore, who was just as giggly and as happy as ever. They both were clueless about the more recent turmoil I've been through. If only they knew, it has just been getting worse for me. The thought made me wonder how much they really did know. How much did Klayden tell his other pack members? I am shaken out of my daze when Isaiah asks me a question. He was dressed in a gray suit, however, the jacket was discarded on the floor, and his red suspenders stuck out against the white dress shirt. What? I stuttered out. I said, "What do you think?" "For the Alpha Assembly." He leapt over the couch before pausing in front of me. He popped out his hip and struck a pose. "The Alpha what?" A small part of me definitely was still back in the cemetery with Desiree, trying to take in this world. "Oh," Lenore breathed out as she was still on the couch, looking at Isaiah as if he were a snack. "Did Klayden not tell you?" I just shook my head confusedly at my two friends. "Alpha Assembly? Why hasn't this come up before?" Isaiah walked back to Lenore and plopped down beside her, stretching his arms over her. The Alpha Assembly is the annual meeting of packs, and it's a very prestigious event. Mostly only Alphas, Lunas, and Betas attend, which includes you now. Of course, you probably won't go to any of the actual meetings because you don't really know pack politics yet, but there is a really fancy dinner where everyone gets super drunk and lasts your eye. Lenore cuts Isaiah off by gleaming and shouting, "Oh my goddess, we are gonna have to get you a dress." I started to shake my head. No way was I going. I didn't need to be paraded around to a bunch of werewolves who worshipped the person I was trying to kill. Besides, Klayden hadn't even invited me. The thought struck a chord with me. Why hadn't he? Was he ashamed of me? A million thoughts ran through my mind and I shuddered. I hadn't even noticed that Isaiah had stood and was looking at me funny. "What? Do I have something on my face?" I look at him, squinting my eyes, trying to analyze why he was acting like that. "You smell different," Isaiah said, sniffing the air before his gaze landed on my neck. "Holy crap!" Isaiah exclaimed aloud before he jumped off the couch faster than I could process, then pulled at the corner of my shirt. I swatted his hand away like he was a little kid getting into the cookie jar. I didn't think he had the nerve. Lenore jumped up too and ran up to hug me. "Isaiah, you owe me $5, she said while I was still in her arms. She finally let me go and turned back to him. "I'm gonna go look online for dresses." She started to walk away, but paused at the bottom of the stairs. "Oh, and Isaiah." The blue suit looked better. She winked at him and raced up the stairs, jumping two at a time. Isaiah took no time running after her, only stopping to turn and say, "Congratulations, Luna," before he raced upstairs to be with Lenore undoubtedly. I rolled my eyes at the mere thought. I sighed begrudgingly as I took my place on the couch. So much for the company, I thought bitterly towards the two upstairs. I had spoken much too soon in my head, however, because Klayden came downstairs swiftly and looked as good as ever. "I thought I heard you." He came over and kissed my forehead, and then leaned down to kiss my mark before I pushed him away. "Then I'm guessing you also heard the part about me not getting invited to this alpha ball, or whatever it is." I pout out my bottom lip and try to put on an I'm angry face. But in reality, I was staring at his chest, thinking about how good he would look with his shirt off. I shook my head. "Is this really what completing the bond does?" "Don't do that, or we won't be having this conversation for much longer," he said. He ran his thumb over my protruding lip. I decided to tease him, leaning out of his reach and saying, "Well, what is that supposed to mean?" Instead of popping out my lip again, I take it in between my teeth, sensually. "I'll take you upstairs, and soon the only thing you will be able to do with that mouth is scream my name." Klayden's breath was hot in my face as he hovered over me, his entire body pressed against mine. I was unable to move, but I sure didn't mind at the moment. "Well, I don't believe you. I knew I was pushing, and what came next, I was definitely asking for. However, I was not going to say no. Before I know it, I am thrown over his shoulder and being carried away. The sudden movement made my head rush. "Klayden!" I screamed out as my hair fell in front of my face. However, I wasn't upside down for long before I was placed on a bed. I looked around and noticed we were in a random packhouse bedroom. I don't even have time to blink before my pants are on the ground and Klayden is kneeling in between my legs. I pushed my knees together, but a growl erupted from his throat. His hands found my hips and pulled at my underwear until the strap snapped. He pulled it out from under me and stuck it in his pocket. "So, what is this alpha thing?" I breathed out, the words hitching in my throat. I hated that he could barely touch me, and I was falling apart in his arms like mush. Our sexual tension was at an all-time high. Just a formality. "I was gonna tell you, I swear, but I wanted to do it when you were ready." It would be the first time I would be introducing you as my Luna, and I want you to be ready for that. I didn't even respond. Instead, I opened my legs wide and let him breathe against me. I twitched and squirmed with excitement at the sensation. I wanted so badly for him to touch me. When his mouth pressed against me, my hands gripped the bedsheets. It was all I could do to keep from jumping in the air and my hips from thrashing. The sensation was breathtaking. I felt my chest get tight at his lightest touch. The bond had the best effects when it came to sex. I became as quiet as I could, pressing my thighs against his head, biting my lips so I wouldn't moan. He touched me gently, never quite dipping it inside me, but hard enough that the pressure of every touch made its way right to my clit. I moaned as I ground my pelvis against his mouth. I wanted to feel his cock inside me. Oh, I needed to have his cock inside me. I looked down and pleaded with my eyes for him to make me climax, biting my lip at the erotic sight before me. He smiled and kept eye contact with me. I was riding on the edge of an orgasm, and he was making me ride it, making me squirm within his grasp. My legs tingled and twitched as he took me close and then backed me away. He was teasing me now, as I had teased him, and each tiny flick sent a blissful jolt of ecstasy inside me that gradually filled me to overflowing. Soon enough, I was soaring him from the orgasm that raged within me, my hips thrashing up, but his muscular arms held me down as I cried out in bliss. I instantly regretted it, but how could I? I was supposed to be mad at him. I didn't want him to think that marking me was okay suddenly. I pushed at his head that was still placed between my legs. My breath was ragged, but I wasn't done interrogating him. So when is this event? I looked around the ground for my underwear before remembering that it was ripped and stashed away in Klayden's pocket. I could see him become nervous at my question. I knew in that moment that he had taken a long time to tell me, much longer than I had initially considered. In 2 days, he finally stood up and lay beside me, taking my head between his hands lovingly, and I would want nothing more than for you to be there with me. However, you don't have to if you think it is too much. His eyes gazed down in embarrassment. I could tell that he regretted keeping this from me for so long, but it was my turn again to play with him. I stood up, putting my pants on without underwear. I could see him watching my backside as I jumped a little to get my pants up past my butt. I went over and kissed his cheek and whispered, "I guess I'll see you there, Alpha." I let the last would drag out sensually, hovering my lips above his ear before turning and promptly walking out, leaving Klayden with his jaw hung open and a lonely hard-on. Chapter 35. The blue dress hugged every part of my body that I wanted to hide. I had no problem dressing up and going out, but this thin material clung to every imperfection. Although my body was much more muscular and toned than before, I would always pick apart my smallest insecurities. It was unlike the dresses I wore clubbing, and the occasion was in an entirely different realm. I would much rather be in modest fashion, but Klayden explained to me that this was not how these meetings ran. I was getting prom flashbacks when I stepped out of the room. I imagined Kendall Hudgens, the skinny, freckled redhead who had been my senior date. I had just broken up with my boyfriend, and Kendall had always been there for me. A true gentleman. He had given me a crooked smile and a sly wink, causing a blush to rise to my cheek. Despite his childlike demeanor, he had an air of confidence about him. I was surprised to find no one outside the room, not Klayden or even Isaiah. I nervously wiped my hands against the dress, trying to make the fabric lie flat. It was a feeble attempt that only made my breath come out shakier. In the back of my head, I was still thinking about Ember and the book, and how on earth I was going to get him out. I had thought about going back to see the witch, but I wasn't sure if she was going to be able to help. This magic seemed old and different from the natural magic she had seemed to practice. However, my nerves from this evening appeared to outweigh everything. There was no denying that I was anxious. It was not only the first time that I would be presented formally as Klayden's Luna, but it was the first time I would see him truly fulfilling his duty as an alpha. It was a side of him that he had kept hidden. He would always hide in his office and have meetings about only the goddess knows what. He didn't even let me watch him or anyone else train. I wasn't even aware of the magnitude of Klayden's job until I was brought here. I thought his pact didn't extend beyond Myersdale. Boy, was I wrong. We had driven for hours, but he had told me we were still on his property. I looked around the hallway to find it deserted, and I wasn't going to stand around like a damsel waiting for her guard. I walked down the hall, my heels quickly making my ankles sore. I tore them off my feet and let my feet hit the carpeted floor instead. I let out a sigh, feeling relieved finally. Rounding the corner, I hit what at first I thought was a brick wall. Except it was breathing, I was looking up into the black eyes of a stranger. It was apparent he was a werewolf. His height and build gave him away swiftly. At closer inspection, you could see the sharp features he adorned, another dead giveaway of his true identity. He was attractive, this was undeniable, but not as beautiful as Klayden in my eyes. I find myself paralyzed, a tight grip wraps around my arm, and I am pulled against the wall. Girls like you shouldn't be around here alone. It is like there is a frog caught in my throat suddenly. I open my mouth to speak, only to let my jaw hang silently. And then he sniffed me. I leaned backwards as his lips came closer to my mark, inhaling my scent. Interesting. By the looks of you, I would have thought you were human. I finally got the confidence to push him off me. I stepped back into the middle of the hallway, but I wasn't done with him. My eyes narrow accusingly at the man. What do you mean? I am human, I spat out. A smirk lifted the corners of his mouth. A chuckle echoed off the walls of the halls. The only thing filling them was the painting on the walls. Where the heck was Klayden? You are partially human. I can tell by the way your heart beats. However, much more of you is filled by magic. I felt it when I touched you. I have felt it before, but there is no way. I did the thing I least expected. I stepped forward. What does it feel like? Tell me. I quiz. Not a what, a who, and if I am right you already know who I am talking about. And then he looked sideways, glancing down the still empty hallway and quickly paced away without another word. Of course, he had heard Isaiah coming. Only seconds later had he made an appearance. I expected him to look like his classic goofy self, but he looked polished instead. A navy suit, combed hair, I was no longer looking at a stereotypical frat boy on steroids. I was now looking at a man. I forget sometimes that he is the beta of one of the biggest packs in the world. I wonder how old he is? He finally cracked a smile, and I saw my friend once again. Addie, it looks like you've just seen a ghost. Perk up, you're going to be fine. Come on, Klayden is waiting. I am pulled down the hallway, and I feel like the eyes of the paintings follow me. I shake, my nerves growing as the sounds of voices increase. I am thankful when the voices don't stop as we enter. I didn't need that moment, not now. Klayden's eyes immediately found mine. He was talking to a tiny woman who looked so delicate I could break her with one finger. Yet, her beauty was incomparable. I had never seen such elf-like features. Pointed ears, a sharp nose that seemed to hook upwards at the end. It doesn't take long for him to be standing in front of me. Who is that? I asked, and you could almost hear the jealousy dripping through my tone. That is what happens when someone is a full witch. The magic changes a person over time, especially when the magic isn't natural. Beryl is no one you need to worry about. Klayden reassures me quietly. I scoff at the name. Beryl. I am no longer worried. That couldn't threaten me. I take a good look at my mate. He looked put together. He always did, but this was different. He radiated power. It was like he could turn it off and on around me, or maybe I was just able to look past it most of the time. I glanced around and noticed a few pairs of eyes on us. My heart fluttered in my chest when I saw their gaze lower as it reached mine. It hadn't fully hit me yet that I was a Luna. I felt his hand on my back. It was like I could feel every nerve from every fingertip connecting with my skin. I am led into a dining hall with the most enormous chandelier. It was the first thing that had caught my attention. After sitting in my room all day while Klayden went to meetings, this was my first time truly taking in the beautiful mansion we were in. Mansion wasn't even the right word. This was a palace. There was one table in the center, large enough to fit 100 people. Nerves hit my stomach. How many people were here? I relied on Klayden's hand to keep me upright. I had put my shoes back on before entering the hall and had been unsteady ever since. Our seats were marked with small cards, reminding me of Christmas dinners that I used to have with my family. My fake family. When I was little, I always made a seating chart for get-togethers so everyone could sit beside whoever they wanted, and the thought made me sad. I could feel the corners of my mouth fall as I took my seat. I hadn't noticed until that second that we were at the end of the table, with Klayden at the head. My expression instantly changed to one of shock, my jaw hanging open. This reaffirms to me how significant Klayden was in the werewolf world. He was literally the first werewolf ever created. It made me feel even more out of my element. I felt his hand squeeze mine under the table, but his expression remained stone-like. I thought that it was probably because he couldn't have any of his direct subordinates see him being soft, so he was gentle when they weren't, throughout examining both of us from the head of the table. The table became more crowded by the minute. I was soon standing, constantly shaking too many hands and being introduced, although I would never remember everyone's name. I started sweating a couple of minutes in. The stress was probably evident on my face. People are congratulating me and Klayden, and I let him do most of the talking. The thing that made me the most uncomfortable was the bowing. It seemed like everyone would dip their head in our presence. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. At first, I tried to curtsy back, but Klayden pulled me back up by my back and gave me a soft look that clearly said no. He hadn't told me how to act, and it made me frustrated silently. I made a fool of myself in front of all these people because Klayden had clear communication problems. I finally got to sit again after what felt like an hour, and I could hear my stomach rumbling. I clamped my hand over it to stop the noises. As if that will do anything, Adina, I chastised myself through my thoughts. I give Klayden the side eye, but he is having a conversation with someone to his left. I tried to remember their name, but I couldn't. I decided to tune out, and when I heard the sounds of the doors opening, I let out a sigh of relief. Food, finally. However, it was not the food. It was wolves. They busted through the door. It seemed like there were dozens, and they took no moment to stop before attacking. Klayden's hand gripped mine again. Wolves, Adina. Not werewolves, real wolves. She must be here. She is the only one who can control them like this. Klayden's voice trails off as he takes a step forward, releasing my hand. A growl shook the room, and even I shook with fear until I realized that it had come from Klayden. I knew he wouldn't hurt me. An arrow flew through the air, its tip gleaming in the lights. However, the werewolf's quick reaction time proved helpful when Isaiah jumped in front of me. The arrow hit him square in the chest, the height of my head, where the arrow was truly aimed. He let out a hiss in pain before plucking it out as if it were an annoying feather. I looked up to find the source of the shot, and there she was. The moon goddess, Artemisia, was on top of the chandelier with her bow and arrow aimed at me. However, it was the blood that caught my attention. It was on the walls, on the table, dripping off the chandelier. The sight made me shudder. Yet, when I looked back up, she was gone, hidden. It made me swell with hope. She was scared. It was the only reason she had come for me. She knew that if it were the other way around, she would be dead. Howls filled the air, but another arrow did not attempt to shoot me down. Artemisia must have known this was a losing battle and fled. Still, Isaiah practically lay on top of me, so that none of my body was exposed to harm. It made me sad. All the other mates and Lunas were fighting because they were all wolves. It was not the first time in the night that I realized that I was the odd one out. I peeked out from behind Isaiah's shoulder, trying to find my mate. I couldn't fully gather the scene around me, but it wasn't the real wolves who were scaring me. It was Klayden. His eyes shone as he transitioned between human and wolf, almost too fast to be caught by the human eye. His claws raked through the beasts like jello, and it made the remainder of the contents in my stomach come rushing back up, spilling on the carpet beside me and Isaiah, even though the carpet was already soaked in blood. The wolves weren't even getting to touch him before they were dead. The other alphas and betas fought alongside, mainly in human form, but did not release an aura quite like Klayden's. His strength was immeasurable. I was dry heaving, hands and knees on the ground, when I noticed the silence. It filled the air with heavy breathing. I could smell blood. Anyone wouldn't need supernatural powers for that. It created a layer of rusty salt that seemed to hang in the room. I expect Klayden to come over and wrap himself around me, never letting me go. Even surrounded by the bodies of 100 wolves, that was all I needed. Instead, he pushed Isaiah to the side, grabbed my shoulders, and yanked me up, staring me dead in the eyes. His hands lay resting on my shoulders as he looked me square in the eyes. I can't do this anymore. If you are seriously going to kill the moon goddess, we have to come up with a better plan, because we will not win like that again. He gestured to the room around him. We got lucky. That was just a warning from her. I can't believe this happening. He was pacing in front of me as he continued. You could die, Adina, which means I will die. I cannot live in a world without you. The thought seemed to cause him pain, as his face drew into a slight grimace, his eyes beginning to water. I wanted to reach out and grab him, but I refrained. Tears also welled up in my eyes at his pain and my own. I felt useless, fragile, and human. But I'm not human, which somehow made it worse. I had power and no ability to use it. No words escape my lips as I blubber in front of the only man I have ever truly loved. My bottom lip is quivering. I'm taking you to train, was his curt response to my silence as he held me. I found my voice, but my words just made me seem stupid. I didn't want to be the confused human anymore. Train how? Klayden, you aren't making any sense. I whispered with tears in my eyes. He stepped close to me, his arms encircling my body. I felt his front press into mine. It made me want to melt, but it also made me want to rip off every piece of fabric between our skin. To train with magic, so you can fight. Chapter 36. With the news traveling fast of Artemisia's attack on all the leaders amongst everyone who had been present, it had been decided collectively that a few would stay on our territory. The news and gossip were hush-hush, and we knew as leaders to keep this significantly damaging information on the down low. It wasn't to be discussed. Some were so frightened they bid us goodbye immediately after the commotion, and others didn't want to be involved in something so dark. They couldn't accept their precious moon goddess was actually a psychopath, I thought bitterly. No one had died during the attack, thankfully. There were lots of injuries and a bloody mess to clean up, but the leaders of the strongest packs globally had managed to fight Artemisia wolves off. I wanted to guess the entire thing was a small warning from Artemisia. She wanted me to stop. This just fueled my passion to end her nightmare regime once and for all. 2 people were explicitly requested to stay on our territory by Klayden, and of course, they were the 2 people I had most disliked from the ball. Beryl and the strange man I had a brief encounter with, who told me I wasn't really human. It was weird because, although I know I'm not human anymore, I am unsure of how he had sensed it. Maybe that is why he is one of the people Klayden wanted to stay behind. They had slept in one of the empty wings of the Packhouse mansion, and I had no idea how long they would be. Currently, a lot of us are behind the Packhouse in a large training field. I hadn't bothered much with this particular part of it. I never felt the need to train here amongst wolves who could easily shred me to pieces. But alas, Klayden deemed this training necessary, and finally, that is something we could agree on. As of recently, Klayden now knows the darkness that makes up Artemisia and understands why she is not fit for her role as a goddess. I was wearing my trusty black leggings and a white tank top, paired with my favorite black and white shoes. The tank top was admittedly quite tight around my chest, and as I entered the field, I felt very self-conscious. It didn't help when the stranger had blatantly checked me out, earning a loud warning growl from Klayden. Klayden had ordered pack members to stay clear of the training fields for the day, but gave no proper explanation for it. Perks of being an alpha, I suppose. A select few knew some of the information, like Isaiah and Lenore, although I had barely scratched the surface when I had informed them some time ago. The sky was gray and the field was slightly foggy, dropping my mood before the day had even begun, really. Right now, there were only Beryl, Klayden, the strange man, and I standing on the field ready to talk. Feeling newly confident, I decided to confront the stranger once again. Are you going to give me your name this time? Or just insult me a bit more beforehand? I spit. My attitude was not lost on the ears around me as Klayden glared at the man and Beryl snorted at my words. I'll probably just insult you a bit more beforehand, human. The man chuckles, showing the laugh lines beside his eyes as he does so. I'm kidding, relax. I'm Alpha Paxson. Klayden snarls at his blatant disrespect towards me, and my eyes narrow. The Alpha Ball happens annually, so I'm sure you two will get to know each other better eventually. Klayden sighs and continues. Beryl, Pax, I wanted you two to talk to Adina about the magic she possesses. Pax had approached me at the ball and told me he had felt a darkness within you, Adina. Dark magic has severe consequences, and you need to be educated on it, he says while looking at me. Why are we out here then? Why am I wearing fitness clothes? I exclaim. You told me I would be training. You will be. This sort of thing takes patience. I'll be right here the whole time in the pack house. Klayden says, assuringly and gently, take my hand. We both look towards Alpha Paxson and Beryl, who silently watch our exchange in boredom. Okay, I start. Who wants to start? The three of us stay on the field for what feels like hours. Why are you two so willing to help me? You know I'm trying to kill Artemisia, right? I tell them as we all sit cross-legged in a circle. That's not a problem for me. I may be a wolf, but I've had my fair share of encounters with the she-devil, Alpha Paxson says. That's how I could feel the magic you possess within you. Her essence. I wasn't aware it was that obvious, I tell him, offended and slightly alarmed. It's not, only to those who have felt her power before. Oh, and witches too. He smirks at Beryl, and she turns her nose up in disgust. So, what are we out here doing? How are you two going to train me? I ask both of them incredulously. Beryl turns her attention towards me, and for a moment, I am struck by her elf-like features yet again. Klayden wants you to stay far the hell away from dark magic. I say, we harness its power. This could work in your favor and be the key to finally overthrowing Artemisia, she tells me with an eyebrow raised. Pax, wouldn't you agree? She asks him without breaking eye contact with me. Pax? Is that a nickname? I ask. Only for my friends. So, you can call me Paxson, he says, stretching his arms over his head to showcase his massive muscles under his tight gray shirt. I roll my eyes at him in response. Although I normally wouldn't want to go against Klayden's wishes, I think you're right, Beryl, he says. The darkness you have in you and already there. We can help you feed off it, yet control it. Will you ever tell me why you know so much about this? I ask him. Maybe another time. Maybe in another story, he says. But this is your battle, your story. Let's focus on you. His words are cryptic and don't make sense to me, but I shrug and move on from them. It's time for me to win this thing. Where do we start? I ask Beryl. Well, she says. Do you have anything that may possess dark magic? Something we can practice on. Oh my God, I tell her while shaking my head. I have the perfect thing. I will have to go get it. Is there a place we could start meeting? This field just isn't doing it for me. You're familiar with the witch's house in the forest on the outskirts of Myersdale? The broken-down hut you and Klayden had visited. I nod. We will not disrupt the witch if we only use the house for fundamental reasons. We won't make a sacrifice to nature, so once we go inside it will stay the beat-up shack it is. I didn't bother asking her how she knew that Klayden and I had visited Elena. She was a witch, one of dark magic. I'm sure she had her ways. That is fine, I tell her and Paxson, who just sits watching us with narrowed eyes. Both of you, meet me there in an hour. After retrieving the small red book, I made my way to the hut that Beryl had suggested. The small, broken-down shack was no less creepy than the first time Klayden and I had ventured to it, and the moss that had been there before still lay there unscathed. It still amazes me how Elena has concealed her own home within such a different perception. I step onto the creaky wooden floorboards and push on the door, which has already been left open. The small hut was small, and immediately my eyes found Beryl and Paxson sitting lazily on the dirty floor, undoubtedly covered in old dust and dirt. You're late, Beryl muses, and I scoff. By a literal minute. Let's get on with this, I say while tossing the red book towards her. Easily, she catches it and examines it thoroughly. Have you ever seen it before? I ask. Only in my dreams, she says. But I do know what lay inside of it. Ember. You know him? I ask in confusion and slight shock. Is he even someone we should be letting out of the book? I finish quietly. Of course. If he were a bad warlock, then I wouldn't allow it. He, as well as I, have tampered with unnatural magic, and this is indeed one. I can feel the darkness of it just from my fingertips. So Artemisia used dark magic to trap him in it, I say. And we need to use dark and unnatural magic to get him out, I'm guessing? Paxson groans from the other side of the room. I roll my eyes in annoyance at his boyish words. Why is he even here again? I hiss quietly to Beryl. He has similar knowledge to dark magic as I do. Also, he can physically train you as well as mentally to prepare you for all the steps you need to complete to become the next moon goddess, she says. I have werewolf hearing, you know? Paxson says sarcastically. I look between the two of them and gulp as my next train of thought comes soaring out of nowhere. Did Klayden tell you then? About the process I have to do before rightfully taking Artemisia's spot? I ask. If you're talking about how you need to collect a bunch of missing and scattered souls, yes, we know, Beryl says, and Paxson nods his head in agreement with a bored expression on his face. I'm a witch, so I know these things. Spirits talk. And I'm friends with witches, and we know they all like to gossip. Paxson winks towards Beryl, and she responds with a scowl. I'm beginning to realize these two aren't very fond of one another. How are we going to free Ember? I ask Beryl as she gently lays the red book down. I watch as she pulls out a few candles from a small clutch she had been carrying and lays them down in a circle around it. Raising her hand swiftly, the candles start burning. I gasp as I witness the magic before me, and Paxson rolls his eyes. I have matches on me. No need for theatrics, Beryl, he says. And take the fun out of it? She asks and sends a wink my way, although my mouth lay agape. We need to harness dark magic to free him. Do something so unnatural it disrupts nature's magical balance and gives us what we seek. I have no idea what you're talking about. Pax? Beryl asks, straightening some of the candles in her tiny circle. He sighs and gets up to leave, pulling my arm and dragging me outside with him. You have to kill something, he tells me. Immediately, I shake my head. No way. You are the who needs to collect the missing piece, so you have to be the one to destroy the book. This means following every order we tell you. My lip trembles as I recall my very first kill, the wolf. The turmoil had eaten through me, and I barely survived. How was I to do this again? However, I knew I had to. For the greater good, I repeat and tell myself. What do I have to kill? I ask Paxson as I straighten up my shoulders. Anything, really. The death just has to be executed through malicious intent and boom. Qualifies as unnatural, he tells me. Like an animal? I shudder as we start to walk around the forest and away from the small hut. Or a person, he says. You know, if I strain my excellent werewolf hearing just enough, I think I can hear someone running down a trail. Shall we? He winks and holds out his hand. Charming, I spat out sarcastically. This is actually hard for me. I'm not a soulless monster. Not yet, he murmurs, but I hear it anyway. I ignore him and speed up our walk, briskly pacing into nowhere. I look around and am dumbfounded when I can't find a single living creature. You're being too loud, Paxson remarks as he leans against a tree coolly. To kill a prey, you gotta think like a predator. What do? I whisper. I'll catch, but you have to kill. Chapter 37. I'll catch, but you have to kill. The words cut through me like a knife. I felt like a stalker as I was forced to crouch. I am shocked when I turn my head and Beryl is in the tree, blending in with all the greenery. In fact, her pointed features made her look like she was a creature emerging from the trees. She had even taken the book with her, and it was clutched in her slim arms. I shivered. I hadn't even seen her move. Paxson was crouched behind me as he whispered in my ear. Now, you gotta move nice and slow. I swatted at his head at the insinuation. It was definitely meant to come across as dirty. With the wag, he wagged his eyebrows to me. I could hear Beryl's soft giggle from above me. I rolled my eyes and started to walk, still hunched over, being careful to avoid all the twigs that lay beneath my feet. I kept moving, unsure of what we were even hiding from until I heard it. Breathing, uneven, as if it were running. Heavy sounds of something inhaling and exhaling, more specifically, someone. A person. I could see their hair through the bushes and hear their feet hit the ground in a rhythmic pattern. It was my turn for my breathing to catch in my throat. No. I turned to Paxson, who was showing no emotion, a blank and bored expression on his face. Absolutely not. I took no caution, trying to be quiet, and I almost hoped I would scare this person away. Paxson looked at me almost expectantly. He knew I was going to react this way. What an ass. He chuckled and looked up at Beryl. The audacity he had to laugh at this situation. I crossed my arms in frustration at his taunting. I told you she wouldn't have the guts to kill a person. It wasn't even worth the try. Beryl's only response was to jump to another tree. I felt like my eyes were about to pop out of my head. I had seen more things break the rules of physics in the last hour than I had in my whole lifetime. I watched in shock and admiration. Witches and their tricks, Paxson muttered to himself before turning back to me. He was still crouched on the ground, whereas I was upright. The human had passed on the trail and was now far away. I breathed out a sigh of relief as Paxson pulled me back down again and turned my head to make me look through the bushes. I strained my eyes to see through the thick foliage. Don't worry, our prey is a little more furry. I am thankful to see a doe, her head nodding in front of her, eating. My relief shocked me. I was glad I didn't have to kill a person, but this animal was beautiful. The more I watched her, the more I noticed. Small things stuck out, like the soft browns and grays that contoured her body. Or her large eyes, with eyelashes so long that they draped over and brushed her cheekbones. Her sharp ears stuck up, turning in all directions, listening for any sign of danger. The irony struck me. I was the danger. Fear flooded throughout me. I didn't want to be a killer. But with this fear, a feeling of confidence followed. I knew what I had to do, and it was that confidence that scared me. Paxson interrupted my thoughts. That's the goddess in you. The natural instinct to hunt allows you to see the details you do. In order to hunt, you must be able to predict the behavior of the target. And so, we stalked. Beryl followed in the trees while we walked, crouched close to the ground. Paxson explained the plan to me as we went. We were going to split up when we got close enough. He would go for the back, catch the deer off guard, and hold his torso so I could make the kill. I only met his explanation with a silent nod. I was scared that if I opened my mouth, I would manage to talk myself out of it, and I needed the piece in the book badly. I knew when it was time. I guess it was just another hunter instinct. Paxson split off towards the back, and I continued on my path but took extra caution. We were within 5 yards now of the doe. We had to be careful not to alert her to our presence. I looked up to see Beryl watching, the book still clutched in her arms. I stopped. I was now directly in front of the doe, crouching in the leaves. I oversaw her as she continued to eat. She had no idea. I looked across the wooded area, making eye contact with Paxson. I nodded my head and gulped. It was now or never. The deer would not stay oblivious forever. Even though I gave the command, I was still shocked when Paxson leapt forward and landed on the animal. He seemed to be in half-wolf, half-human form, only claws and fangs protruding. I heard the animal's cry, causing me to wince. I stood, emerging from the leaves. I took in the scene before me. Paxson looked like he was giving the deer a hug from behind. He had his arms around the legs of the doe, pulling them into the stomach to keep them from kicking. His chest against her back, rendering her immobile. The deer was trying to break free, but it was just causing her more pain. I could hear the cracks. But what disturbed me the most was the fear on her face. It was like a crying baby, so innocent, unable to help itself. It took everything in me not to turn away. Hurry up, Paxson grunted out as he adjusted his grip. His eyes met my wide ones. I looked down at myself. I didn't know what to do next. I had nothing to kill the deer with. I looked helplessly down at the ground of the forest. Bending, I ran my hands frantically across the dirt. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but I came up empty-handed. You have to do it with your bare hands. Beryl hurriedly called out from somewhere in the canopy of leaves above us. She must have seen my panic-stricken attempt to find a weapon. Do it. Paxson screamed at me while he held the doe steady in his grasp. I could see his muscles straining, and sweat dripped down his forehead. He couldn't hold her still for much longer as the creature thrashed. I walked up and closed my eyes. I had to let my newfound instincts take over. Before I knew it, I had her head in my hands, and in a quick, swift motion, with strength I didn't know I had, I snapped her neck backwards, pushing its head into its back. A sickening crack filled the air, only to be followed by silence. I didn't look, but I could feel the body go slack. I could hear Paxson let it fall to the ground. And I could taste a foul ball filling up in the back of my throat. How had I just done that? The kill and then the recoil. I stepped backwards, pushing myself up against a tree trunk. I thought I was going to break as I finally brought myself to open my eyes, but I felt an overwhelming satisfaction run through my veins. I stood many feet away from the doe. The eyes are still open. A ripple ran through my body, and now I wasn't too sure if it was from disgust or satisfaction. I heard Paxson shout and holler joyfully as he hovered over the carcass, a broad grin on his face. Paxson grabbed at the deer and sank his fangs into the hide. I expected him to rip out a large chunk, but instead, he left everything intact. His eyes grew dark as he let the blood drip off his teeth. He reached down to the puncture wound and let the blood seep across his hand. Before I could comprehend, he bounded over to me, and his hand was smearing the blood across my face. I gagged. I turned and only managed to make it 2 steps before vomiting. The putrid smell of rust and salt filled my nose. Blood. It only made me empty my stomach again. I felt a soft crunch in the ground beside me. I looked over to see a pair of small feet. Beryl. No time for that, she said as she grabbed my arm and pulled me towards my kill. My emotions were on a high. It felt like I was fighting myself, torn in two. The red book was shoved into my hands. It was open to a page without a drawing, a rarity. But it was in a different language. Beryl was frantically soaking up the blood and spread it on me as well as across the pages. Instead of covering over the ink, the blood seemed to make the writing pop, as if the foreign letters were floating off the page. Well, what are you waiting for, girl? Read. I looked up to see Paxson and Beryl watching me. What? I don't even know what language this is, I can't, I said firmly and tried to hold out the book to them in a mere attempt to show them. However, when I looked down at the writing again, I gasped. It was now in English. I glanced up to see Beryl smirking. The forest was scarily silent. Nothing in nature should be this quiet. However, I knew that what we were doing was anything but natural. I began to read. Your blood turns black and the flesh turns blue. I will curse you if you force me to. With the blood gone black and the flesh blue. The evil you sent will come back to you. My soul is now clean and yours is on fire. You mess with a witch. You get burned a liar. The words created a hum, one that seemed to fill the air. I knew these words were those of Ember. I was summoning him using the power of my kill. I looked up, unsure of what to do next, but found that I was alone. Paxson and Beryl disappeared as if they were never there. I whipped my head around and cried out. Paxson! I screamed. When I turned back around, I come face to face with a man. His nose was almost touching mine. A scream tears from my throat, and I instinctively step back. I trip, my bottom slamming into the ground. I looked up, awed by the man in front of me. He is beautiful despite his odd appearance. His hair was a striking shade of blue, and he stood tall, almost as tall as Klayden. He had strong features like a werewolf, but his upturned eyes and large, pouted lips set him apart. He had a confident air around him that felt familiar. He felt like Desiree. It made me wonder if this man was just a warlock. He stood over me and looked me up and down before speaking. Before we go back, I must warn you, Adina, even though I will thank you for my freedom with the piece of Artemisia's soul, you will also pay a price. Dark magic will never be taken lightly in this world. I will not warn you to stay away, but I will warn you that with each spell there will be a sacrifice and a personal cost. His words struck me, but I had no time to react before I felt a similar spinning sensation. However, I couldn't place where I knew it from. And then I was being pulled back up by Paxson. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere. However, his touch on my arm burned, and I pulled it out of his grasp. Everywhere burned. Yet, my skin didn't feel hot. It felt like the fire was in me, like my blood was being boiled. I let out a hiss as I stood up, trying to shake off the horrible feeling. The red book was on the ground. I felt drawn to it, a pull similar to the one I had felt with the pocket watch. I bent down and picked it up, only for everything to go black. My head hit the hard ground of the forest. Adina. Adina, wake up. I hear Beryl saying as she shakes me. I groaned as I sat up, dirt embedded in my skin. I took the pain away, Beryl stated as she walked away from me, back towards Paxson. She was right. I felt no indication that I had just passed out. I braced my hands against the ground and pushed myself up. I looked up to meet Beryl's wide eyes. She backed into Paxson, who didn't even notice because he was staring at me. They were so entranced looking at me, they didn't even see him. Ember was standing behind them. My eyes met his face, and he brought his index finger to his lips, telling me not to alert them to his presence. I tore my eyes away from his, and I watched him turn and walk away. What? I said, anger in my voice, bringing my attention back to the two people in front of me. I was expecting a physical change after collecting the piece of soul, but this reaction indicated something far more. Your hair, Paxson said, looking as if his eyes were about to pop out of his head. I reached up and grabbed a chunk, bringing it in front of my face. It was white, just like Artemisia. It was a striking white, one that would surely glow at night. Yet, that isn't what caught my attention. As I reached up, I glanced at my skin, my arms not hidden by my tank top. I brought my arms down in front of my face, turning them over and over to make sure I wasn't imagining things. The blood running in my veins shone through my pale skin, and it was black. My price. Chapter 38. I lay with Klayden. I just wanted to be close to him. After I had left the forest, the reality of everything started to sink in, and his presence was the only thing that could start to calm me. I had picked the red book off the forest floor and could feel that it no longer held power. It was now tucked away in one of my bags. I didn't want to think about it anymore. It had caused too much trouble. As I lay in his arms, I wondered where Ember had gone. I didn't think about it for too long because something inside me told me that I would be seeing him again soon. I hope you physically shivered at the thought. Currently, I am wearing a turtleneck and leggings despite Klayden's chest being a constant source of heat. I couldn't have him seeing my veins yet. He kissed my new hair, breathing in the scent. Initially, he was disturbed by the drastic change. He didn't like that I was becoming more like her, but I think it grew on him. Are you not hot? Klayden whispered huskily as he pulled at the collar of my shirt. I knew what he wanted, but I wasn't in the mood. And I wasn't ready to explain about my blood. I didn't answer the question. Tell me a story, I sighed as I nudged my head against Klayden's chest. Okay, close your eyes, he said as he stroked my hair. I could feel his eyes on my face, watching my expression and waiting for me to follow his command. I do, letting my eyelids fall, giving me a much-needed relief. He clears his throat softly before beginning. Once upon a time, there was a royal family who ruled over a great deal of land. They had a little boy who was in line to one day rule the kingdom. The little boy lived a lavish childhood in his palace, growing up with nothing but the best. And when his parents died, he was ready to take over. However, the day that he was meant to take the throne, something happened. He was out, walking on the grounds, when a wolf attacked him. He was left there, struggling for his life, when a girl approached him. She had a bow and arrow on her back and striking white hair. She told him that she was a goddess. She explained what was happening to him, explained that he had been destined to become more than a ruler. He was destined to become an alpha. And when he finally changed into a wolf, he knew she was right. When he changed back to his human form, he was different. Stronger, with heightened senses, and his features had morphed into her perfect design. Soon, every night, people in the village of Myersdale were attacked and bitten by these special wolves the moon goddess had created. It was the birth of werewolves. Eventually, the attacks stopped, but the children born with the same characteristics as their parents changed into werewolves as they grew older. It was the start of the race that eventually began to split off and venture out, creating different bloodlines and new packs. Yet, over it all, an alpha watched his kingdom grow, and waited for his queen. I could feel Klayden's hot breath against my head, but it felt like I had stopped breathing. At first, The story made me jealous and then sad, but in the end, I felt content. I was going to become his queen so we could rule together. And with that thought, I drifted off to sleep. That was until I was awakened by a growl that shook the room. I could feel a breeze on my legs. I sat up quickly and rubbed my eyes, only to meet the bewildered face of Alpha Klayden. You were overheating and tossing around, so I was going to change you, he growled, his voice so quiet I almost didn't hear him. Adina, what the hell is this? I looked down, although I already knew what he saw, the dark black veins shining through my skin. We sat at the island counter located in Klayden's kitchen. I held a cup of tea in my hands, the heat traveling through the ceramic mug and into my skin. I didn't mind the feeling, anything to take my mind off the two horrors occurring all over my body. Klayden lay opposite me, no cup in his hand, on the other side of the island counter. His body was leanly, slouchingly on the side of the island, and his arms crossed around his body. His eyes narrowed in on me, calculating. What was running through his mind? You told me you wanted a drink before your explanation. Now he motions with his hands towards me, exasperated. Please tell me what is going on, Adina. There are so many horrible ideas that are racing in my head, and I don't know what's worse. If I don't ever find out the truth, or if I do, he says more softly. I guess this is fitting, I hum and look around absent-mindedly. I am drinking tea while also about to spill the tea. What? Never mind. I roll my eyes at my own attempt at joking around with him. However, Klayden, this is going to be hard for me to explain. And even harder for you to hear. I trail off, gulping at my own confession. You're scaring me, Klayden whispers from the other side of the counter. He grips his hair with his hands, lightly fisting it in frustration. I just noticed how it has grown a bit longer, and how well it really suits him compared to the previous shorter look. Promise you won't be mad? I ask him, nervously biting my lip and placing my still hot tea on the island counter. I promise, he grits with a slight growl. I think he was more frustrated with the situation, rather than with me. At least that is what I hope. Okay. I may have dabbled in some dark magic, I tell him with a slight grimace. I watch as his eyes grow to the size of saucers. Before he gets a chance to speak, I quickly interrupt. This is the side effect, I guess. Through my veins, this blackness flows. I know, it's repulsive. I lower my head in shame and purse my lips together. This was my consequence. Klayden snakes his way over to me and wraps his arms around me, completely surprising me with his sudden fondness. I was expecting anger, not care. You aren't angry? I ask him, a single tear sliding down my cheek. He uses his thumb and pads it across my face, wiping the small tear away gently. Of course I'm angry. He scolds while still holding me against him. I lean into his warmth, his touch easing my anxiety, although he is a contributing factor to my mass stress. You so clearly went against my wishes whilst working with Beryl and Alpha Paxson. But I'm just glad you told me. Unnatural magic always has consequences, but I'm sure there is a loophole. There always is, isn't there? Even if there isn't, I would still love you for the way you are. I freeze in my spot. My heart rate picks up and is jackhammering away inside my chest, and I am pretty sure that Klayden can hear it pounding away. Did he say that he loves me? Are my ears deceiving me? You love me. I whisper, all the while knowing the Alpha can hear me abundantly clear as day. Adina Hayes, I am completely, unequivocally, and unconditionally in love with you. Dark veins and all? I whisper, looking up into his eyes that had a want that matched my own. Dark veins and all, he whispers back and leans down to kiss me. Before our lips meet, I whisper back to him. I love you too. Oh God. Klayden. I moan, my back arching off his bed. He moves against me a few more times, sloppily rocking his body against mine until he stills, finishing with a slight grunt beside my ear. His chest pants heavily, and a thin sheen of sweat covers both of us. He gently moves away and tosses the protection into a small garbage bin beside his bed. The protection was a good call this time. I do not want children anytime soon, although something tells me that Klayden would be more than happy to see me fully round and pregnant. You're amazing, he whispers and places a chaste kiss on my shoulder. I can feel him turn onto his back, one arm slouched behind me and the other behind his head. He looked relaxed, content. Considering the circumstances I have been through lately, especially with the recent conflict in my relationship with Klayden, I needed to mend things. Being with a man built like God himself felt greedy somehow, though, like I had more important things to be doing, like saving the world from a villain like Artemisia. However, as my breathing is finally coming back to normal after the mind-blowing experience I just had, it slips my mind for the moment. This was the second time we made love tonight. I smiled to myself, although I'm not sure if he can see me. I made him turn off the lights. I didn't want to be judged, although we both love and respect each other. I couldn't help but feel self-conscious about the black veins running through my entire body. Klayden may have been startled by them at first, but soon enough, he was whispering sweet nothings into my ear. He told me how much he loved me, cherished me, wanted me. The moment was over now, and all I had now was time to reminisce on when I didn't have ugly, black lines cascading down my arms. I blink the tears away and hope Klayden can't smell them, because I really just wasn't up for another one of his pep talks. Really, I had myself to blame. Beryl and Paxson were contributing factors to the unforeseen events that followed, but I am the sole carrier of the burden. These weren't even my most significant issues right now, Ember. He was. He had disappeared out of nowhere, leaving me with the peace of soul, but also leaving me with these consequences flowing darkly through my skin. He had told me, "You will pay a price," and I so clearly have. This was my personal cost, and what's worse, I have no idea how Artemisia will react once she knows he is out. He seemed significant. I mean, Artemisia literally trapped him inside a book, and a few people had known about him, but did not dare speak of it. I want to know who the hell he is. I stand up, out of bed in the dark, and blindly make my way to the shower. Klayden reaches for me right before I open the door to the bathroom and pulls him into his naked body. My body molds into his so perfectly, every curve of my body tucking into his. "Want company?" He whispers sensually in my ear. I'm getting flashbacks to the first time we had sex, and I quickly shake my head. I wanted to focus for the rest of this day. We already went 2 rounds. Have I not tired you out enough? I tease. Klayden scoffs, and I can just hear the smile that is undoubtedly on his face at my manner. Who said anything about sex? He breathes into my ear, nuzzling my neck and placing a small kiss onto my mark. The actions make me shudder and my neck tingle, sending a warmth to my lower region. I also said no, I remind him with a teasing voice. Okay, Klayden says with a sigh, but I know he's smirking. You're right. No means no. With those final words, I take that as my cue to leave and shower. I take myself out of my warm embrace and enter the bathroom in the dark. Once I am inside and the door is shut, I turn on the lights and look at the mirror. I really shouldn't have. Aside from the few hickeys and love bites Klayden had pampered on my body during our lovemaking, I was horrified at just what I had become. I had never taken the time to see the monumental difference my body had undergone since arriving at Myersdale. Almost everything about me had changed. My looks, my personality, and especially the courses of my life. I didn't have much family, and I had only a handful of friends in this small place. I couldn't even recognize the girl before me anymore, and it brought deep sadness to me. Gulping, I step into the shower and turn the setting to heat. I sit down in the shower, my knees up to my chest. For a few minutes, I sit staring blankly at the wall, just blinking, allowing the water to soak my naked body thoroughly. My hair is sticking to my face and back, and I probably sit there until the water turns cold, doing absolutely nothing but existing. I take slow, deep breaths, filling my lungs, then exhale once more to bring me back to reality. As I step out of the shower, wrapping a towel that had been folded from a pantry around my body, I walk over to the mirror once again. The mirror had fogged up considerably due to the water in the atmosphere, and I used my hand to wipe a small circle on it. I stare into the small circle, which mirrors my reflection. I don't look like Adina Hayes anymore, so really, who am I? Chapter 39. I had thrown on another turtleneck and jeans, and was also sporting a black hat. In fact, my entire outfit was black by accident. Right now, I look like Kim Possible, except for the fact that I'm trying to become the rightful moon goddess. So I guess if Kim Possible were an heir to a god, we would have a lot more in common. Klayden had to leave to attend to some small pack business. Nothing important, he told me. In the meantime, I had leisurely taken my time and was now walking back to my apartment. As I make my way up to my door, I hear whispering, coming from inside my own apartment. I quickly thrust open the door, ready to confront the assailant, when I notice it's just Isaiah and Lenore. I still scrunch my eyes in confusion. How the hell did you guys get in here? It was locked. My eyes danced between the two of them, back and forth. The culprits don't look surprised and are both just lounging on my couch, Isaiah's arms slung across Lenore's shoulders while they watch a movie on my TV. Lenore whispers distractedly. She's clearly really engrossed in the film in front of her. They both ignore me, so I huff and make my way over and stand in front of my own TV, blocking their view of anything else. Aw man. Isaiah shouts and gets up from my couch. We literally just missed the best part. Thanks a lot. You're joking, right? I ask the two of them. You're in my apartment. Why couldn't you use your own TV? I pointedly ask Lenore. She pouts, and before she can respond, Isaiah butts in. It, got broken. During one of our encounters, he winks at me. I recoil from the two of them in disgust, and they both burst out laughing, smiling ear to ear at one another. These goofs, I roll my eyes at the thought. They are pretty cute together, though. You're both so annoying. And Isaiah. Why argue at the pack meeting? Klayden is, I shoot at him. It isn't that urgent, so I kind of just ditched it, he shrugs. Lenore nods in agreement. So you guys decided to hang out here? Fine, what are we watching? I joke. Lenore, go get the popcorn. Lenore gets up, and when she does, I watch Isaiah gaze at her with a small smile. As long as they're happy, I'm happy, I thought to myself. Isaac makes himself more comfortable on the couch while I sit down. So, you smell like something. Wow, I say sarcastically and lightly shoving him. You don't beat around the bush, eh? I'm sure if I had supernatural smelling I could say the same about you, I lightly tease. He hums in response, and a small laugh exits him. You're right. Well, intimacy, cuddling, kissing, the works. I knew they did a couple of things, but had they really considered one another a couple? The train of thought leaves my mind as Isaac cocks his head slightly, listening to something. What is it? I ask. He shakes his head in response. Nothing, I guess. A couple of minutes easily pass by, both of us just watching the film in front of us in a comfortable silence. Best friend goals. Lenore is taking forever, I huff. How hard is it to microwave some popcorn? I shake my head with a slight chuckle. I get off the couch and start walking to the kitchen. Hey Lenore. I'm going to be 100 years old by the time you finish cooking that popcorn, I joke as I round the corner into my kitchen. Lenore is facing away from me, toward my kitchen sink, completely silent. My eyebrows furrow in confusion, and just before I reach for her, she turns around, staggering. Red. Blood. Seeping from the front of her shirt, right under her breastbone. The shirt is soaked, and before I know it, Lenore falls onto both her knees, gasping for breath. A spurt of blood comes dripping out of her mouth, and she looks like she's choking. My lips tremble, and I scream so loud that I think the heavens can hear it. I drop to my own knees, soaking myself in her seeping blood, and bring her to my own body. 100. A voice whispers from behind me. You won't live nearly long enough. My vision blurs with tears, and seconds later, Isaiah bursts into the kitchen. His eyes are wide, and as soon as they lay on Lenore, a strangled cry comes from him. As I look to him, I see Artemisia smiling with a long and sharp blade in her hand. Her fingers are running down the blade of it, Lenore's blood all over her hands, the knife. Isaac is screaming, and Lenore tries to speak, but more blood comes out of her mouth. My whole body is trembling as I tenderly hand Lenore over to Isaac, and I stand to face Artemisia. His eyes are wild as he nods, and then looks back down to Lenore. I grab another knife off my counter and hold it up to her, trembling. My entire body was covered in Lenore's blood, which was still warm. I can hear Isaac mumbling, "You're going to be okay," over and over to Lenore. "I'm going to kill you." I scream with tears down my face to Artemisia. No, you aren't, Artemisia tells me with a mocking, solemn look. And I know what you have done. You shouldn't have done that, Adina, and now you will suffer. I don't wait for her to finish her sentence as I bring the knife forward, aiming to plunge it into her. I run forward and, like magic, she avoids my efforts and is on the opposite side of the room where I once was. My eyes quickly glance to the Lenore and Isaac on the floor, Lenore's blood masking every surface of my small kitchen. Isaac is frantically attempting to close her wound, and before I know it, Artemisia rapidly makes her way over to Isaac, hovering over his body. He lay on the floor covering Lenore's body, and in a matter of seconds, Artemisia plunged the knife into his back. No! I scream and run over. Artemisia vanished into thin air and leaves me with my two best friends. Isaac cries in agony, letting go of Lenore's body, but still holding onto her hand. I reach for them and look at Lenore, pulling her face into my hands. Her eyes are open, yet altogether void of any life. She was dead. The blood had pooled out of her stomach, and some was still out of her mouth. I turned from the sight and vomited on the floor. Heaving, I crawl over to Isaac, who lies screaming with his own blood oozing out of his back wounds. Wolfsbane. It's Wolfsbane. He screams. The blade was laced, it's poisonous. I leave the blade inside his back, hoping my decision is best, so he will not bleed out. Isaac, don't move, I sob as he wiggles and continues to scream in pain. I feel foreign arms begin to pull me up, and I grab onto Isaiah's hand, not letting go. The hands around me felt unfamiliar, and I swirled my head around to see who it was. Pack members. Isaiah must have pact mind-linked them, or they may have even heard our screams from inside my apartment. Myersdale was crawling with wolves, and a few were now in my apartment, surrounding the few of us. I'm hyperventilating as the situation is overwhelming me greatly, and I look to the wolves in panic. My dead best friend lies on the floor, and Isaiah as well, who has now passed out. I don't think he's breathing, one of the wolves lowly gasps, although I still hear it. However, those few words were the last I could hear before my eyes rolled to the back of my head and I fainted into darkness. Adina? Baby? I hear faintly, my mind all groggy. Can you hear me? They ask. I groan in response and tiredly peel open my eyes. I'm met with a bright light, which makes me automatically tense and squeeze my eyes shut briefly once more. What the H? I begin to say before my memories come flooding back. I gasp loudly and clutch my chest as I remember the pain of watching Lenore die, and Isaiah also lying on the ground. Frantically, my eyes look up to those of Klayden's, and he immediately knows what I'm saying without me having to communicate it through words. He's stable and in another room. We're at the Pack Hospital, a small urgent care center. We don't use it often due to the fact that Myersdale is mostly werewolves, but Isaiah was poisoned with wolfsbane. He isn't healing as well as hoped, but right now he is responding well. So he's okay? My eyes are searching for Klayden's. I wouldn't say he's okay, he whispers back to me. Just now, I'm realizing the toll this has also taken on Klayden. He must have been called home immediately following this incident, but Pack business is the least of my concerns. His red eyes that are slightly swollen indicate to me that he had been crying recently, and I bring my hand and put it in his. And Lenore? I ask, although I know the answer. Klayden doesn't reply, and instead solemnly shakes his head. My lower lip trembles in despair, and I fight back another sob. This had to be some dream. My best friend gone. Lenore was a spitfire, a ball of light amidst the darkness that ensued. She had been one of the first people to befriend me here, despite our differences, truly. She invited me everywhere with open arms and a contagious smile, the one that always made you smile back. She was the type of girl to have wishful dreams about her mate and their uniting one day. Their house full of kids that she chases around while laughing. I end my trail of thought as hot tears spill down my cheeks. Klayden uses his thumb to gently wipe them away as his own eyes begin to well up. We both hold each other, and he gently slides into the bed with me. He positions himself behind me so he's spooning me, and we both just sniffle in our own thoughts. But we still had each other. Isaiah, I whisper as I walk into his room. He's lying on one of the beds, his upper torso completely bare and the rest under the blankets. I can see a sheen of sweat coating him as his head lazily turns to me. He cracks a half smile, but I know the pain lingering in his eyes. It probably mirrors my own. "Hey Addie," he says lowly as he blinks really slowly. "Remember when we met? How crazy has our adventure been, eh?" I stalk closer to him and grab one of his hands, squeezing it warmly. He's trembling. "Our adventure has only just begun," I declare. "Do you remember when we first met at that store? I told you to be careful. How some of us bite," I nod, remembering. "I guess some of us get stabbed too." He winces and sweat pools at his brows. A mixture of a sob and a laugh comes from me. Only he would try to make a joke out of such a horrendous situation. "Where is she?" Isaiah asks, his eyes boring into mine with a scrutiny. We both knew who he was talking about. We both knew she was dead. "Her body is at the morgue," I whisper as tears spill. His face twists in agony, and a sob releases from him. He clutched his chest in pain, taking quick breaths and hyperventilating. "Isaiah, stop. Your body can't handle this." I shout, tears spilling down my own face as I try to hold on to him. My hands leave his, and I grab his face, turning him to look at me. His hands cradle up to his chest as he sobs, and I let his head rest on my chest, pulling him to me as I now lie beside him. I start to stroke his head gently as he cries, and I'm releasing my own shaky breath. "I loved her," he lowly whispers after a while. His body is trembling from the poison still and his own grief. "She wasn't mine, but I loved her." "Not everything is black and white," I whisper back. Fresh tears coat his face as he looks up to me and blinks. "Addie, you mean a lot to me. I know you've really just come into our lives this past year, but you've changed things, Myersdale." "Klayden. The pack." Me, I squeeze him tighter. I never want to let him go. Just don't. I can't sit here and listen to you say these things. "You aren't saying goodbye," I whisper to him. "We can talk about this when you're all healed." "Have the doctors given you anything? Some sort of medicine to stop this?" I ask as my eyebrows crease in concern. He slowly nods in understanding, yet when his eyes meet mine, I see that he is also withdrawing something from me. "They gave me something for the pain," is all he replies. "And the cure?" I press, my puffy red eyes staring deep into his. "There isn't one," a voice calls from the door of the room we were in. My head snaps towards the pink hair she bore and her uncanny black outfit. I immediately look back toward Isaiah, who seems relaxed. He knew. "There's no cure," I whisper in horror. "Desiree, you have to do something. Even some things are out of my control." This was his Desiree. "He was poisoned by wolfsbane," she says lowly, shaking her head in sympathy towards the two of us. "Do something," I scream. Desiree purses her lips, and a harsh sigh comes out. She glides to where I was leaning over Isaiah and puts her hands on his face. "Isaiah," she starts. "Ask me anything. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you." My mouth drops open at her insinuation. She was giving him a final death wish. His eyes shoot to mine before darting back to her. I stand up and walk to the door to give him some privacy. I slightly close the door, but leave just enough of an opening to be able to see inside. She held his face, caressing it. However, she had no emotion. She's seen too much death before. Her face remains stoic as he releases a shaky breath. "My mate," he breathes quietly and slowly. "Who is she? Tell me about her." I held in my startled gasp, and my blurred eyes danced between the two of them. Desiree sighs with a sadness I hadn't anticipated. Isaiah's eyes close as he shuffles around on the bed in pain, a low groan emitting from him. "Her name is Evelyn," she whispers. Isaiah keeps his eyes closed, envisioning her every word as she continues. She has long curly wisps of strawberry blonde hair. Stands at about 5 feet 6 inches, a bit shorter than you. He smiles and lowly laughs. "She's about 2 years younger than you as well, and she's been dreaming about meeting you for the longest time. Her favorite thing to do is go for runs and hunt. She has the most beautiful white wolf. Our wolves could run together," he mumbles with his eyes still closed. A smile dances on his face, and I see a single hot tear slide down his cheek. Thank you, he whispers. Everything is silent for a moment, which turns into minutes. Desiree is now standing beside the bed and turns directly to face me through the small crack. Remorse and shame are etched onto her expression. You can stop hiding from us, she whispers. He stopped breathing. Chapter 40. My blood boiled, anger blocking out the surfacing feelings of dread. I wasn't able to register the sadness that was surely echoing through my brain and racking my body. Get out. The words that came from my mouth dripped with venom. I knew it was misdirected, but I couldn't stop the harsh words from falling out. I had stepped closer into the room, but I stood firm in the doorway. I couldn't make my legs move closer to Isaiah's body. Desiree walked over to me and grabbed my shoulders. Her piercing eyes bored into mine. I suddenly found the strength to move, pushing her off. You could have stopped it, done something. My voice began to break. Salty tears began to run down my face. I frantically wiped at my cheeks. I wanted to shut my body down and let myself sit in bed for a week. I could see it now, see myself curled up on the bath mat in the bathroom, just like when I was sick as a kid. I wouldn't change my clothes. People would bring food that would spoil in the fridge because I couldn't bring myself to eat. Klayden would pretend to be tough even though I know it is killing him. He would drown himself in work and come home late at night to not sleep. Until one day I get up. And for a while, we fall into a menial routine because doing something is better than doing nothing. Maybe I would finally start going back to school, or I would drop out altogether and get a job. Klayden would insist I don't need one. That he can provide for us. We would quarrel about it, but I would end up winning. I would work at a coffee shop, maybe the library or a gas station. A gas station. Just like the one where Isaac and I first met. The thought made me snap back to reality. No time had truly passed, and Desiree still stood in front of me. However, now her arms lay limp at her sides. You have to use this, Adina, this anger, this power that you feel. I knew what she meant. This is the only way I would kill Artemisia, letting my anger fuel me. Except, I had to be smart. Artemisia would expect retaliation. She knew there was no way I could let this go. However, she is betting that it will be manic, that I will be unable to control my anger and will make a mistake. Where is she? I ask while glancing at Isaac, making my heart skip a beat. I swear I could feel my chest constrict, the tightness threatening to make me collapse. I stood my ground, welcoming the pain and pushing it to the back of my mind. I can use it later. I'm not sure, probably waiting for you to come to find her, Desiree said. She could see where my eyes gazed, and she sighed. However, her perfect appearance, nails freshly painted black, and unsmudged makeup proved that death was not new to her. No, not Artemisia. His mate, I say as my eyes danced back to hers. Desiree looked taken aback at my sudden change, but she gave me the answer I needed. She's not from Myersdale. She is from a town about 2 hours from here, where Klayden was for pack business earlier. I am sure he would take you there if you wanted, she offers. Thank you, I say, as I finally feel my feet move towards the edge of the bed. I looked down at my friend. I couldn't believe that in 1 second he was breathing and now he was not. I could barely fathom how it was possible. I started questioning my own beliefs, wondering where Isaac was now. I would advise against it though. She doesn't know her mate is dead. I am sure she feels something, but she won't know. Telling her could break her, drive her to the brink of insanity. I could feel Desiree behind me, her words eliciting my anger. I thought I told you to leave. I didn't turn around when I said it. I am sure she would get the message. Despite my response, I took her words to heart. I would find Evelyn eventually, but I wouldn't tell her what I knew. I would make sure she lives like Isaac, unconditionally loved. Desiree did leave. She left me with Isaac, where I stood beside the bed. I wanted to touch him, but I didn't. I needed to remember him as warm, as happy, not dead and cold. However, I couldn't stop marveling at him. He didn't even look like himself. His corpse almost felt empty. In a way, it made it better, leaving me with a strange hope that the honest Isaac was safe somewhere. Klayden joined me eventually. He had fled home with the news. The strong alpha looked destroyed. He didn't speak. I am sure he didn't trust himself to say anything without crying. Men don't cry. The familiar saying ran through my head, but at a time like now, if Klayden didn't cry, I wouldn't consider him a man, or even human. When he finally chose his words, they startled me. I'm going to kill her. Silence filled the air. This was a man who, not too long ago, idolized the moon goddess. She was the reason he was alive. Even though I knew he turned against her, hearing these words come out of his mouth still shocked me to my core. Yet, the more I thought about it, they didn't. Artemisia had killed Isaac. Isaac the Beta. The man who knew more about Klayden than anyone else, including me. I loved Klayden now, but I will never really grasp how he lived a life before me. Isaac had seen it all. Now Klayden would have no one to share those memories with, and despite his own words, I corrected him. No Klayden, I am. They were the last words said before we left Isaac's body there. I refused to believe that Isaac was stuck in that corpse. He was still somewhere on this earth, and I made a promise to him. I was already going to kill Artemisia, but now the motive was revenge. The next couple of days were slow. I was training, but back in Myersdale now. My training was exclusive to Paxson. I was no longer allowed to hang out with Beryl after we had meddled with dark magic. I stayed with Klayden at his house. I couldn't bring myself to go back to my apartment. It had been cleaned, but the fact that Lenore's empty room lay across the hall filled me with dread. I couldn't go back until today. Instead of going into my apartment, I stood in front of her door. I held the key in my hand, the one I had been given for emergencies. Lenore's family would be coming by in a couple of hours, and I wanted to make sure everything was in order. I didn't want them walking into a home where dirty clothes were strewn across the floor and where empty wine bottles were strewn across the kitchen. I clicked the lock and swung the door open. The sweet smell of Lenore filled the air. Her home always smelled like coconuts, and it left traces on her clothes whenever we went out. I dropped the keys on the counter, which I was right about, held empty wine bottles, and the odd beer can, which must have belonged to Isaac. There were homework pages that had grown sticky from sitting in the small spills and leaks from the overturned empties. I would start here. I couldn't bear to go into her bedroom yet. I decided to check the living room, bracing myself for a similar mess. Instead, my heart stopped. It was spotless, and sitting on the couch, spread out like he owned the place, was Ember. His arms lay behind his head, which was tilted back on the dark fabric. His blue hair was the first thing that caught my eye. I couldn't speak. I hate a mess, he drawled, while intently staring at me. When I didn't make a move or show any sign of speaking, he continued. I see you discovered the true cost of using dark magic. His words made me shake my head. What was he talking about? Did you really think that black veins were really where the price ended? He stayed on the couch, but sat up, resting his elbows on his knees, not before motioning to the empty room around him. Are you saying that I am responsible for Lenore and Isaac dying? My anger bubbled up again. It hadn't surfaced in the last couple of days. I had been in almost a trance, holding it in for when I could use it. But now I couldn't hold it in. How dare he? It took everything in me not to charge at him, but I didn't have to, because as he stood up from the couch, he walked closer to me. Those, he said, pointing to the underside of my arm, my veins, are trivial, meaningless. For heck's sake, I can get rid of them without even blinking. You let me out, a warlock, older than any of the goddesses. And with that, he nonchalantly waved his hand, and I felt a tingling sensation flowing through my body. It wasn't painful, but when I looked down, my veins were back to the faint blue. I couldn't believe it. I gasped and took a step back. Ember countered with a step forward. If you thought that was all that was going to happen, there is no way you are smart enough to kill Artemisia. Artemisia killed your friends while you watched, just because you let me out. She didn't even blink and you are destroyed. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I didn't want to prove his point. He was right, I didn't think about the real consequences. This wasn't just about me. Ember had proven his point. Now it was my turn. I took another step forward. I was only about a foot away from him now, and even though I had to lift my head to have my eyes reach his, I felt just as tall. All the anger I let fester in the back of my mind launched forward. I don't know what happened between you and Artemisia, but I know that she is scared of you. Instead of going after you, she came after me. But I can say the same thing about you. Here you are in the house of a dead teenager, flaunting your high horse instead of getting the revenge on her that you so desperately want. I seethe. I suddenly think back to that day when Artemisia was in my kitchen. She could have easily killed me that day, but she didn't. I finally realized why, and why Ember himself couldn't go after Artemisia as well. It takes too much power to kill someone close to you, someone who is like family. It's why, before Artemisia killed Thea, she had stripped herself of all humanity, making her almost a demon, so evil. It takes more than just a little bit of magic. It's why I have been collecting all the pieces of her soul, because I couldn't do it as a human. You have to change yourself so far that you shatter family ties. You become your own monster, the one you used to fear. Ember stood still, clearly surprised by my outburst. I took the chance and continued speaking. But you can't. Because somehow you are related to her. You have a connection of some sort that runs deep. What is it? Who are you? I shout. I was so close to him now that I could feel his breath. My anger suddenly diminished and was replaced by an overwhelming sadness, something I had also pushed to the back of my mind. I knew it was something Ember was doing to keep me at bay. I was unable to move. I collapsed onto the ground, weeping, breathing in the smell of coconuts, but it only made me panic more. Eventually, that smell would leave this room, someone else would move in, remove any trace of her existence, and it was my fault. He was standing over me as he vanished, but before he disappeared, I noticed one thing I hadn't before. He had a fresh set of black painted nails. Chapter 41. I don't think I was supposed to find out about this. I lay in the position of a ball in Lenore's apartment, right where Ember had left me. My legs are pressed right up to my chest, and I feel empty inside. Due to his sudden vanishing, his magic no longer had the powerful hold it did on me just moments before. Now I was alone, trapped not by his magic, but my own running thoughts. Although I wasn't sure if what I was thinking was correct, the fact that Ember and Desiree both have freshly painted, immaculate black nails made shivers crawl up my spine. It had to be a coincidence. The thought brings forward a headache. My head is pounding. But I also wasn't sure if it was due to the fact that Ember had magically subdued me just now and then fled from me. However, he was a warlock, a magical being, so in some way, he could easily be related to Desiree and Artemisia. I have known from just meeting him and word of mouth that he was a powerful entity, much like other goddesses. Is Ember their brother? Get up. My head snaps toward the voice that comes from behind me. Unsurprisingly, it is Desiree who has shown up. I was back at Klayden's house. I didn't know how long it would be for me to go back to my own apartment. It was hard enough going to Lenore's, which was almost identical to mine in every way. However, going back to the place my best friend was killed was not on my to-do list anytime soon. I thought you were Klayden, I whisper from the bed. And no thanks. I quite like where I am. I'm snuggled up underneath his dark blankets, bundled up to the point where everything feels heavy. As we make eye contact, I pull my own gaze away from hers. I wanted to discuss a lot of things, including the fact that Ember was probably her brother, and she conveniently left that part of her story out. I understand that you have just lost some of your closest friends. You know I have been through grief as well, she says sternly and walks over to where I am lying. Or did you just forget about the pain I endured from Artemisia killing my sister? Our pain isn't a competition, I snap as she pulls the covers off me abruptly. Of course it isn't, Adina. She sighs and sits down beside me on the bed. But I don't want you to forget that we have all lost loved ones, and you aren't the only one who has felt this burden. Have you even checked up on Klayden? Normally I have to hide from his sight, and he is nowhere to be found. I sit up in bed, stretching my legs, which are in my fuzzy pajama pants. A yawn escaped my mouth involuntarily, and I wasn't sure if it was because I was tired or from waking myself fully up. Klayden and I have an understanding. We don't want to talk about our combined pain, we want to dwell in it and let the emotions fester into something far more lethal, I hiss. I just want to make sure we are all on the same page. You need to become the rightful goddess, and you are the only one who will be able to do this, Desiree says, and tucks a piece of her short hair behind her ear. My eyes catch a glimpse of her black nail polish once more from her movements. Besides that, she continues, I truly consider you not only an ally, Adina, but an honest friend. You have a pure soul, and both you and your mate deserve to enjoy one another in the most full and happiest ways possible. I hope you can get through these rough times together. Her words warmed my heart, and I felt a similar closeness towards her. I needed to hear those words, and I wanted to comfort her the way she had for me additionally. However, once I opened my mouth to speak, all I could think about were those damn black nails. Just like embers. And what the heck would you know about mates anyway? I scoff, the words coming out harsher than intended. In one simple sentence, I had projected all of my burning malice. And with the look of hurt that was displayed across Desiree's face, I had succeeded. Well, she purses her lips. More than you would freaking think. Thump, thump, thump. The only thing I could hear, straining through my ears, was my heart pounding, anticipating where our conversation was headed. Ember came to see me, I tell her. I stand from the bed and watch as she does the same quickly. And? She cocks an eyebrow, and I watch as she shuffles anxiously. He told me he was your brother. I easily lied through my teeth. I knew I was on the right track because she had been looking so nervous, so I was hoping she wouldn't be able to see through my facade. Why did you never tell me? I watch as her mouth drops open slightly, her eyes widening to the size of saucers. I caught her off guard, I think to myself cheekily. Just as I was about to tell her off, she burst into laughter. My eyebrows furrow in confusion as I stare at the pink-haired beauty. Brother. She hollers and doubles over, chuckling as if it were the funniest thing she had ever heard. Now that is something I never thought I would hear. I watch as she wipes a small, straying tear from the side of her eye with her hand. Okay, fine. He didn't tell me that. I falter. But please, explain the connection. I know he is something to you and to Artemisia. I also saw his hands, I tell her. His fingernails. Her expression is grim as she puts her own hands behind her back, keeping them from my own prying eyes. I was hungry for answers, and I know her brain had all of them like a full-course buffet. Shoot, she groans. You weren't supposed to find out like this. Find out like this, or find out at all? I reply with a slight snarl to my words. She ignores this. He isn't my brother, Adina. He's my mate. I finished showering and getting dressed, placing a freshly brewed coffee cup in front of Desiree while my own is still steaming in my hands. Finding out that Ember was her mate was literally the last thing I had seen coming, especially considering the circumstances. He was trapped in a book by Desiree's own sister. And here I was, thinking that I was the one who had issues and familial drama. My story doesn't even compare to hers. Care to explain? I ask her, locking my eyes onto her as I join her at Klayden's coffee table downstairs. He still isn't home, and I assumed he was dealing with pack matters or wallowing away in his own grief. Similar to the way I have been cooped up alone. Or maybe he was making the funeral arrangements for Isaiah and Lenore. It takes a little bit longer to have a werewolf funeral, Klayden told me. Apparently, there are special ceremonies to lay a pack to rest, especially a beta, and we both wanted the best of the best for our former closest friends. My thoughts are interrupted when Desiree clears her throat roughly. So, Ember is my mate. We have known each other for a very long time, forever. All of us. This includes my sisters, Artemisia and Thea. However, Artemisia and Ember were always the closest. They were best friends, 2 peas in a pod. Ember and I truly love each other, of course, but he also has always had a connection that runs deep with Artemisia too. She's been like his sister. She sighs deeply and blinks away tears. Continue, I urge. Please. He helped her with the dark magic because she asked him to. He didn't truly know what he was getting himself into, and he just wanted to help his best friend. When Artemisia trapped inside that book, he was absolutely blindsided. I never thought I would see him again. I gave up on the thought of it. Were you mad that he helped her? I asked quietly, sipping my cup of coffee and listening intently to her words, digesting them. I still am. Desiree laughs bitterly as a tear runs down her face. She wipes it away angrily. I mean, he basically chose her over me. His own mate. How did you reconcile? I saw he had freshly painted black nails, just like you. We're still working on it, she blushes, and I don't press the matter, changing the subject to more critical issues than their love life. He made that preservation enchantment on the Red Book so it couldn't be destroyed, like he knew Artemisia would betray him. What kind of friendship is that? The kind that lasts forever, she says quietly. I hum in response, recognizing her own sadness, but not dwelling on it too much. This all kind of makes sense, I tell her, turning my chair more directly closer to her. The first time I met Ember, blue hair and all, the very first thing that popped into my head was damn, this guy feels like Desiree, I chuckle. I guess it's kind of a mate thing. We are always equals to our mates, no matter our race or anything. It is what is inside that counts, she says. Wow, Desiree, did you get that straight out of a poem? I tease, and she lightly kicks me from under the table, laughing at my lame joke. The laughter dies down to a silence, where we both sip our coffee. I still had a million questions to ask Desiree, but I suppose I had drilled her enough. Unexpectedly, Klayden walks around the corner into the kitchen, completely unfazed, seeing both of us. Adina, Desiree, hello. His lips purse and he nods his head in acknowledgement towards the pink-haired girl and sends a small smile my way. I didn't mean to interrupt you girls. As if you didn't smell us, Desiree rolls her eyes, but a slight smirk plays at the side of her mouth. Nonetheless, I already knew you were coming. Of course you did, I deadpan and set my now empty mug down. I stand up and gather Klayden into a big hug. I missed his warm embrace. He immediately tightens his arms around me, inhaling my scent, and pecks the top of my head real quick. Desiree watches our interaction with an expression I can't decipher, but I shrug it off. I came here as soon as I had enough information from the pack, he tells me quietly as we pull away from one another. The ceremonies for Lenore and Isaiah are ready to take place tomorrow. Will you be okay? He asks and rubs my hand in comfort. As long as you don't let go of this hand, I will be. I never will, he promises and leans down to kiss me once again. I feel guilty that Desiree has to witness our display right in front of her awkwardly, but she knew this was going to happen, right? We pull away from one another, and Desiree clears her throat, looking in a completely different direction than the two of us. I didn't realize there were ceremonies taking place for the deceased. Traditionally, it involves praising the moon goddess, no? She asks. The question makes my heart deplete, and Klayden growls. We changed it up a bit, he seethes. Maybe you won't have to for long, Desiree assures both of us. Then she turns towards me specifically. Adina, you only have one more soul left to retrieve, and then you can rightfully take your position as moon goddess and make a difference in this world. You can finally be someone that Leekins can worship, a true leader full of compassion. There isn't enough time, I groan in frustration. The only thing on my mind is to lay my best friends to rest and avenge them. I want to kill Artemisia. She broke my heart in ways I never thought possible, and she deserves to die. At this point, I'm standing face to face with Desiree, my chin turned up and my eyes squinted in determination. Klayden still holds one of my hands in his. She broke your heart? Desiree laughs bitterly. Rip hers out. What? I ask, my eyes widening at her words. I glance back at Klayden, and he also has the same bewildered look on his face. Artemisia is the only person who has the last remaining piece, her very own soul. However black and twisted it is, Desiree hisses. It's there. And the only way to get it is to rip her heart out. My jaw drops and Klayden's hand tightens around my own in comfort. She was an evil individual. She deserved to die. I'll do it, Klayden offers, his warm eyes dancing between both Desiree and me. She killed my beta and has attempted to kill the love of my life. I would gladly rip her heart from her chest, he growls, puffing his chest out and baring his teeth to no one in particular. You can't, Desiree and I simultaneously say at the same time. Bashfully, we look at each other. It has to be me, I whisper to him. My jaw tightens as I look down at the ground, chuckling humorlessly. Really, it's fitting. I have to rip the heart out of someone who is already heartless. Chapter 42. My hands raked through my hair, pulling at the scalp. I ignored the numbing pain from my tugging fingers and looked up at my empty closet. It seemed like something so trivial. How could I decide what to wear when I was going to my best friend's funeral? This was the first time I had come back to my own apartment since that day, but now I had to face reality. In fact, it was going to smack me in the face tonight at the start of the ceremony. I had never attended a werewolf funeral. And a few months ago, I never would have thought I was going to be saying those words. And that thought made my knees weak. In a matter of no time, my life flipped upside down, and before I knew it, I was staring at it and attempting to turn it back. I was finally learning, once and for all, that I needed to accept the new perspective rather than fight it. That included welcoming the new Adina. I wasn't going to beat Artemisia if part of me was fighting myself. I was going to need every last inch of me working against her. I looked down at the discarded clothes on the floor. I picked up a black dress, the same one that I had already looked at 1,000 times, and just decided to put it on. If I got through today, I could kill her tomorrow. Klayden and I had switched strategies. Much to his aversion, I was no longer going to train. He finally agreed that nothing would really prepare me for what was about to happen. She knew I was coming for her. It was just a matter of when. I smoothed the dress, I looked in the mirror, and took in my appearance. My stark white hair, purple eyes, and athletic build were not so foreign anymore, even though no one from my old life would recognize me. I left my apartment, not even bothering to lock the door. I had a weird feeling I wasn't going to be back for a long time. It was hard enough coming back recently, due to the traumatic events that happened here. But it needed to be done. However, the persistent feeling that told me I wouldn't be coming back lingered. I needed to move out and stay out. I could no longer live in the place that housed so many dark memories. The sun was setting. Werewolf funerals happened at night, Klayden had explained. The significance was that they were supposed to be given back to the moon. Klayden had modified parts of the ceremony, but pack traditions could be hard to overrule, even as alpha. The families didn't want a spectacle, and turning the funerals into a political statement against the moon goddess wasn't seen as exactly impartial. People outside of Klayden's immediate circle don't know the whole story. To come out and throw such accusations at the moon goddess would mean civil war, and I couldn't bear to have more blood on my hands. Not unless it was Artemisia's. The new beta had arrived to pick me up. He hadn't taken his oath yet, but someone had to step up in these times. I kept forgetting his name, Corbin, or something like that. I didn't want to get too attached. I couldn't. He didn't speak much anyway. He seemed unlike Isaiah in every way, which made it easier, yet harder all at the same time. I craved a warm smile and some friendly teasing, but I don't know if my heart could take it. Instead, his features were cold, and he hardly smiled, but Klayden said he did the job. One day, Isaiah's little brother would take over, but he was far too young to begin training, let alone bear the title. Of course, the ride was silent. I played with the hem of the dress, and as soon as the car stopped, I jumped out. Met with my favorite embrace. Klayden. My face dug into his suit. I knew, without even looking, that he was immaculate. I wanted to see him in his kind of suit on a less somber occasion. The beta cleared his throat behind us, clearly uncomfortable with the show of affection. Sir, we should get going before the moon rises. I could feel Klayden's arms unwrap from my waist. However, his touch never left me as he grabbed my hand. I could feel his chest rumble as he talked, even though I was no longer pressed against it. Yes, thank you, Calvin. I giggled a little under my breath, earning me a questioning stare from my mate, but he didn't pry. Corbin. Calvin. Close enough. I wasn't good with funerals. In the few that I attended before my move to Myersdale, I often struggled to keep my composure. I often felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh, like a 5-year-old who couldn't comprehend their own emotions. The moon was rising, and everything would start shortly. It was a full moon. How fitting. I asked the question that has been weighing on my mind all day. Klayden, will I get to see them? Their bodies, I mean? I felt his hand tighten around mine. He had left out quite a few of the details. We stopped in our tracks. He held up his hand to Calvin and, in silent command, told him to go on without us. He turned towards me and looked down. I could feel his eyes search mine for any sign of alarm. When he seemed satisfied that I was asking, he sighed and answered me. Well, as the Luna, traditionally you would kiss their foreheads to send them off, a kiss from the crown before sending them into the ground. It was as if he were reciting from a book. He continued. They won't be in caskets. Normally they would be wrapped in datura, a type of flower that only blossoms at night, as a tribute to the goddess. However, I had made the arrangements for it to be lilies, as that seems more fitting for this occasion. I am overwhelmed when he says Luna, the title sounding foreign. A mounting responsibility falls heavily on my chest. It's almost as if I can feel it physically, and breathing suddenly becomes a little more complicated. We stand in silence for a second before I get the courage to ask, choking on my words halfway through. Where will the bodies go? I ask, thinking of the cemetery on the outskirts of Myersdale, where I often met Desiree. Well, we have cemeteries if that is what you are thinking. But, as I said, we bury them almost bare to give them back to the earth which they have come. A gift to the goddess of the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, the ground, and water. I am slightly taken aback at Klayden's words. I hadn't realized or even considered the possibility that the goddess extended past the ones with whom I was acquainted. My thoughts are cut short by a sudden tug on my hand. We had started to walk again. The sound of gravel crunching beneath my feet is the only thing filling my mind. I have let it run blank in fear of where my imagination might take me. There are so many people. Their figures made more ghostly by the lanterns lining the area. Faces blur together, and I wonder how many of these faces truly knew Lenore and Isaiah as I did. Klayden turns to me. His hands find the side of my face. You are mine, my Luna, don't forget that. You were fated into this position. Fate is not often falsely bestowed, and the sacrifices you have made, and continue to make prove that Adina. And so we stand, hand in hand, at the head of the bodies. It all seemed to happen in an instant, and we were whisked in front of the crowd, silence falling over them. Klayden spoke, but the only sound I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears, and the faint echo of my shoes crunching against the ground. The moon was high in the sky at this point, almost at the apex. I could not bring myself to look down. I know I will be met with pale skin that doesn't resemble my friends. I feel Klayden's hand on my back. He is pressing me forward, giving me the cue. I step forward, unsure of how my legs are even carrying me. I bend forward, and tears that I didn't know were running down my cheeks splash against Isaiah's forehead. I bend down and I see the flash of his smile. The picture goes away in a second, but its impression will be everlasting. As my lips reach his forehead, I taste my salty tears for a second before jerking back, as if I have been shocked. Another image played through my mind. A girl whose reddish hair flew out behind her as she ran. She looked back at me and smiled. A smile filled with the same warmth, but devilish smirk that often accompanied Isaac's. I knew it was Evelyn. I was caught off guard by the sudden vision. My feet get trapped underneath me. Klayden's hand wrapped around my upper arm, making sure I stayed upright. To him, it probably looked like I was just overcome with emotion. He had no idea. I looked up, back into the crowd. I couldn't pick out individuals, but I knew these were my people. Suddenly, everything felt right. And then I saw her. Her hair gave her away. I was looking at Artemisia, and my breath hitched. How dare she? The funeral for the people she killed. With her bare hands, yet right there she stands. I can feel Klayden following my gaze. As he realizes, I can feel his wave of anger. Suddenly, the crowd is scattering. Their screams fill the air. Klayden's silent order, passed down through the mind link, reached the public. Soon, the crowd thinned, people running for safety. They are in danger, and it's my job to protect them, as their leader and Luna. In the middle of all the chaos sat Artemisia, as she had done so many times before. My eyes met hers as I stalked forward. The person staring back shook me to the core. It was me. It was like we were twins. But I knew deep down we were nothing alike. Klayden tried to jump in front of me, but he should have known this was my fight. It was like the earth had spoken for me. There was rain. It pelted down. It was the kind of rain that stung when it hit your skin, drenching you in seconds. The clothes on your back quickly weighed down by the water. A rain so intense that you can't see your hand in front of you. Yet I could. In fact, it was almost like the rain had cleared my vision. I could see Klayden stumbling, searching for me. And Artemisia was standing, waiting for me. And then the ground shook. Klayden was knocked down. Somehow, I kept my footing. In fact, it felt as if I had never been in more control of my body. The earth continued to tremble, and the rain kept pouring. Artemisia fell, finally beneath me. The sight made power swell within me. She may be a goddess, but I was the queen. And then there was the sun. In the middle of the night, it shone, just one beam. It hit me suddenly, and it made perfect sense. It was Thea's essence, her trace of power, taking vengeance on the sister who took her life. We were giving back to the goddess of this earth, and now they were giving back to me. Artemisia screamed, her body contorting. The sunlight had reached her, scorching her amid this dark night. Her skin was turning bright red. Steam rose from her body. She was burning alive. I knew this opportunity wouldn't last long. I felt the pull. The same dangerous pull that I had felt for the first time so long ago. It was like I was underwater all over again, searching for Hania's grave. I looked down, but only for a second, at the sight below me. Artemisia, the goddess of the moon, no longer seemed godly. My body had a mind of its own as I reached down. I felt a sharp movement, which I later realized was my arm. Finally, the screaming stopped. I looked down. My hand. My hand was inside the moon goddess's chest. Chapter 43. Have you ever been to a Halloween party as a kid? The one where the mom makes you stick your hand in a bowl of spaghetti? When you're a kid, you squeal and jump back, thinking you have just touched a bunch of worms. Today, I grew up, and my hand reached deeper. I was snapped back to reality. It wasn't Halloween. This was no cruel joke. I was holding a heart in my hand. The heart. I could feel that it was a strong organ, pretty much all muscle, and to feel it pulsing in my hand was unlike any other rush of adrenaline. With every beat of her heart, mine beat twice. I was stronger. My body was pumping blood faster because I was finally ready. I wasn't sure how I had broken through the skin and the sternum, but it didn't matter. I was going to do what I was promised. I could feel every inch of my body humming, bracing for the power about to be expelled. I twisted my hand hard, with all the might I had, and pulled back. The next moments moved in slow motion. I was unsure if I was truly awake. The force of my tug made me stumble backwards. I felt as if I had been kicked in the stomach, all the air leaving my body. My immediate flight response had me bringing my arms around my center. My hand is releasing the object, which still seems to be pumping. I refuse to look, knowing I will find the bloody mess that is Artemisia's heart. Instead, I search for her body on the ground. I find chaos around me. People are running, screaming, unable to comprehend the scene before them. But they seem to be hazy, as if they don't really exist. And then there is Klayden, making his way to me from where he had fallen across the lawn. He is crystal clear as I watch his every move. I look into his eyes, expecting to see the relief I was feeling. Instead, I find them brimming with panic, which additionally matches my own. I start going towards him. I want to feel his embrace. My steps are heavy, and each time I lift a foot off the ground, I can feel the weight pulling me back down. Then my line of sight is cut off. Artemisia is standing in front of me. Well, as much as someone could stand in her shape. Her bow and arrow appear on her back. My eyes follow the hole in her chest. Tendons and hanging tissue indicate the massive damage inflicted. I could see her bent ribs, the bones sticking in every direction. And beyond the muscles, the gaping empty cavity that should have held her heart. I am unable to process how this is possible. I have no time to think for myself. I needed help. I didn't know what to do. I feel a warmth behind me. I see a flash of pink hair. Desiree. I feel her breath on my ear, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Take it, Adina. It's the only thing keeping her alive, the source of her power. Take the bow and arrow for yourself. And then she was gone. As if she had rarely been there. Maybe she hadn't. I move quickly. My eyes roam the ground until I finally find what I need. I pick the small tissue back up with a speed I didn't know I had. This time, when I stand back up, there is an arrow pointed at my head. I am not scared. I know what I have to do. It fits perfectly in the palm of my hand. The hard tissue was greased by her blood that seeped down the back of my hand. I squeezed. The heart is a tough muscle, so let my fingernails dig in, gouging holes into the surface. More blood springs out. I stare Artemisia in the eyes as I watch her stumble at the action. The arrow goes flying, whizzing past my head, her aim affected by the sudden jolt of her body. I squeeze harder, crushing the walls with my fingers. The veins burst, and it is almost as if the organ deflates. Her knees buckled, and I took my chance. I dropped the heart back to the ground, no longer concerned with it. I grabbed the silver bag, filled with what seemed like a never-ending supply of wooden arrows. I hear a growl as I stand over her twitching body, the bow locked in her fingers. I turn my head to meet the source of the sound. There is Klayden, his large wolf towering over the scene. I could see the wild in his eyes, and I watched, almost in surprise, as he bent his head down and ate the heart. Artemisia stopped moving. Her hand was still wrapped around the handle of the bow. I reached down, unconscious of my own actions. I prayed it out of her hands, hearing the snap of her fingers. I could listen to nothing but my own breathing. At least I knew I was alive. I sling the quiver over my back and feel the bow's weight in my hand. I pull out my first arrow. I don't even know what I am going to shoot until the arrow is whizzing through the sky, aimed at the moon. Klayden's howling echoes in the background. In the darkness, I see light. I spin around. I can't figure out where it is coming from. Not until I see Klayden, back in human form, blood dripping from his mouth, looking at me. I look down at my body. My glowing body. All of a sudden, I became hyper-aware of the sensations. I was tingling all over, although it didn't hurt. Not like the many other pieces of the soul I had collected. It was almost as if those were preparing my body for the next moment. I took a breath. My first breath as a moon goddess. My body shivered because with that breath, my life seemed to be starting over. It was like every insecurity, doubt, and helpless thought was washed out of my body. My whole life, I had felt like an animal who just wanted to get out. Except now I knew it wasn't an animal hiding inside of me. It was a goddess. My bow and arrow disappeared, but I just knew they would reappear if I ever needed them. I looked at the moon and I felt like I could hold it in my hand, command it if I needed to. The glimmer of white that the moon encompassed made me feel empowered. We felt as one. I finally looked back around and found Klayden at my feet. Bowing. That's when it hit me, what I really was capable of doing. I could make the earth stop in its tracks. I could change the course of nature. I could perceive events on other worlds, or in any space and time, in my deepest inner mind, and in the minds of others. I had a lot to learn about my newfound power, this great energy I could exert. But, looking down at my mate, submitting himself to me, I knew I could do anything with him. I pulled him up, kissing him briefly. I had something to do first before we could relish in the moment. I wanted to be better than her. I found her body. She looked almost innocent lying there. There was no longer darkness shrouding her. She was just a body that belonged to the moon. I reached down, gently touching the side of her head. I spoke the words I had heard Klayden speak earlier. Earth is beautiful. Here you are to be blessed. The moon accepts all that die. And here is where you lie. Such is the exacting of your final breath. Love is nearer than promised death. And with this touch, we give. I forgive, so one can relive. And then I kissed her forehead. The pack house was buzzing. Everyone was coming down from the stress of the funeral events. Rumors were spreading quickly, but Klayden said he would address them when nerves were no longer as delicate. Instead of engaging in the chaos, we escape. We find ourselves walking. We walk by the observatory, which no longer seems as intimidating. Nothing does. I felt right. I feel complete. It was like my whole life I was missing something, but I didn't even know it. I could feel the power running through my body, humming and radiating off me. Eventually, we made our way to the library, where we sat on the floor and didn't speak for a long time. I would get up and walk around, running my fingers along the spines of the hundreds of ancient books. I would always find my way back to him, to our spot on the floor. We were alone at last, and the sexual tension in the room could be cut with a knife. Finally, we could be together, no artemisia, no baggage. Just us, and it was like electricity filled the air. I didn't waste a second. I tore my dress off, exposing my body, before pressing myself up against him. I knew instantly he wanted this as bad as I did. "Adina," he moaned, ecstatic from my instant arousal, and with a hungry look, he swept down. Right there where we stood, I grasped onto his shoulders as his head ducked between my thighs. I squirmed as he licked me. My body fell weak to his tongue. He was controlling me in every way. The pleasure continued to build and build. I almost couldn't take it anymore and wanted to scream out in bliss. Klayden started to move his tongue at a more rapid pace. I arched my back involuntarily. My whole body was reacting to him. The build-up felt like the first time all over again. He was worshipping his new goddess. "Audria," Klayden said softly. I timidly looked up at him, at his mercy. "I will take care of you," he said softly. "I will make sure to get you everything you need." And at that moment, that is precisely what I needed, not to be the mighty goddess, but me. Adina, a girl whose world would never be the same after that fateful day when she found her true mate. And I can't wait for what tomorrow brings. Chapter 44. Can we just stay like this forever? I asked Klayden, gently caressing the side of his face with my fingertips. I can feel his light stubble, and I trace all the way up to his hair, pulling through the strands lightly. This action makes Klayden close his eyes in bliss, a soft, almost purring noise escaping his chest. "Yes, please," he replies. One of his eyes pops open, and a small smile dances on the corners of his mouth. He then fully focuses his attention on me and leans towards me and pecks me on the lips. I return the kiss with a little more passion. Finally, Klayden and I are finally at a point in our lives where we can enjoy one another, no drama. No crazy moon goddess. "I love you so much, you know that, right?" Klayden says, the boyish grin still plastered upon his face. "I do," I say, and wink. "And I love you too." I sigh contentedly and lean my head against his bare chest. Our bodies were tangled together, and I would not have it any other way. My eyes close, and I feel the power within me stir lightly. I've never felt better. I feel complete in every way possible. Let's spend the day together. Just you and me. We can get ready and go out for a picnic? How does that sound? Klayden tenderly asks me and plants a kiss on my forehead. "It sounds perfect," I whisper back. "Perfect." I grumble in frustration. This is just fantastic. We're lost. "Adina, stop being so dramatic. This is my territory after all." Klayden rolls his eyes and chuckles warmly. "I know exactly where we are. We're hand in hand, walking through the forest together." In his other hand, Klayden holds a small basket filled with sandwiches, fruit, and other snacks we thought would be best for our picnic adventure. Okay. I found a small patch of grass that seemed to glow with sunlight and laid a small plaid blanket on it. I smoothed it out tenderly and then flopped down on top of it, motioning with my hands for Klayden to do the same. He does, and lies down on his back, sprawling out completely. I giggle at his relaxed position, and happiness fills my entire being. "I really could stay here forever with you," he murmurs and turns his head to face me. My eyes skin over his face. However, I do not stray far from his watchful gaze. "I'm down for that," I whisper lowly and lean over to him. Our lips meet, and the only thing running through my mind in this very second is that I could do this for the rest of my life and never get tired of it. Klayden gingerly pulls away from the kiss and brings his thumb up to my cheek, brushing over it lightly. His eyes stare into my own with what I can only describe as pure love and adoration, and it almost brings tears to my eyes. Can someone really love me that much? We've come so far, Adina. I feel like when we are together, we can overcome anything. I love you so much, and I'm so thankful every day that you share the other half of my soul. I don't know what I would do without you, he tells me in a soft voice. Klayden is vulnerable right now and expressing himself to me in the best way he can. I love you too, Klayden. You really changed my life, and I wouldn't want to share the rest of mine with anyone else. The words coming from Klayden's mouth suddenly stop as a twig snapping comes from behind us. I break our hold apart and look at Klayden in alarm. He can sense the panic that befalls my entire body and brings one of my hands to his chest. Over his heart. You have nothing to be afraid of, my love. I know Artemisia is dead, but I'm still scared. I admit in defeat. I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach right now. I just think you're not used to feeling this happiness. We are completely safe. She's gone. No one else can harm you, Klayden tells me assuringly. Another noise of a branch breaking makes us look in the direction it came from. My heart is beating 100 kilometers an hour and Klayden sighs through his nose. Who is out there? I whisper to Klayden as he begins to stand up from our makeshift picnic blanket. No one, he answers in slight confusion. I asked patrol to give us privacy for the afternoon. No one should be out here now. His words make the hairs on the back of my neck stand on alert. Shakily, I comb a finger through my hair. I roll my eyes at my own anxiety and try to calm myself down internally. Can you go check it out? I ask lamely. Here I am, the literal moon goddess, scared of something in the woods. Of course I will, baby. Klayden leans down and pecks my cheek quickly. Stay here, I will only be gone for a moment. I nod my head at his words and sigh, watching him venture into the more wooded area surrounding us. I sit in silence for a moment before a tap on my shoulder has me jumping in my spot. Holy cow! I gasp. You scared the hell out of me. Desiree chuckles. What are you doing here? I ask her, bewildered. Her face, which once held a coy smile, suddenly drops. It's an expression I've not really seen her hold, and it brings goosebumps to my skin. I'm sorry for ruining your moment here with Klayden, she says softly. If I hadn't shown up, something really special would have happened. What was going to happen? I ask, my curiosity suddenly spiked. I don't want to tell you, Desiree quickly replies. You interrupted it, I roll my eyes. Now you have to tell me. Fine, she harshly says. He was going to propose to you. My mouth gapes at the words she says. Klayden wanted to marry me? Holy cow, I breathe. Now that, I didn't see coming. Desiree smiles lightly and comes to sit beside me on the plaid blanket. She then grabs an apple from our small basket and rubs it on her dark shirt to clean it off. I watch in silence as she inspects it and then takes a big bite out of it, crunching loudly. With a mouthful of apple, she turns to me and asks me a question. What would you have said? She asks. My face twists, slightly surprised at the question. As if you don't know, I tease and bump shoulders with her. We both laugh at my joke. You're right, she smiles. But I see infinite possibilities. Some stuff changes. Sounds horrible, I laugh. She joins in with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. You have no idea, she says. We sit in silence after that for a few minutes. The only noise between us is Desiree munching on her stolen snack. I patiently wait for Klayden to appear and for her to disappear. Although she is one of my closest allies, even friends, this was a special time between Klayden and me. The sun is setting now and the hints of the moon lie by at the horizon. I watch in amazement, an exciting buzzing filling my stomach. Each time the moon glows on my skin, I feel the most alive. But right now, all I could focus on was Klayden. And knowing he was about to surprise me with a proposal makes butterflies erupt in my stomach once more. Would I have said yes? Do I want to marry him? My internal battle is stopped in its tracks as Desiree chucks her apples into the same woods where Klayden had disappeared. Thinking of it now, he had been gone for way too long. I didn't want to begin to panic, so I turned to Desiree. What the hell is taking that man so long? I groan lightheartedly. I watch as Desiree swallows hard and shrugs. He'll be back soon, she assures me. Why don't you have a snack? You need to relax. Desiree reaches into the small basket once more and pulls out another green apple. She rubs it onto her shirt once more and then extends it out to me. I sigh and reach for it, bringing it up to my mouth. My teeth crunch into it, and my mouth is filled with the taste of sweetness. I quickly swallow the first bite and smile at Desiree. Thanks, I tell her. You shouldn't be thanking me, Desiree replies with a solemn look on her face. The expression makes me panic, and I reach out to hold her hand. What do you mean? I ask her. She interlocks our fingers and smiles at me reassuringly. Your death won't be long now, Desiree whispers in despair. Those 6 words made my entire body seize up, my fight or flight response triggered. I try to rip my hand away from hers, but she squeezes tighter. In panic, I look up into her eyes, and she's crying. I've never seen anyone in so much pain. What did you do? I ask, a slight slur to my words. I blink slowly, my eyelids feeling extremely heavy all of a sudden. Did you poison me? Why? I love you so much, Adina, and I will forever cherish our friendship. You're one of the strongest women I know, and 1,000 other people couldn't match the spark that fills your soul. I'm sorry to have to do this, I really am. At this point, Desiree is sobbing, and my body falls onto the plaid blanket. I dry heave, my body turning over. Klayden! I shout as loud as I can. Alarm fills my being, and another wave of nausea hits me hard. I turn over and puke, seeing red. I shakily reach up to my mouth and feel blood dripping down. I'm so sorry, Adina. I'm so sorry. Desiree cries and brings my head onto her lap. I will never forget you. You did so much for me, for everyone. You're my best friend. Why? I manage to croak out. I love you and I will miss you so much, Desiree whispers. But I miss Thea even more. Adina. I can bring her back. This is the price I have to pay, and it is the worst thing I have ever had to do. I am so sorry. A tear rolls down my cheek at her confession, and a sob racks through my body. Betrayal, anger, and sadness consume me. Klayden, please. I look into Desiree's befallen face and beg. I need to see him one more time. I need to say my own goodbye. Desiree's painful expression could almost mirror my own, and she kept confessing her part as she cried to me. I had help from Ember. He used dark magic to confuse Klayden. The man has been walking in circles in the forest the entire time we have been talking. He can't hear us either. Her expression makes another sob rack my body, and white foam appears at my mouth. But you won't survive this. I'm sorry, but I will let you say your goodbye. Desiree suddenly takes my head off her lap and lays me tenderly back down. In a moment, she is gone, and I see Klayden running back. He can now sense my alarm fully and probably smell my blood. As he comes into view, I watch as he screams in panic. I thought the pain on Desiree's face was the worst pain I had ever witnessed on a person. That was before I saw Klayden's. Adina, he screams. He rips off his shirt and starts to wipe off the blood and foam from my mouth, my entire body shaking in violent tremors. My eyes are half closed as his harsh sobs fill my ears. No. You have to stay awake, baby, he yells and shakes my shoulder slightly. Oh my God. He exhales shakily and wipes his tears away aggressively. Sobs rack his body as he assesses mine, looking for the damage. What happened? He shouts in a voice that can only be described as utter despair. Desiree, I hoarsely whisper. She poisoned me and is going to bring back her sister Thea from the dead. Klayden roars something I have never heard before. Parts of his claws begin to come out. And his teeth as well, but he reins it in. With my half-closed eyes, I watch as the small spurts of fur on his chest begin to retract. You will not die. He screams and brings my body to his own. With an elongated nail, he slits a small cut into his hand and brings it to my mouth. My alpha blood can heal you. I bring it to my lips, and as the copper-tasting liquid meets my mouth, I immediately gag it out. It wasn't working. I look hopefully at Klayden and shake my head as realization dawns. Klayden, I'm the moon goddess. I would have healed by now. What she poisoned me with, it's meant to kill me. As soon as the words come out, my body seizes up, a sharp pain reaching my abdomen. I clutch my stomach tightly and then go for my throat as I'm suddenly choking. I can't breathe. I can't breathe, I think to myself. Klayden's eyes widen, and he reaches for me, but I stumble away in panic. My eyes are wide in alarm as my hands scratch at my throat, trying to bring oxygen into my lungs. I collapse onto my legs and can feel myself getting dizzy. A sudden thought pops into my head, and I rummage through the small basket we had brought our things in. I find a small piece of paper and a pencil and scribble as quickly as I can. I throw the note towards Klayden, and I painfully watch as he reads every word. Memorizing it. Sobs rack his body, and he runs for me. I meet him halfway and lie in his arms on top of the plaid blanket. We both sit in one another's embrace. A lover's final goodbye. I will find Desiree, and I will find Thea. He shouts in pain. And I will kill them. I will rip their hearts from their chest and feed them their own intestines. I will avenge you, Adina. I love you so much. Klayden kisses my forehead fiercely, cradling and rocking my body in his loving arms. My eyes close, and a single tear makes its way down my cheek. I take the note from his hands and bring it to my lips, sealing the words with a kiss, an unspoken promise. And then I take my last breath. My arms flop down, the note still in my hand. My fingers involuntarily unclench themselves, and the note shines under the glowing moon. In this light, the written words of a scared, dying lover are revealed to the glow of the moon. And so it reads. I would have said yes,